What's up, everybody? Day 3, Morocco League. Let's go.
Day off tomorrow. Who's going to be taking it?
We will see Game 1 between Team Falcons versus Furia, brought to you by Progressive, getting underway. And it's going to start off right at high speed. What a way to start off the day today.
Yeah, we're going to expect this one to be full of huge numbers of goals. Team Falcons are pretty much between them top for all the stats, the most goals, the most assists, everything they are doing, whereas Furia, more even as a team, they're starting to get in each other's way a little bit there. There was an awkward miss there from one of the Furia players, and let's jump for that one. So early signs of nerves for Furia.
Yeah, I think it's big for Furia to get things under control early, obviously making sure, you know, you play well. Drafinio had a little bit of an error there as he backflipped in front of net, but Falcons unable to really capitalize on it. This one's going to be a speed test, but also watch those off-ball plays. I say that, Roas got a demo on Yan, but Drafinio had a little bit of room, so it forces Roas and Falcons back. Watch Furia in this 50-50 game, and just keep eyes on who's getting to the ball first. It's going to be a big difference maker as, again, the off-ball plays are happening as well.
Falcons will have to hope that it's not Yan that is getting most of the ball. He is the star man for Furia, the star man for South America, time and time again. Look at the power on that strike. Drafinio ain't bad either. He got the redirect just about over, but it's more good looks for Furia, improving certainly as game 1 goes on.
Oh, a little bit of space here. Let's see Yan against TRK. Immediately cut out Roas. Good on being able to bail him out, get him some time. Doesn't want to let Yan just get too much time to think. And Falcons, though, need to see just a little bit more offense from them. They've been taking their time. They're waiting for the right moment to strike. Their defense has always been impeccable, and Furia are going to look to break that down.
Big bump there, gives Yan a clean touch. He goes to the ceiling, gets his flip back. He was on for that one. Killers had to get the block. Now it's Drafinio up against Ruas. Ruas can take this one away. He's not so bad himself, over the top almost of loss. Falcons starting to get back into this one, so despite no goals so far, the momentum has been swinging from team to team.
Yeah, both teams are just trying to fight for that ounce of ball control. That's the biggest thing. How much space can I get to really use my mechanics and break down the defense? These Team Falcons also be able to really level up on the passing game. Furia have as well, but not as often. And we'll see when we get those opportunities. But so far, it's just been a battle of possession back and forth. No real threatening opportunities.
TRK got the dunk there, and he wins this one nearly against Yan. He is the player that has been stepping up recently for Team Falcons, played so well at Esports World Cup as they came yet again incredibly close to claiming victory on their home soil. He was their star man. Killers and Ruas, those are the two that combine, the twins. Ruas almost gets it to his twin. Killers is able to come back and get some boost, and wants to come in here though. Furia so far, I'd say they're showing slightly more pace, and outpacing Team Falcons is never easy.
Right, I mean, look at this here too. I mean, the big B from Drafinio sets up a lane, Lost got the shot, and Furia got the goal. You talked about it, and it happened, Cole, just that quickly. Great challenge win. Killers just wasn't in the right spot for Drafinio. Great read to be able to pre-jump Killer's touch to set it up for Loss.
And that is a smart finish as well from Loss, going behind the two goalkeepers that were charging across the goal, trying to get the block. So first blood goes to the South Americans, and knowing then they will want to double up. Yan just peppers it towards the Falcons goal. Ruas sends it out wide. This is dangerous now for Falcons. Furia have their tails up. Yan's in again. Another clean hit towards Ruas. Ruas saves his boost, gets the 50-50 against Drafinio, but it's won by Lost. Lost to the ceiling. Could have done a little bit more from that, maybe, and a chance goes begging.
Yeah, now Yan, he has to kind of dive back there a little bit. You could see the play kind of develop. Even though Drafinio was out of the way, he was trying to see if he could get a bump on, and Lost was playing for that. Didn't get it, and they almost got counterattacked. Roas with a chance, gets it low, but Lost just rotates back in time before getting demoed, giving this to Drafinio, who's now trying to move it into the midfield.
Falcons are charging Furia down the second they get a chance to go solo in the air. They know how dangerous these players can be. Gets one flip reset, not quite the second. So Killers will take a touch into the center. He's got the boost. He tees up Ruas to the backboard. He's got his flip with him. He gets it just wide. Opportunity goes begging.
And we saw a little bit of that yesterday where, you know, you have someone like Ruas going up for it, but he might end up getting a fake. It's a really hard play to defend. Furia get away with that one, but they have to be privy not to let those opportunities happen again, because, again, such a hard shot. It would be really easy for Falcons to equalize this game, but they are starting to work hard here. Final minute, Falcons getting ramped up.
A minute remaining And Furia still on the front foot. This is how they love to play their Rocket League, but TRK sends them back once more. Wants to get this dunk and does. Ruas, can you wait for this ball? Yan gets half a touch into the center. It's awkward, it's not great, and Ruas scores.
You talk about that awkwardness. You can see Yan in this position here. He can't get a good read off the bounce off the corner. Tries to flip to recorrect it, but it threw off Lost, who then tried to turn his car around, and Ruas was just there. He picked up the pieces, he equalized the game, and now Furia have to be careful not to let this game slip out of their hands.
We knew this matchup would be even. We knew it would be close. How close, perhaps, we underestimated. 30 seconds left and we have parity. Lost into the center. Yan has to win this race and can't do it. Trofino is left all alone, but gets an almighty clearance. That could be an assist. In fact, straight in. It does in the end, and it's Lost.
And I like this. Ye goes up. He doesn't have enough boost for it, so he leaves it. Falcons are kind of tracking that, and they don't even see Lost, who goes up, gets a solid redirect. TRK wasn't ready. Furia, quick one in response, and now they have the lead.
Furia off the back of upsetting Carmine Corp. Looking to do the same against Falcons. That could be three. It's just wide. It's Lost again. Cleanup crew pulls through.
And what a hot start here for Furia. Great kickoff. Great follow-up from Trofino as well. He didn't have boost, but he was able just to outbeat that last defender on Falcons. And it's just a simple cleanup job. Here we go. Furia are not messing around. This is a strong start from them. A lot of people expected Falcons to dictate the game early, but they are playing from behind.
Furia just seems one of those teams who, when it comes to these world championships, always underestimated. They've reached semi-finals before. You know, they've come so far in these tournaments. Yan has come so far in these tournaments. And they've been consistently getting quarterfinals, semi-finals so far this season as well. So really, is it a shock to see them take game one? We'll have to find out as the series continues.
Right, series is gonna, of course, continue best of 5 here between Furia and Falcons. But I mean, it's just the way Furia were playing. You could tell Falcons, they weren't used to that. They look a little uncomfortable. They were getting beat out.
Falcons, we're gonna see more of that in game 2.
Let's see it. So far, Furia, I mean, we saw something similar in the series against Carmine Corp. That speed, that pressure, and of course, just them being able to not only play for each other, but really break down a set rotation with just being so strong on taking boosts in the back end and even getting some demo plays. Falcons, they've got their work cut out for them in this series, but we also know, I mean, everyone knows not to count Falcons out just yet.
More good pace from Yan there. For a second, it seemed like Killers was about to spring the trap. But Yan got half a touch. And he's kept Fury alive so far in game 2. There was a demo there. It was Ruas. Here comes Lost though forwards. TRK have managed to get back up against Yan again. More early challenges. It's rare to see a player get a clean touch in the air. It's always 50-50s. They always have to contend with an opponent. But now we have a 2v1. Lost. What can you do? Get taken out the game, it would seem. There's TRK, and it's 1-0.
What an attack here from Falcons. They get an opportunity. They know Furia's on the retreat. You see Ruas looking for the bump, and TRK, what placement there on the shot. Recognizing Furia more towards the right side of the net, aiming for that lower corner. You need that level of precision at this stage of the game.
Yeah, always unsurprising to see a Middle Eastern team playing from the floor. They love those ground plays. And to keep it low, they don't want this to be an aerial battle between the two of them. And there's the second, quick doors.
Yeah, back-to-back here for TRK here especially. I mean, he gets that initial touch, then he gets so much room. Trofino just barely late to the challenge. Shot goes through. Back-to-back here for Falcons. This is a great start for them to shake off that game 1 loss.
Team Falcons, their individual players have never lost to a South American team. Between them, they are 6-0 against the region. So they'll certainly be feeling that history is on their side. There'll be no surprises in the Team Falcons camp, but they find themselves 2 goals to the good. The perennial grand finalists, always the bridesmaid. Perhaps this is the event they finally are the bride, but they have to win series like this one. Here's Yan, the danger man, up against TRK. TRK gets it long, and it's been a series of huge clearances, putting the opposition back under pressure.
I mean, a couple of counterattack plays from Falcons, and we're starting to see Furia play a little bit more back here. They want Falcons to play the ball into them to see if they can beat them at their own game. Falcons have been doing a great job of at least mitigating the pressure from Furia, not allowing them to take too much room. You saw that demo from TRK on loss. Just again, slowing Furia down, as Furia, they want to be able to move upfield to set up some type of play to kind of disrupt that back end, they're just not even getting that opportunity because the ball is constantly being boomed back to their side.
Jan gets an early touch. Lost can shoot! And it's all about the pace of Jan.
What pace there as well. Lost initial challenge. Yan picks up the boost. And then that extra touch, so big, Cole.
Yeah, I'm not sure Ruas predicted that boost grab. It spawned just before him, and there was Jan on hand to tee up his teammate. And we are certainly getting some finishes from Lost. I think he's the top scorer so far in this series. And there's another one to add to the tally. Drafinio puts it to the side. Will they keep on going, Fury? Can they build on this momentum? Lovely touch again, Killers. He had the read. Now he keeps on going. Jan just waits. Waiting to strike up against Killers, and how he comes away with full boost and to get something on this ball, but the attack continues for Falcon.
So awkward.
Misses that one. Killers shoots it to the side. That is precision.
Beautiful precision, but the execution. Ruas just goes straight for a demo. Now Yan and Drafinio are both in the corner trying to recorrect themselves, and then Killers just get such a great shot chance. And again, the placement from Falcons has been phenomenal. Great goal, 3-1 lead, and we're only halfway through game 2.
You can see on the Furious side that Drafinio saying some words to his team. He is the player they will look to rally them, to get the energy back, because Team Falcons certainly seem to be suppressing it at this point here in the second. Try some chain dashes, but can't really get a clean touch on the ball. He does get it past Killers, but Ruas won't mind too much. He can go solo until in comes Drafinio, yet again, not showing any respect in the air of Furia.
Yeah, I mean, Lost, what a pre-jump there too. But still, TRK was able to get the pass out and got it straight to, I believe, Clears, who put on just a nice quality, just testing ball shot. Defense was ready. Now Fury back again, fighting in the corner, but it just doesn't allow them to really do too much. This corner play is kind of slowing them down as they try to pull Falcons out one person at a time. There might be a chance here, but look, there goes the double commit. Falcons were quick to shut that down.
Killers up against Jan. Jan slots it, of course he does, and it's 2.
And it's just, once you think that everything's kind of set, they can get out. Lost, he got that corner turned around, and then immediately got the pass to Yan. The placement, Drafinio and Net trying to disrupt everything, working well for Fury in that play.
And it was the aggressive rotations there from Fury as well. Lost was perceived to be out the game, but he just nips in ahead of one, and here he comes again. Lost showing incredible pace. He seems to be a permanent thorn in the Team Falcons side, and now they are the ones who have to stem the flow. Killers up against Yan. Killers gets it into the center, but Drafinio was expecting it. Yeah, I thought he'd go for a doink for a second.
Oh, the passing.
Starts the 3-man passing play. Killers intercepts.
Still trying to look for each other. And Yan, good pre-jump there, trying to slow down Ruas. I like the passing for Fury. They're trying to ramp up late. Minute 20 left in regulation. Falcons still looking to regain that 2-goal lead.
Yan gets it into the middle. It's another awkward touch from him again. He needs to be careful.
The pass.
The danger
Good
zone,
shot.
but it does work out in the end. What am I talking about?
Wow. The attack here was phenomenal. Look at that recovery from Lost. Gets it, and then gets it straight to Yan, who's able to just get the perfect redirect on Net. Fury are fighting here in game 2. We have 1 minute and 11 seconds to go. All tied up here. We'll have to see. Maybe a chance here for more. Yan plays that one off to the side. Oh, not able to get the touch, but Drafinio's there. TRK sets it up for Ruas. Ruas going up, looking for the flip reset. And then we'll try to just play this low here and look for the 50 in midfield. Once pull out one, both teams have to be very careful how many resources they're sending forward, as Lost uses everything to try to get that ball out before Falcons can get a play off that backboard.
And in the context of this series, such a key goal. If Fury can claim the next one and go 2-0 up, it's a long way back for Falcons. Falcons get it, and Fury maybe begin to lose their nerve. But here's Yan into the center. Killers. He was waiting for that touch mid. Drafinio keeps the attack going, wants to get this redirect, and does. They have been consistent with those. Fury Lost. Thought for a second he could strike, but TRK just swats him aside. TRK loses the ball to Lost. Lost is forward. Yan thought about going for Killers. This gets a 50-50, and that is a challenge from the center, and it's missed by a Furia player. Yan has to try and sweep up. Does. Just each team losing the ball, winning the ball back, fighting for every scrap that they can get as we descend into overtime in game 2.
Overtime in game 2. Furia are stepping up as Falcons start things off, kind of commanding the space as usual, but they were not ready for that resurgence Furia had late. And now it's anybody's game in OT. Demo on the play. Yan's been taken out, so it's going to be Lost and Drafinio for the stop for a few seconds. It's Falcons trying to take their time, but they don't get too much time together. That one, a testing one towards net, but Yan sends it across.
There's been some loose touches from Furia players into their own goal, towards it at least. Yan gets it back on the other end and shoots. It's a simple save so far from Ruas. Drafinho pumps it forward. Lost wants to take out the defender. TRK had to attack that ball quickly, or Lost would have taken him out.
Oh, Yan wanted to get that 50 just towards middle. Crazy pinch there from Lost, but TRK able to get there in time. He's got no boost, so the chain dashes are coming out. The Killers wants to correct this, but he gets a free ball for Yan. This could be dangerous. He can take this one all the way through. Does get a 50 on the play, and Rawas is able to get another follow-up there, so it's going to send Furia back, and they got to play some defense.
Vulcans continue to deal with the Yan solo plays well. Now they have a chance for one or two of their own. Where's this ball going to land? Only as far as Yan. Oh, Drafinho's almost missed it. Had to get the half flip perfect. Incredibly so, even in overtime. Shows the bravery Furia have. Vulcans have to contend with that. TRK wins a touch. Drafinho from his own goal line gets that one wide.
And even though Furia are being more aggressive, they have to be careful because that could have been a game-ending goal that could have been scored from Falcons. They are looking for the counterattacks. It's been the most successful thing for them, but Furia getting back in time. That's still just so close, so scary if you're Furia right there.
Yeah, it's going to lead to this attack, though. Taking out your own teammate is never ideal, especially against the Falcons. Here comes Ruas, but it's saved. Now the ball goes back towards the blue goal. Lost has the chance to get a clean touch. Yan gets the 100. Can he get the catch? Not this time. Instead, leaves it to Drafinho. Furia feel they've got away with one. They can double up as well, but Ruas sends it wide.
Now Ruas, he wants to carry it, but he got bumped out of the play. Infield pass. Ruas taking it slow. Look at Yan, though. Great cut there to be able to mitigate the pressure. If it was a 1v1 chance, Ruas could have got the flick. It would have been game-ending.
Drafinho shows patience, gets the ball as far as Ruas, who goes to the ceiling. Here comes Gillis. It's not as far again. Once more, Falcons can't pull the trigger.
They're trying. They're getting it so close to the goal line. Oh, Ruas, he's up early. Does he have a flip? No. And Yan able to cut away the danger. The challenges from Furia have been great because if Falcons just get a second or two more of time, they get it past that last defender. Furia have been so quick to the ball in this OT.
If Falcons don't win this game, it will be agonizing for them. Yan gets the 50-50 towards Lost. Lost goes solo. 100% goal involvement so far. Could be one more. Saved on the goal line. Yan's turn. He messes it up somewhat, though. Ruas might have a chance. Drafinho's touch isn't perfect, and it's not. TRK loses the ball to Yan in the center here. Who's going to be the first to take control? All got a bit scrappy. Ruas almost bumping TRK out the way. Desperation on all of their faces.
You can feel desperation on the side of Furia as well. They've been low boost. The shot comes through. Drafinho had no boost, but he's able to get there. Yan, what a dive. Drafinho might have had it, though, even if it got past him. But Furia are in trouble. They need to get this out, and they need to get boosted up quickly because Falcons are knocking at the door.
Composure from Yan to take the touch. Pass Ruas. Lost has to pick up a pad. Can he get a pass into the center? It's not quite. His teammate was rotating back. Yan just waiting for Killers. Into the middle. Here's Drafinho. He's almost a chance. The opportunity didn't quite fall for him, though.
And now they have to barrel back there a little bit. It was a great pass. He might not get that much more freedom here as TRK got the flip and Lost. What patience on the goal line to get that block out.
Another huge save, just tracking his opponent. Drafinho up against Ruas. Ruas wins it, keeps boost, can get this one past Yan and does. Now it's Lost. Ruas at least steals some boost for his troubles, meaning he can stay on this attack. He turns in, does he? In the end, it's pinched by Drafinho towards his own goal. More danger. Killers has all the time in the world.
Someone's got to go.
Where has this come from? Drafinho boostless, times his dodge well, but it's just relentless attacking play from Team Falcons. They never give up, they never surrender! Ruas puts it top corner, takes the OT!
And TRK, what a setup to get that pass. Yan plays it off the back wall. You see Lost jumping early, just trying to see if he can pre-jump a potential shot coming through, but it was really a pass to set up that final shot, top corner slot, and Falcons fought tooth and nail to tie this series up.
They had to win that one. For their mental,
yes.
A team that has been criticized in recent times, when they get to these grand finals, they can drop. They had to win that game, surely.
I mean, that was 19 shots on the side of Falcons there in that game. They had so much offense going, but it was, again, just hitting the mark, which is crazy to say considering most of the game in regulation, the shots were really clean from them. But you could tell Furia, I mean, look at that redirect, my goodness, from Yan. They gave them everything back. It was punch for punch, but it started getting a little bit desperate once Furia got low on boost and Falcons had everything they needed. There's the final play where Wash just has to put a top corner. And big time goal for Falcons.
I mean, you say just has to put it top corner, but when you're 4 minutes into an overtime, when you've missed 5 or 6 clear-cut chances, when you're thinking, oh man, if we lose this game, we're in serious trouble, it's not easy. We've seen some famous open net misses, but Ruas, he is as safe a pair of hands as you can possibly hope for, picked his spot, put it in there perfectly, and now the onus goes towards Furia. What did they change, if anything, about their game? Because in that overtime, they barely landed a punch.
Yeah, it was tough there in the OT, I would say. The way they showed up in regulation was great, but did start feeling like they sent the house a little bit too much. They probably were just playing a little too fast, and then they just got put into some awkward spots. So a couple of times this series, they have been giving up goals just because the placement has been a little off, and it kind of throws off the team cohesion. Now this is anybody's series here in Game 3, already underway, but we're starting to see the signs of the double commit.
It's Jan and Lost again. We've seen that from them. The first goal that Falcon scored in Game 1 was because Jan took a touch into the center that Lost was expecting. I don't know who is to blame,
Another double commit
somebody
there.
is. These two need to stop.
They just have to communicate, get it together. Everybody's trying to play as fast as possible, get to the ball quickly, but if they're not communicating, then you see those mistakes that happen. Then they have to overcorrect, which completely shuts down any offensive chance they want to get.
Drafinho couldn't quite get his flip reset, but still managed to get it past TRK towards Jan to the ceiling. A solo goal would really wake him up. That one's really going to find its way in. It almost bounced off the ceiling. Fell straight back down into the net. Not sure what Jan expected, but he'd have taken it for sure. Ruas has to just let Jan touch that one. And that shows the difference, I think, between these two teams right now. Falcons, when they dive across, there's no other Falcons player near them. It's completely theirs. They call it quickly and they get it. Furia just a little bit scrappy in those situations.
Yeah, the scrappiness has paid off, but you can see how it's kind of a double. Still trying to find your teammates. That's why I harp on that communication again. Rolasto, free touch. I got the shot, but Lost. Whoa, what a save right in front. That's insane.
Lost has been the key man here for Furia. The amount of goals he's got, 100% participation, and then another massive save after a mistake from his teammate. Drafinho made the error and Lost didn't even bat an eyelid. It's like, okay, we'll sort this out. We'll keep it at 0-0. We'll go again. We'll get an attack. Jan towards his teammate. And Drafinho's way that time, so just not on the same wavelength, Furia.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, the play does throw off Falcons a little bit, but even for them, able to get back in rotation, being able to set up another play here. But we're starting to see similar to Game 2. That's a good pass. Drafinho knew Ruas was there, and even though he didn't have enough boost, he was able to throw him off. Ruas looking for a bump. TRK tried to come through from the shot. Drafinho once again recognizing the danger.
Furia being outpaced right now by Falcons, though. They are just relentless in their attack, never rushing, always seeming to be in complete control of the situation, and somehow forcing chance after chance. This one goes forward. Drafinho's on the back wall. He gets the touch into the center here. Killer's trying to get the pass. It might turn into one via TRK's bump. Not quite on that occasion. Ruas puts it into the center.
Oh, there's so much space.
There's so much space. I mean, I was just watching that ball bounce, thinking, who's it going to be onto it next? Of course, it's a Falcons player.
Yeah, Drafinho just didn't want to go. He was last back. His Lost puts a good shot on. He had to be very careful there, but also you don't want to let Falcons know they have that room, because again, it could just turn into a 3v1 play. You could be stuck in a bad spot. Now we got 2 minutes left in regulation. Still no one on the board, but it feels like Falcons, the goal is coming. Fury have been stuck in their back end. They haven't had too many shot opportunities, and the possession game has definitely not been in their favor.
I totally agree. This is the sort of game where if Fury are out to lose it, afterwards, if this was a best of 7, now they would take their tactical timeout. But of course, it's only a best of 5. There's no real time to change things. You just have to feel your way forward. And Falcons have found their way into this one.
It's the toy connection. If you see Ruas on one side of the field and Killer's on the other, you know what's coming. Up so quick to that one. Perfect shot placement. And that's the danger of Falcons with space. They pull that off like it's nothing.
Make it look so simple. It appears that any of us could do it. But that is surely not the case. Falcons in the conversation for best in the world, one of the most consistent at reaching these grand finals. This is only early doors in the Swiss. Yeah, and he takes a touch. Killers is just taken out completely. What can Jan do? What can he conjure? A pass towards Lost. It's almost there. Nearly a big save comes in from who else? Ruas.
Start to see Furia turn things up when they get behind. But this time, a little too late to get things going. They still have time on the clock here as we hit that final minute. but now Falcons can shut the door. That one going all the way downfield, and Roas wanted to get a piece of it, but Yan will collect.
Yeah, I thought for a second Roas would have been in there, but he had no boost, and then he was taking out the game for good measure. Lost catches, 50 seconds. Furia have to up the pace. They have to get things going. Yan up against TRK, can't win that one cleanly either. Drafinio thought about going for some boost, instead leaves it for a scene, and it was a good decision. Yan tries to force things. It's not happening for Furia. They don't have the resources to play, but that one,
that's so awkward.
They get away with one again.
Drafinio gets the initial save and then gets the follow-up. It was a tough read. I think that was lost there, but not a good spot for Furia at all. Time ticking down. Roas got the fake and almost went through.
Lost was needed again. He's on cool the whole time. Faked out Drafinio. Lost was there waiting. 10 seconds. Furia into the middle. They've got nothing to play with. Where is the boost for Furia? Drafinio has some at least, but Team Falcons, they can have their goal on lock. Lost, one more chance. He gets it down. There's 3 Falcons defenders just waiting to say no.
And now, Falcons turn this around and put Furia on match point. The games, though, have been close, but even with that one being a 1-goal affair, it just felt like Furia spent most of the time in the back half, not really putting on the pressure like we're used to them seeing, and they gotta shake it off because it just wasn't anywhere near what we expect from them. You see Yan with 192, and we're used to so much more from him and the rest of the team.
I mean, credit to Lost. This guy had to chuck in a couple of goal line clearances of his life, but he couldn't do anything about that one when the finish is that good, and finishing has been one of the key differences, but it has been pressure. Falcons just made Furia look like they were second best throughout that game.
Yeah, and I mean, big shout out to Roas, of course, as well. He's been playing phenomenally individually, but of course, also, I believe he tweeted out, he's like #1 in 1v1s, 2v2s, and 3v3s.
Is he really?
Yes. Yeah, I think that was yesterday where he tweeted that
And this series as well.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal performance. You can clearly tell when you watch him play. He's been in form and just everywhere on the field for Falcons.
What can Furia do? Will they change anything? It's rare for them to have to be bullied into changing their playstyle. I can't see them going into this one with a different plan. Hey, let's be more defensive. Let's be more solid. No. More attack. Strike first again, say Furia. Falcons, though, they seem to be dealing with it as the series wears on. Roas clears this one. Yan, they need their star. They need something from him. Some sort of solo play to wake him up. If Furia get that, they've certainly got a chance in this series.
Game 4 underway, and Falcons starting to do business as usual. We're seeing, again, Furia kind of get a little coddled up together. Big whiff there on the side of Drafinio, but it's fine because Lost and Yan are back, so they can take this from their own half. But both of them on that back wall, just interesting positioning. As, again, Falcons just more field possession on the orange half.
Another miss there from Drafinio. I'm not sure what's going on there. Yan gets it above. Furia need to wake themselves up immediately because Team Falcons, they never show mercy. If they go 1 up, they want to be 2 up. We've seen them score 7, 8 goals so far in this tournament. It's faking out Drafinio. Oh man, adding insult to injury right now. But it's still 0-0. That's what matters. That's what Furia have to remind themselves. Falcons, we're getting pretty comfortable now, but not on the ball going towards their own goal. This is the worst quality game of this series so far. It's an awkward one.
This is so, it's uncharacteristic from everyone. You're absolutely right.
It's not the best. It's not the best advert for this match.
Yeah. If someone said, man, please tune into Falcons Furia, it's a banger.
This is the first thing they see. Like, hey, I'll tune into the next one.
Oh, man, but still picked up, like you said, still 0-0, and both teams kind of just trading the ball around at this point. Wonder, once Furia, really start ramping up, will they be able to catch Falcons kind of slowing down? I mean, really player to watch out for, I think, is like Roas right now. It's Loss, he's on top of this one. Looks for the 50, and Drafinio can play that off the sidewall. Kind of rushed it a little bit, and will still be able to wrap around it.
Yeah, it's worked out from Drafinio. Not what he intended, but got half a touch, and that was enough to get it past the Falcons player. Hard reset now from all these players. They're almost halfway through this game. Hasn't quite worked out for anyone, but Roas, all he needed was one clean touch, and he gives Falcons another lead.
This one, you see, I mean, that early challenge, though, from Drafinio. There's a demo in the back end. And Roas just has that all day long. Easily sailed through.
I don't think Roas could quite believe that the goal was empty and he was going to win it that easily. Furia just the momentum has completely disappeared. They are in desperate need of a key moment, but credits the Falcons. I mean, this is what they do to teams. This is what they do to the loudest, to the most confident, to the teams with the most bravado. They turn them into this.
And just gets clean beat. Lost though, waiting on the back wall. Good positioning. Roas also got that corner boost, so Fury may be low here for the time being. Look, easily turned, but good touch there from Lost. That's going to give a lot of room. Yan, though, uses a lot of boost and just doesn't even make contact with the ball there. That's not what you need from Furia here as we approach the bottom half of Game 4.
And Killers, meanwhile, was clean. Drafinio can't quite get hold of that one. He gets the second touch yet again, so these tough touches are working for him because Team Falcons aren't expecting them. Ruas gets the clear up against Lost. That one's going to fall down neutrally into the center. TRK can get it into the middle. Drafinio, the clean touch. He tries to put it above them. Killers and Ruas, how rarely do you see that? They double commit on the goal line, and that might let Furia in. Trying to force that spot. Pass to the middle. Lost shoots. He was sinking those earlier. Couldn't quite on that time. Ruas, he's got a chance to score this one. Yan read it well.
Yeah, good read, too. He had to chase down that block, and it worked out well. But still, not out of danger yet. We still haven't seen that pressure that we saw earlier on in the series from Furia. They're trying to ramp up. They always do when it gets to this point in game. Is it too little, too late? Last game was one goal game. Falcons were able to maintain this lead. Furia have to break through if they want to see Game 5.
TRK pre-jump there. I don't think he had to. It meant the ball ended up a little bit behind him. The pass was good enough that he could have waited and just dodged into it in the air. Doesn't matter now, though. It's still 1-0 Falcons. Furia trying to just squeeze their way into the blue goal. Not quite working out for them here on Utopia. Killers loses track of that one. Drafinio goes long, follows it up as well. Using all of his boost and can't quite get the block. TRK now forwards. This is good game management from Falcons, not overextending, not forcing anything. Happy to see time tick away.
And the rotation is not bad here from Furia either. Playing a little bit more controlled, and they are slowly starting to win those challenges. But when they get their opportunity, they need to make the most of it. He got that double off the back wall, but it wasn't enough. Drafinio clean beat from Ruas. 2v1 situation. Ruas playing it high, but Lost used all of his boost to get there in time. This is bad, though. He clears it out towards Killers, and now TRK can pick this one up. He's got 36 when he goes into the air, and he's just trying to play the 50, kill more time on the clock, buy time for his team to get boosted.
The fat lady ain't quite singing yet, but she's certainly warming up. Ruas almost leaves it for Killers. Furia have to get hold of this ball, but they can't even do that. They can't even get out their own half. That's the bare minimum, lads. Here's Yan. Needs a big clearance. Instead, he keeps it close to him. It's just another 50-50. Team Falcons will take that all day long. 4 seconds left to Furia stand a chance. Falcons keep ball. It's just so easy for them right now. It could have been 2. It's not 2. It doesn't matter. Falcons go through 3-0, and Furia will have to look deep within themselves after that performance.
Yeah, they went in 3 games back-to-back. Of course, they ended up dropping that first one. And then afterwards, Falcons changed.
I've had that I've known over the last, like 6 years. That's a long time.
Yeah, they've been quite a lot of players hitting that 200 game milestone. It's cool to see Seiko joining them. Not a surprise. It was always going to happen eventually. Itachi, another long-time LAN veteran, and Juicy, the most recent addition to greats from France. But he's already got a LAN win under his belt. Of course, we're going to keep talking about it. Copenhagen major winners against the London major winners. But this is more than that for G2. This is revenge. They want to take down Gentlemates, who beat them when they matched up in the final earlier this year.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this one. I talked about, there feels like there's a million storylines going on, but for now, the storyline is G2 versus Gentlemates. Guys, go vote in chat now. We've got the progressive fan vote going on. Hashtag G2 for all of you NA fans, and hashtag M8 for all the EU lads out there. We're gonna see what you guys are doing. You guys are going quick too. We see it. It is speedy.
And you're
you on the flip side of me?
Well, yeah. I'm thinking personally, I have to lean towards the mates because of their confidence. Something Gentlemates are used to. You're usually dominant when it comes to the 50-50 game.
No, it's definitely, I think a lot of credit has to come from Sathio on this one. He talked about it in his interview. There was a definite game plan coming into this one. He knew that they had to do something different. I mean, it's like what? I think the record in past 4 matchups is 4-0 win in favor of Gentlemates. So you had to do something different at this point. They definitely are slowly starting to figure it out. Tied series overall off the kickoff.
Well, Juicy just had a heavy touch there. Still got back to the ball first. I don't think G2 expected him to play the ball in that direction. Now, irritable bump pass coming towards Gentlemate's net. Double commit, but no follow for G2. Gentlemates are looking nervous here. This is an extremely just jumpy performance by both teams. In game 1 and 2, we've seen double commits from G2. That's so rare to see. Gentlemates, in the end of that game, now started this one, looking like they're a little bit unsure of themselves.
Yeah, and having a shaky Gentlemates is a great position to put them into. It gives G2 the opportunity to play a little bit more confidently and comfortable, because I think in game number 1, it was the opposite. G2 looked a little bit shaky here. Beast Mode flicked that one forward. Daniel's already up, tries to spot Atomic. Atomic's just going to call himself off of it and say, hey, we play the patient game. Don't force what doesn't need to be forced.
Daniel's just putting up a masterclass right now of challenging effectively. He's not just brainlessly flipping into the ball as hard as he can, trying to win the 50, as you say, when you get it to go the same direction as your car. No, he's hitting the ball on occasion. That's almost a goal, but you'd back G2 to save that with all the bodies back. He's just driving past the ball when he needs to, demoing the man behind it, letting the ball go past him. It's such a brilliant performance so far by Daniel, who for me has been the best player on the pitch.
Oh, absolutely. And then on the other side of things, you got Juicy. That's the player that I did my ooh at, because I'm just like, he finally having his little mechie moments. That's where things start to shape up a little bit better for the Gentlemates. You see him lurking, but Daniel, your pick, all the way around, reset, over 1, maybe a follow-up from Atomic. No, it's just going to stay in the hands of Juicy. Very, very back and forth right now.
Yes, it's going to be Daniel or Seiko for me. They're the 2 players I'm really watching to see who can make the big play. Juicy at times, like you mentioned, though, has been that guy for Gentlemates who's, when they need it, when they need that big solo play, he pulls it out the bag. Oh, that's a big miss, though. That's not a big play. It's a miss from Juicy. He had boost left in the tank when this ball went past him. Daniel over Itachi. Juicy had a full tank, and he misses, leaving it open for G2.
That's a hit, too, to your mental, just a tiny bit, because you had, it just came down to patience right there, and he just went a little bit too quickly on it, makes the miss, and G2 go up by 1. Less than 3 minutes to go here. Not a bad place to be for G2. G2 usually hitting that 2 or 3 goal mark. Couple of their matches, they just went crazy on the goal line, but Gentlemates is another story. A little bit on the lower end, so we got to see when the response comes through.
Yeah, so interesting to see, Gentlemates being, first of all, caught out by their own tricks in game 2, and now massive miss at the start of game 3 by Juicy. They've almost equalized there off the crossbar. Follow-up shot is just on the goal line. Oh, what a read by Daniel. He didn't panic. He just let it hit the bar, watched it the entire time, and then knocks it clear. Still, attack could be alive, but it's cleared by Beast Mode. That was close, but not close enough for Gentlemates.
Oh, man, this is just pure composure from G2. This is the G2 I wanted to see coming out the gates in this series right here. Just over 2 minutes left. Atomic going to try and spot this. He does. Takes a shot just a bit high. No follow-up from Beast Mode. Instead, Demo's coming out. A slow roller towards net. Itachi, thankfully, on the goal line. And somehow, Gentlemates don't turn this into 2.
Really important fake challenge there by Atomic, just to stifle the counter-attack that Gentlemates were looking to get started. Atomic is known as the guy on this team who will fake challenge more often than not, leaving Beast Mode and Daniel to go head onto the ball when they want to. It's still 1-0 G2. Will Gentlemates find a way back into this? They've been scoreless for a while, going all the way back to the 1-goal lead they established in Forbidden Temple. That's off the bar, just a blue trail on it though. Saved by G2. Atomic again. Worst enemy defensively for Gentlemates.
It's a good attempt too. They're trying to spot each other and find it on in. The problem is it's just a little bit too obvious to G2 right now that you are going to try and spot each other. You're going to have to be quicker than that, or just demo someone off the play and find a great angle like Juicy's trying to do right here. Doesn't find it in, but my goodness, these are better, much quality shots.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the flip reset, double pass for a teammate there. That should be a goal. Surely no, Atomic can't get around it. Ran out of boost, and it's going to save 1-0 for now. We saw Fiverr yesterday with a flip reset double pass into the middle. I think maybe Juicy could have gone for that there. G2 would have had a harder time making a save.
You could have telestrated that one for them. They just had to watch the pre-show.
They were watching the pre-show. We'll see. Yeah, we'll know if they're watching the pre-show when we take a look at their fist bumps later.
right now. G2 just holding on to their 1-goal lead. 32 on the clock for Gentlemates to find 1 goal to tie things up. Try and force an OT right here in game number 2. Atomic clears this one out into the mid. Juicy tries to slow it down. But right now, G2, they're playing the closer game to the ball.
Yeah, G2 are just knocking the ball into safe locations. This is looking very good for them. Beast mode, cutting rotation multiple times to try and keep the pressure on Gentlemates. Itachi wants to find a teammate here. Juicy can't get a good shot on target though. It's Daniel on the ball, taking it past 1 and 15 of the second, and a large clear by Beast mode puts it into Gentlemates territory, and they can't get back to it. G2 take 2 games in a row.
All right, the comeback has officially begun. This reminds me of the first series. This reminds me of Falcons Fury a little bit, where, you know,
yeah.
Furia came out in game number 1 and everybody was like, oh, whoa, you know what, maybe this is it. And then no, Falcons kept their composure. They found their way back through, and this is pretty much the same game plan that G2 has.
You know, it's really interesting to see the way that this one's going though. If you were to ask anyone at the start of the day, how do you think G2 established a 2-1 lead in the series? I don't think many people would be saying, well, Juicy probably misses the ball with a full tank of boost as he's going for an overhead read that, you know, your average champ player in Rocket League would be annoyed at missing. You know, that's just not what Gentlemates have been known for. They've been so composed on LAN this season. They've been so consistent on LAN this season. But right now, they're feeling the pressure. They're feeling nervous, and it's G2 who are just going through the motions, and that #1 defense is starting to show. They've held Gentlemates scoreless for game 3. They held them scoreless for the second half of game 2 as well. Been a while since Gentlemates have scored a goal.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that nervousness on the end of Gentlemates comes due to the hands of G2 came in with a new game plan. They weren't doing what they've done before. You talked about it, and I talked about it. You know, Daniel losing a lot of those 50s to beast mode, and I don't know if Gentlemates were prepared for a lot of these little tricks up their sleeves that they haven't experienced them, because this is usually stuff that Gentlemates does to G2. So to have it handed at them makes things a little bit different.
Good save by Daniel. That's the Gentlemates special, just winning the kickoff to the side with that close cheat overlapping the play. Daniel getting back in time to make the save. That's, you know, been a direct goal for Gentlemates many times this season, but Daniel has just been a different level today. Man of the match for me so far by a fair margin. I mean, game 2 is a true masterclass in challenging the ball from Daniel.
I absolutely agree right here. Seiko, though, trying to set Itachi up. Fortunately, no spot on it, and there it is. Daniel, the bump off the play, allows Beast Mode and Atomic to work together to try and take this one to the backboard. It's left for somebody to read. Daniel not in there in time. Beast Mode still keeping it going. He spots Daniel, tries to go for the angle. He wanted it to bounce up and back into the net. Unfortunately, angle just not found.
You know, if those plays start happening for G2, it's bad news for Gentlemates. But going the other way is Seiko. G2 trying to get those highlight reel plays started in offense, leave themselves open on the counter. Daniel turning to the backboard, and Seiko snipes top bins.
Oh man, I mean, it's kind of valid for Daniel. I mean, Seiko's taken this to the backboard so many times that it's not impossible to think that, oh, he's gonna try and do it again, but no, it's just too open at that point to not just take the free shot. And there's not one here for G2. Instead, Gentlemate's gonna try and find another one to build on. Seiko out to no man's land, falls to the hands of Daniel. But Gentlemates getting back into it, now G2 falling behind.
Yeah, it's up to G2 to respond. They have done so already this series, coming from behind in game 2 to win. They've got a long time to figure out a way to do it. Gentlemates will be looking out for Daniel in particular in his ground game. He's been sneaky with his challenges. Demos from Daniel, bumps from Daniel, 50s from Daniel have just really plagued Gentlemates at times. And we know that there's probably going to be a pre-jump goal, Daniel passing the beast mode at some point. They can just pull that out in at least one of the games remaining. Right now, though, it's midfield back and forth.
Yeah, very back and forth game right now. Just over 3 minutes. A little bit of a quieter game, too, as well. Couple bumps coming out, low boost. And Daniel, the only one with anything to work with here. He's going to take that corner and try and just immediately cut and swing back. But Gentlemates' other plans slowly, like menaces, flick over one, trying to find their way into the G2 defense. Unfortunately, they just can't find anything, at least to make a second goal. 1-goal lead isn't a bad place to be. And G2 just haven't been given any opportunity other than to defend.
Gentlemates are trying to do what they did yesterday. coming back from 2-1 down against Vitality to win games 4 and 5. You know, you'd think that those would be the true games where the nerves are exposed. Games 4 and 5, the most high pressure. I mean, Gentlemates admitted to the interview afterwards their hands were shaking. They were, you know, heartbeat going fast in those high pressure moments, those high pressure games. But right now they're putting up a more composed game than they did last time. So this is a step in the right direction for Gentlemates. They might have just done some controlled breathing between game 3 and 4.
Couple meditation moments in between matches right here, or I guess in real time, really. You got to teach yourself to just kind of chill out a little bit, and I think that's what's going on. Great composure, like I said. Keep going back to that word for them. However, G2 trying to disrupt that one here as they're forcing Gentlemates back just a tiny bit. And Daniel throws himself, means Atomic's up next. Great clear there from Juicy. And I do gotta say, Beast Mode has been getting a little bit more involved off the ball, but a lot of back-ended demos and bumps, so you can see the wheels starting to turn for G2.
Oh, that's a chance. And it's a goal for G2. Out of nowhere, 50 goes towards Daniel, and he gets there first. Juicy, dunked on by Atomic. Itachi jumped thinking he could get there. Daniel completely dusts him to the ball, and G2 are just one goal away from winning and advancing to the playoffs.
Just a solid beat out. Less than 90 seconds and a goal from a lead. That's what stands between G2 and going 3-0 in the Swiss right now. Gentlemates gonna try and stop that, though, from happening. Juicy off the ceiling and down, tries to spot Itachi. Can't quite do it. They're doing their best to get around, but G2 just really ramping up the defense, trying to kill this ball as much as they can.
Well, that's a good 50 for G2. It's going to be hard for Gentlemates to do too much with this one. Itachi trying to double it using the underside of his car. Actually, it was the roof of his car flipped upside down. Very technical stuff. And G2 are looking dangerous coming the other way. Double commit from them, though. Chance for Gentlemates to counter-attack. There's the pass into the middle. It's well covered by Beast Mode. He spotted that one a mile away.
Not too bad right here, and that's almost a laser into the bottom of 90 right there, but crazy save coming out from G2 to keep them alive in this. 37 seconds left on the clock right here. Beast Mode reset forward, nothing into the tank, excuse me, as this one floats down into the hands of Seiko. He sees Itachi. He wants to just go one corner to the end at this point, because despite a tied game, Gentlemates looks so good and clean.
Well, you know, that shot caught G2 by surprise. I don't think they expected him to just snap it immediately towards the goal, but it hit the crossbar. Gentlemates could have had a goal lead there. Instead, it's G2 who are pressing for the late winner. Will they get it? Crucial touch by Gentlemates overhead.
5 seconds left. Seiko and Juicy working together. You see Daniel and Atomic trying to set themselves up. The challenge comes through. This one could hit the ground. Instead, Beast Mode pops it up. Daniel over to Atomic, catches it, hits the ground. We've got OT.
This looked like it was going to be another G2 masterclass mid-air passing play, but it drops through the ground. Overtime will decide game 4. Can Gentlemates make it game 5 for the second day in a row? G2 are just one goal away from advancing. And with how strong they finish tournaments, this would be the perfect start.
Yes, this is what they need to be able to get back into the swing of things, feel like their old selves. And you can see it, they're trying. Daniel leaves this for Beast Mode. Beast Mode taking his time with it. Itachi kills, but Atomic quick follow-up, which is what you want to see. And Daniel, even quicker, tries to put it in. Great touch there from Juicy.
And Juicy with no boost, able to cover the top corner there. It's a brilliant shot by G2, who are looking lively in OT. Beast Mode. Automatic reset for him. Juicy trying not to get dunked on as he looks to delicately take the ball across the box. Always a dangerous play to make, but he's backed himself, even in this situation, to have control.
I do like what I'm seeing out of Gentlemates. It is a little bit of a safer game, but they are keeping about 2 back past mid, just in case G2 get a clear or a carryover on in. Beast Mode completely bumped off the ball. Daniel's gonna get that boost, which could be big here. It's a setup to Atomic, and it's in just like that. G2 take down Gentlemates 3-1.
And once again, it's Daniel back corner play. Just lobs it into the corner wall. It bounces back middle, and Atomic drains the shot. Gentlemates have failed to play their game. G2 advancing in style.
I've heard from a wonderful man in OCE that lightning cannot strike 5
No, but they still have room to go upwards is terrifying for anyone else in the bracket. Here's how the matches are going currently for round number 3. We just played through those 2-0 matches. Both went 3-1, and now those 0-2 matches at the bottom, we're not going to play today. We're going to save those for tomorrow in front of the crowd, so every team gets to play in front of the Rocket League family there. The 1-1 matches will be coming up next here, but the top matches there being completed at 2-0 means we have teams on our bracket, Gibbs.
Yes, they'll be in the qualification finals, G2 and Team Falcons. And if they win, they go all the way to the preliminary final over there. If they lose, they drop to the semifinal. I know, it's a lot of terms.
Makes sense. To
But
me,
the
if you're
Aussies
an
love it.
Australian watching, I'm
Oh.
not sure what you're doing awake at this time, but yeah, as you said, qualification. That means as well that both those teams are guaranteed champ Sunday because
Yes,
the
top
top 6
six.
will all be on Sunday, even if they lose.
So with that, we got 4 more matches. We know what they're going to be left to play today, and then we will have 3 matches after that where we will play those 2-1 matches of round 4. So coming up next, got some exciting ones. Going to see Oxygen versus Power. That'll be coming up right after the matchup we'll have here next. And Oxygen versus Power, I mean, I want to quickly touch on this one. This is the one we are all most coin flippy about in the green room. People are literally just in there like, I don't know what to choose, and I'm even sitting here second guessing myself.
Yeah, that was a round 1 match last time around.
round
Like,
one.
Oxygen began slow, but they picked it up later in the Swiss to just falter in round 5. But it's a new day. I mean, it's a new, 83 days ago. So who knows what's going to happen between Oxygen and Power.
We'll see what will happen over there. I mean, you think Power's got it?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
If you look at their form lines, they've only lost to G2, and they looked pretty good in that 3-1 loss.
they
So
did.
I think they're the favourites, Power. I
Okay. Did
don't.
you pick 'em?
I don't know. I've had this thing. Listen, if I don't pick them, they've been winning, so I don't know if I should.
I'm not blaming them on this one. Half the talent are wavering on that one. No one knows who they want to pick. Everyone wants to get it right. But let's talk about the next match we have on the table. The Blue Wall back in the house. They've looked up and down. We've had things to celebrate and things that have given us more question marks about Karmine Corp here so far. Gibbs, kind of where do you put them right now?
Yeah, the offense isn't clicking just yet. We'll see how they do. Again, it's going to be tough. Like, scrims are one thing. Players are saying they are probably a top 2 team here. It's Falcons and K-Corp. But it hasn't shown on the field just yet. We've seen some spots of brilliance from them, but at the same time, the offense needs to pick it up a little bit.
Hey, folks, Team Secret versus Karmine Corp continuing at the Rocket League World Championship.
We started the day off with the upper round matches. Now we're moving into the 1-1 mid matches here in round 3. Karmine Corp versus Team Secret, presented by Progressive Coal. Let's get into it.
I'm excited, man. Incredibly so. Karmine Corp yesterday tasting defeat to Furia. Now they're up against Team Secret, a team who, this season have certainly given Furia some bruises along the way to finding themselves as Sam's second seed. Of course, Team Secret have made the semi-finals here in these, it was in a major at the start of last season, and KV1 was part of that team, so he is Mr. Secret. On the other side, I'd say that Vatira is Mr. Karmine Corp, so I'm curious how these two foes are going to face against each other. We had a couple of danger men identified for Karmine Corp, and you were saying that Atto is the one you've got your eye on, Naz.
Yeah, I think I wanted to see more from Atto yesterday against Furia offensively, and I didn't feel like, he was as comfortable as he normally is. And I think if Atto can really get things going, it could be a huge difference maker from KC. But of course, it is a full team effort, and especially at this stage in the World Championship. So we'll see how things are going. Right now, a little bit of defense being played though from Karmine Corp. Team Secret have not really, they come out with a pretty hot pace.
And eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed a KV1 demo far away from the ball. Another KV1 demo. He's currently second in demos, and that's why he does it.
And we saw something like this against Furia versus Karmine Corp. Those demos in the back end, Atto trying to get the fake challenge out, but Mata just all on top of the ball, recognize he has an open net, and he nails the shot. First goal to Team Secret.
Love a player that just heat seeker missiles his opponents. And KV1 is certainly one of those in that conversation. Players like Rettles, players like Com, players like Rise as well, that are certainly up for the fight. Mata goes up against Rise. That was going to come to the side for KV1. And Karmine Corp are quickly realizing they're not going to have this series all their own way. As Atto forces the 50-50 into the center, Mata clears it long, and Vatira can get a clean touch.
Yeah, could definitely be a chance for Team Secret to get things going here, turn around their Swiss stage. and really put the pressure on to a team like Carmine Court. Here's Atto, nice light touch there onto the back wall, and you see Mata picking this one up, just wants to get a good grab, good 50. KV1 a little too far forward. Oh no, big miss. Rise will clean it up, and we're tied up.
Carmine Corp just take their time, approach at their leisure, and KV1 are by a fast rotation there from Rise. Maybe KV1 thought he had more time than he did on the goal line.
Yeah, well, I feel like he thought he had less time because it just felt like he rushed the touch almost. Rise was so far away that KV1, you know, he was just floating. Rise had to line up the shot. And Carmine Corp business as usual. Vatira almost finding the angle, but Team Secret, they had such a good start, and now they're stuck on the back end here for a little bit.
Yeah, expect to see plenty of that in this series. Carmine Corp on the ascendancy, going for the throat. Vatira gets that one long, above the goal. Motta's able to sweep up. He pops it up. Is anyone there for him? It's Atto, though. That one might be actually going all the way in. It's a smart finish, and it's 2-1.
You can see Brad there. He just did not expect that one. A little bit too far forward. Everybody just so close there to that right side, expecting at least a challenge to come out, and the shot stunning. Team Secret, back-to-back goals for Carmine Corp. They've taken the lead here in the first game.
Carmine Corp's ability to dictate and control the pace has always been one of their key assets. They're not forced and they're not stuck playing as fast as they possibly can, more than capable of slowing it down and just chucking in a shot instead of taking a touch as well. Atto right there. Big save from Rise there at the near post as I'm banging on about Carmine Corp. Team Secret reminding us that they're here to play as well. Brad gets it towards Motta. Lovely interplay from them to the ceiling from Motta. He then gets the touch into the middle, but Vatira's the only player there.
Love that from Brad, though. That one was on target. Gonna be needed here on defense. If Brad can get more of those going, you know, this could kind of work a little bit better for Team Secret. Brad has been elevating, and, you know, we talk about KV1 with the off-ball plays. Team Secret, no slouches here, but they still got to go up to the test that is Carmine Corp. Still trying that offense once more as Vatira gets it straight down middle, and Brad would knock it away.
Way too much time there for Vatira. Team Secret can't allow him all of that position in the air to himself. Brad up against Vatira. Brad wins that one, wants to follow it through, but Atto sweeps up and gets it high. Motta's there. Low on boost, our Team Secret, but high on confidence. Happy to keep going for this ball. Happy to play in the opponent's half despite having nothing in the tank. Brad calls KV1 off that one. Gets onto the backboard and Rise clears. We've seen some big goals from big clearances. Vatira's touch isn't quite central enough, and so he isn't able to keep the attack going until he gets the second play. Now KV1 surges forward. Brad right behind him. KV1 goes for yet another bump, trying to just bully Carmine Corp out of the way. Not quite enough on that one. Team Secret still showing more signs of what they're capable of. There's a miss there on the backboard, though. Atto gets it towards himself, and Brad takes it away.
Oh, but he just outpaced there from Rise. And KV1 almost own goal. Rise, what foul, KV1, what a save!
Double save as well. Add it to the pile for KV1. What? Team Secret keep it within one. Huge blocks. Brad, he's going to beat Vatira here to the double. He misses it, though.
So close, just off target. Team Secret starting to ramp up now, but they almost were down by 2 here if that last chance from Carmine Corp would have went in.
Vatira nips in there ahead of a Team Secret player. He can't quite read the bounds. Rise does. Vatira, could he have gone for a bump or something after that one? Instead, it just leads to a continued attack from Carmine Corp. Vatira almost beats his opponent once more. Team Secret have to up the pace. They have to be winning these cleanly. Motta does exactly that. That lets him in until Atto beats him to the ball. Brad, no boost. There's a couple of players in the center. KV1 takes out another, but it might backfire. Vatira, has he snuck this one through? Not quite yet. Rise follows up. Secret survive.
Now they're trying to see if they can turn it into a counterattack, but Atto, good stop. Wait, that's a good pass. Modich has to bank the shot, but he just missed. Vatira struggled there. He had no boost, but the shot just wasn't good enough. Final few seconds. Team Secret trying to make a last-second play to equalize. Rise with the clearance and no one backfield, and it'll be the blue wall taking game 1.
It wasn't simple for them, though. They had to work for it, and Team Secret just showed signs of the venom that they possess. These bumps and these demos seem to be the key. KV1 certainly seems to be the key. A couple of massive saves from him there. You can see there on the scoreboard. Motta was their top performer overall, though.
Yeah, Motta did really well defensively and, of course, knocking away the danger. Again, this was a good recognition of, hey, I got an open look on the net. I can just sail this over Atto's head. Did a good job there. This Team Secret still put on some fight. Karmine Corp, though, still kind of looking a little bit flat offensively. Had some good shots, as you see, like that one, but it was more so catching Team Secret a little too far forward. As we see, again, that save is just so insane out of KV1, but it's these goal line saves. Team Secret, they want to push up, they want to be aggressive and take it to Karmine Corp, but they have to be careful because everybody on the blue wall, I mean, they have such good field awareness that they will catch you off guard if you're too far forward.
Karmine Corp, one of the stranger stories this season. They were the super team. They had everything behind them, massively followed, you know, hundreds of thousands of views and viewing parties, and they didn't make that second major. They missed an open qualifier entirely. They find themselves here after a huge break, and they have to prove to us that that break has served them well, rather than coming here with no momentum. So far, I'd say they've been doing okay.
Double fake on the kickoff.
It's exciting. Eventually, these two go for the ball. The ball pops out towards Motta, has an early chance in game number 2. So has to be alert, isn't quite there. Rise was behind him, and they clear the ball long. But yeah, Karmine Corp, I still think they have more in the tank.
I think so as well. This is something where, you know, over the course of the series, maybe they start to really kind of fall into their play style, just execute a lot better. We'll see what Secret have in store, though. They're the ones that need to make the adjustments. Vatira gets a little flip reset, but Mata privy to it. Addo off the ceiling, show us something. He drives that one straight down to be cleared from Brad.
Vatira's going to be able to just wait for this one. Clears it slightly ahead of Rise. I think he would have wanted that one to be a tad more central instead of towards the Team Secret net because KV1 was there safely back. That's a good challenge, though, from Atto. Vatira tries to dodge the KV1 bump, so clearly they've been discussing that one. Yeah, Vera's been saying, keep an eye on that KV1 guy.
Yeah, I mean, when you got KV1 behind you, you got to be very, very careful because sometimes he might not just want to demo you. Maybe he just wants to keep you in that spot while the rest of his team moves upfield.
It's probably a call. They're just saying KV1, and it means you jump.
Yep. So far, Secret, though, low on boost here. They're in a tough situation. It's going to be hard for them to break out. Atto was looking for a bump on Mata to slow him down. So Vatira decided to take one side of the net. Mata, just before getting demoed, did get a piece of the ball. So KV1 flick over Atto, and then no way! He gets that all the way through!
Not just about the demos, is KV1. He has the floor play too. He catches this one. Atto swoops in from the side. It's exactly what KV1 wanted. Vatira could do nothing. And you hear the Team Secret players what their lead means.
Take a look at the kickoff again. This time, Mata able to get there quickly, just instantly on the hard cheek. But Secret, they get a good start, great counterattack. Karmine Corp trying to strike back, but that touch from Rise doesn't really go anywhere.
Team Secret took the lead in game number 1 as well, but before you could even blink your eye, it seemed that they'd lost it. In my opinion, it's important they stand solid for the next 15, 20 seconds or so. Don't let Karmine Corp back in easily. Let them work for it. Make it later and later in this game if they are to get their equalizer. As you'll build back up, you'll get more chances for yourself. KV1 catches this one again. Beautiful dribbling. True showcase of his 1v1 skills, KV1 there. Rise up against Motta. Rise wins it. Brad, in an awkward position, is able to send this one away. Sierra coming in. He's got 50 boosts still to play with. Gets a second touch, but there's no one there, There's no one there at all. It's almost a counter. Brad couldn't quite connect with the doink. But where were the rest of Karmine Corp?
Yeah, they seem a little bit more spread out. Seems like they want to kind of stay more in line with the counterattack, not send too many resources forward, especially considering what had happened in that last play where, you know, just 1v1 situation, all Mata had to do was just, I think KV1, I'm sorry, had to do was just get a flick. So just playing a little bit more spaced out, taking their chances and banking the shot. Atto with an equalizer.
Snuck its way home. Who was this on the goal line? I think it was KV1, but couldn't quite get there. He was almost nudged to the side. Desperately tried to come back. Oh no, it was Motta coming in there. Got half a touch on it. It wasn't enough. The power of the strike was enough to take it forwards, and Karmine Corp do have that relatively early equalizer.
Oh, they might even get the lead here. Double cheat, or yeah, aggressive cheat on the kickoff, I'm sorry. And Brad was left alone. There was like no boost on the play from anyone from Secret. But the defense held on for the time being, and we're still tied up here on Forbidden Temple.
Brad gets it to the backboard. Vatira clears it long. He's just doing his job. Sweeping up right now for Karmine Corp, but it does allow Team Secret in. Motta, he's got someone in his sights. It's Rise. Rise had to dodge the bump and hit the ball towards Vatira. Did a lot there with one touch, did Rise. Made it look relatively easy. Vatira's second touch is nice. That's happening too often for Karmine Corp as far as I'm concerned for Team Secret fans, where they're hitting these second touches. Here again, it's clean from Rise. It leads to a shot. creative from Vatira.
I mean, he starts this one off with that initial backflip. Good double there from Rizzo to get it mid. And Vatira with the pre-flip into the ball. Defense scrambled, and no one had a read on that play. Karmine Corp in front as they are out-pressuring Team Secret in Game 2.
Out-pressuring and outpacing up to now. Not quite outplaying just yet in general.
Right.
There's still more in the tank you feel from Karmine Corp, but do Team Secret have the extra gears to play with? Vatira goes along. Atto's going to just leave this one to Vatira. KV1 can clear it to the side. So Rise back into the middle for Vatira. Karmine Corp, what I would say, their passes are certainly finding one another now.
You see Rise going up early. Just trying to see if he can set up someone else too. And you talk about that passing, and it does feel like they are getting to the ball a little bit faster. It doesn't still seem as dangerous as I think we would have expected initially from Karmine Corp coming into this World Championship. You're expecting a lot of speed, a lot of physicality out of them, and just, again, showing off their mechanical prowess. It feels like this game should be more dominant from them, but it's not. And that is a little bit due to Secret as well, also just kind of showing up and cutting out a lot of space.
For sure, they're rotating okay, Team Secret. They're showing they are capable. They really have the ability to hurt Karmine Corp. Nearly there for Motta with the reset. Bringing the ball down. Rise into the side. This is the chance. This is where Team Secret have to keep control of the ball. They have to be brave in the attack. It's just not quite creative enough from them. There's not enough avenues of attack that they're showing. And Karmine Corp will defend almost to the end, it seems.
Now Karmine Corp on defense. There's a chance there. Top corner. Brad down off the demo from KV1 as well to set it up.
KV1 is just ridiculous. Look at him. He had an opponent at his sides. Brad still had a lot to do with that finish. There wasn't much of the goal to aim for. And Secret, whose fight it seemed was slipping away in Game 2, suddenly have equalized.
Everything had to work on that play. Wait, hold on. KV1 off the kickoff there. Tried to turn it around. Good over Vatira to read it. Still, final 10 seconds. And you see Karmine Corp trying to get something here in the final seconds.
KC gets straight back into their flow. They're the ones doing the attacking. It's an early strike there from Atto. Wants a second one. Another demo comes in from Motta. This ball is going to land on plain grass. So Rise has to just get it towards Brad. Motta's up for this one as he knows he leaves it.
To Rise.
Vatira get each other's way. Rise, double tap, not quite there. And the clearance is going to fall. Surely Vatira lets it. He does. And it's overtime.
A little tension here in Forbidden Temple. Team Secret starting to ramp up.
Rise to the ceiling. Atto's to his left. Atto's in there. Atto shoots. As simple as you like. Karmine Corp take it, and they're giving them hell.
Right off the kickoff, Rise off the ceiling, straight to Atto, and my goodness, to the top corner, bar down and in. And K-Corp roar as they have this series on. Attention here in Forbidden Temple. Team Secret starting to ramp up.
Rise to the ceiling. Atto's to his left. Atto's in there. Atto shoots. As simple as you like. Karmine Corp take it, and they're giving them hell. Of dance making, always in there. Look at
It is. That's where Rise.
a 3-0 as well. Wouldn't do too much damage to their seeding too. So Karmine Corp be desperate to win this third game. But Team Secret, they take first blood.
Yeah, and off the kickoff as well. This is something that K-Corp normally earlier on in the season had great focus on, but Brad just flat out wins that, and nobody was home.
Team Secret currently on target for 90 goals here in Game 3 if they keep up this scoring rating.
That is insane math. How did you do that fast?
Because it was 30 times 2 seconds is 1 minute, and then actually it's more than that. It's answered by 5, so it's I've lost track of it. Anyway, look, I'm confused myself now. I should have just stuck with it. Should have just admitted I was wrong. Anyway, what I'm saying, 1-0 Team Secret in 2 seconds.
Oh, Atto trying to get the equalizer. Great double. Mata there, followed from Vatira, will be blocked away, but he's still keeping this one in midfield. A Rise! My God! Banger of a shot. Great on Vatira, though, to keep that play alive.
Third game in a row. Karmine Corp have a quick equalizer after going behind. They are not being thrown off by what Team Secret are offering. And when they get the passes going, they are looking unstoppable, appearing as if they are the Karmine Corp of old. Are they able to continue to squeeze the life out of Team Secret? Secret, for their part, they have to step right back up and go again. They've taken goals against Karmine Corp. They've caused some damage. This is the chance, though, for KC. Rise gets the flip reset. Brad It's a good block to force Atto into the corner.
And now he's got to buy some time. You see Brad just trying to get that instant challenge. Does get a big demo, but there's no one with boost. The ball's just going to float. And Rise can come and collect. Now, Karmine Corp actually may have a chance here because they caught Team Secret low boost, but all Secret have to do is just play this very smartly. See Mana doing just that. He wants to play it into the corner. Anything that makes sure Karmine Corp cannot take this ball, get an easy pass. I say that, but there's the pass, there's the shot, and there's the goal again from Rise.
Unfortunate for Brad, he got a good chunk on it, but just not enough due to the quality of the strike from Rise. Motta almost completed the job as well. But when Rise has a shooting chance in front of the goal, you know you have to be pixel perfect. And sadly for Secret, they weren't quite. Vatira goes for the kickoff there from the back mid. Eventually the ball pops its way to Rise, to the ceiling with him. Brad goes underneath him. You don't want the ball to go underneath you ever. So this is a bit of danger here from Team Secret.
Oh, not a good first
KV1 into
touch.
the middle. It's awkward again. The ball's floating for Team Secret rather than really being targeted towards their teammates.
Yeah, it just feels like they're struggling to get a little bit of control of the ball. Good touch there from Mata initially, but it feels like all the momentum in this game right now is in favor of Karmine Corp. The Secret are trying to punch up, but it's just so hard, especially when you got Atto making plays like that. Vatira with the follow-up, it's just a machine. Call her a machine.
Yeah, you know, when Atto goes up, I mean, I'm pretty sure Team Secret would have expected this one to go in. So when it didn't, KV1 wasn't fully prepped. It almost justifies the miss. He still had a chance, still should have got it to the side, don't get me wrong. Karmine Corp players following up, desperate to get involved. And maybe that will be the moment where Team Secret's fight just starts to relent. Karmine Corp have to make sure they're not assuming that will happen, though, unless they can get the fourth, and then the possession can really begin.
This is a big moment here for Team Secret, though. How can they turn this around, even when they're in each other's way? That actually almost worked, though. Mata tries for the top right.
It's like they're trying to force it at the moment. You know,
Yeah.
They're trying too hard up against Karmine Corp. They want to get goals back as soon as possible. They need to remember there is still 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to play. You don't have to get in each other's way.
You can see the dives there as well, in the midfield especially, and it's just not doing any favors for them because not only do they not make contact, they take themselves out of the play, they waste boost, and they give more space to that man there, Vatira. Secret gotta have their work cut out for them if they want to get back into this game. Let's see if they can do it with the time remaining.
You mentioned Vatira, I mean, he's not quite at the levels he was at the last World Championship yet, but we know what he is capable of. One of the moments of the last World Championships, the game against Vitality in the semi-finals, is in Zen's embrace. We experience moments like that for Karmine Corp, where their fans get to witness their heroes all that way on the largest of stages. Karmine Corp is slowly coming to the simmer in this tournament, despite that loss to Furia. This one's not won yet. Atto takes a touch. Vatira's to his right. KV1 closed him down quickly. I thought for a second that ball was going to just spin off the boot of Atto. Instead, it falls back for him. He gets the flip reset, follows it up as well. Wants to get the dunk. Brad blocks that. Rise should score. Oh, Rise goes too high, though.
Rise was aiming at LeBron on that play, so that one will go off the bar and out. And now this one still in favor of Karmine Corp, but could have been almost a 3-goal lead. We'll see, though. Team Secret are starting to build up some offensive pressure. Just needs a little bit more in terms of the consistency of the pressure. Sometimes they just go in, they try to take a shot, and then they end up immediately relinquishing pressure, having to go on their own back end. And that time is ticking as well.
Yeah, it's going quick now. It needs to be perfect play from Team Secret if they're to have any chance. And Karmine Corp more than content to play keepball. Vatira, he might put this one away. Motta was up. Motta got the read, and that clearance from KV1 is going to go right back into the Hornet's nest. Karmine Corp take it again. That's a loose touch, though. Motta towards Brad. Rise suddenly realized Vatira was in trouble there. Secret just beginning to build something to keep it going. Atto. He's up, and there's no one challenging him. Where have Team Secret gone? You've got 40 seconds left. You need 2. You can't give Karmine Corp that much time on the ball.
Oh, Vatira almost got demoed there from Brad. Just got dodged out of the way. They are trying to increase the pressure by getting a little bit more physical to that third man back. Infield pass, though, denied. Good challenge, though, from Atto. No boost, just getting there quickly for the cut. That's what's important. That's a good pass, though. And Brad makes this one a 1-goal game.
Okay. This is a chance. Beautiful assist there from KV1. Devo-esque. And Brad realized where the ball was squeezing its way towards. And suddenly, Team Secret give themselves a chance. Karmine Corp will have a lot of pressure against them here.
Whoa.
Oh, there's a double fake there. Atu got it into the center. Brad has a chance. Brad to the ceiling. Rise says no instantly. Motta, one more chance. The ceiling with him. Vatira's already up. Vatira prods it as far as KV1. KV1 can't quite get the redirect. It might be an assist, but it's not. That will surely be that. Rise kills the ball as much as he can, but it has escaped.
Hold
Going
on.
to the center from
Oh, he's
Motta.
too slow.
Brad's not up quick enough. KV1 can't quite catch. Carmine Corp have their win, and they go 2-1 in the Swiss.
2-1 in the Swiss, 3-0 in that match. And you started to see signs of Carmine Corp of old, the one that was so dominant in the regular season. Now showing
We got Vatira from the blue wall, the GOAT himself. I gotta ask right off the bat, how good does it feel to be back playing on LAN?
To be fair, it feels so good because
Right.
like we didn't play the past 2 lands, and yeah, I'm so happy because I have such a good team with me, and we wanted to prove that we are back, you know, and it feels really good to play on LAN.
Hey, the way you guys are playing, I think the blue wall can be proud and you guys can be proud too. Still some more games to go, but so far so good right now. Now, I wanted to bring something up. I've been notified that you're actually, I don't know if you knew this, the first player on an RLCS LAN to score over 100,000 points. So congratulations, that's a lot of points to get.
Thank
You didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't know, to be fair. That's crazy, to be fair. It's a crazy stat. And yeah, I'm happy about it. It's good.
Well, I'd say we'll aim for 200,000 next, right?
Yeah, it's what I'm aiming. I mean,
So for just looking back to, again, the bit of the break that you had there, you know, we were talking to Oxygen before. They didn't even know if they'd be here. And they said motivation kind of dropped a little bit. How was it for you after you guys, of course, missed that last major?
we were sad about it because, like, obviously not making a LAN, like not even qualifying to a regional was tough to handle with. But I mean, my team is the best I could have because like we didn't care about it. Like we didn't care about like not making a LAN.
Right.
As soon as we know we were qualified for Worlds, the only goal we wanted to win is it was Worlds. So like even if we miss a major, people will not care about it if we win Worlds.
Right. No, it's good. It's good it's good to have a team that can keep you motivated because it's so easy to just fall apart in a moment like that. Now, obviously, competition has continued to get better and better. Yesterday, you guys had a bit of a falter, I believe, to Furia. Going forward, are there any other teams that you've been scoping out and watching that might cause you guys some trouble?
If I can be honest, I think there is like 5 teams like that could like make us like struggle,
right?
Because like I think this line is like really good in terms of skills, like from any region.
Yeah, honestly, everyone's saying it, and I'm glad that everyone is saying it because it is so true. Vatira, I'm going to let you go now, celebrate with the team, and say congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and congrats on that stat as well.
Thank you.
And there it is, Vatira from the Blue Wall, Carmine Corp. As we carry on, a great stat for him. We'll see if we can break some more records as we continue on in the Rocket League World Championship 2024 here in Fort Worth, Texas.
Prediction, but it's not.
Off the chair, about to go head.
The boys, generally speaking, they were able to take it last time the two teams met, but last time is in the past. Let's get into it now. Brought to you by Progressive. It's game 1 of Oxygen against Power.
Let's see what we get off the kickoff here. See if anything special goes down. Pretty standard. This one bounces back center. I am curious how intense Power are going to try and be, or if they're going to try and just learn a little bit about Oxygen in game number 1.
I expect to see all guns blazing. It's what they do. Banana Head is actually the player who puts up the single fastest game in the season on LAN. We don't want to talk about the result there. They got slapped by Gen G in that game. But yeah, they've kind of reined it in a little bit, found the right pace that they can play at while remaining accurate, while remaining precise, because obviously when you go faster in Rocket League, you're going to lose a little bit of precision, lose a little bit of accuracy. Power are playing at a perfect pace this weekend, and that is something our Oxygen have to be aware of.
And a lot of these teams, again, I talked about it before, have underestimated Power. And I talked to Jim, I was like, you know, I've asked pretty much everybody in every interview, is there a new level of respect on Power that you guys are going into your series with? And pretty much everybody has said yes, and he felt so good about that. He was like, this is something that we've wanted to try and earn for a long, long time. They have that under their belts and their names now, but it's moments like this, series like these, where you're really going to solidify if you're making this big change.
And, you know, from Oxygen's POV, this is an absolute must-win. They're probably thinking, you know, we can't lose twice to Power in one season in 2 events in a row. That would completely shatter their confidence. You know, this is a team who are coming in last minute to the event, but if they're going to make any kind of run in this event, they have to play with confidence, and that will just be out the window if they lose twice to Power. Oh, that's a chance. Oh, what a save. Fever in and out save against the bump as well. Huge defensive play.
I saw the double commit before that, and I was like, my goodness, I really hope somebody pulls through. So shout out to Fever on that one, but Oski's not letting the pressure let up on this. Still, Oxygen taking a couple of attacks at them. Fever using everything left to try and get out. Archie dead balls it. Banana Head to follow. Joyo completely off this one. Instead, Torsauce is going to carry this one through. You saw Archie trying to race back.
Oh.
And he goes for the bump. Banana Head can't fight his way in, but that was a great attempt.
You know, if the third round is coming in a bit faster, then that would have definitely been a goal. The bump ruined the defender, but Joyo has just sent one past him with a huge flick. He was given way too much space. Torsauce with very little boost. Did not expect the elevation Joyo produced. Oh, hang on. We've got a pause here. And Joyo's waving at them. Torsauce and Joyo waving at each other as the pause comes through. We'll find out what that is about in just a minute.
Well, I think, you know, as far as talking about the first 2 minutes of gameplay there, that looked good. Worlds was very interesting. There was a number of things that had to go completely in their favor. Very, very lucky moments. But a lot of it doing credit to, you know, their performance back in London. That's really what got them here. So I think they see the opportunity. They're very lucky and proud to have a chance to compete. And they're not taking these moments or these series very lightly at all.
No, I've just heard word that the goal will stand. So it looks like Power have fixed their tech issue that they did have. We're going to resume at 1-0. Now, yeah, it looks like based on that, you know, there was a tech issue that had to be fixed, but it was deemed that the tech issue did not impact the play, and that's why the goal will stand. 1-0.
Respect. All right, so just like that, Oxygen Esports lead by 1 with less than 3 minutes to go. We get to get back into this one, and off the kickoff, Torsauce is going to try and pull a fast one, and he will.
Well, karma for Power. If the admins aren't going to give the goal back, then Torsauce will just take it himself with a flick of his own.
Well, okay then. I mean, you have this long pause in the song break, and you just get back into the swing of things. Even playing ground, straight off the kickoff. We're going to see if Oxygen can pull the same thing onto Power. Not quite as quickly as that goal going to come through, but Banana Head to carry out leaves us to Torsauce, and Power just coming out with, well, power.
Yeah, that was a great response from Torsauce, straight off a dead ball. Oh, is this a disastrous position for Oxygen? They're all committing, and passing plays are coming in from all angles from Power. I mean, straight off that tech pause, they have been the more lively team, and Oxygen really, you know, looking a bit disorganized, it would seem.
Well, I mean, if you get, you know, you have this long pause, you were in the lead, your goal stands, and you get taken off 3 seconds into kickoff, I'd be discombobulated in every which way right now. So Oxygen's trying to refine their footing and get things back in order as Oski carries this one, tries to attempt to carry it past mid. Great challenge there as this one falls over to Joyo, but Power so much quicker with the challenges.
Yeah, 100 boost to 0, no contact. Archie jumping with way too much forward momentum there, and it really did look like he was struggling to get back to the ball. Power, the more clean team by a mile here. Oski missing a backboard touch there, but no one was there to follow up for Power. These mistakes are going unpunished at the moment.
Slow ball. Right now it's dead, up in the air. This one's taken away by Torsauce, and I mean, I see the attempts off the backboard. I will say Oxygen does a great job of recognizing if they're going to try and use that. I think Power did a much better job trying to just spot each other just like this. This one over to Torsauce, taken away by Oski, but just over a minute to go. Oxygen Esports kind of losing the flow.
Yeah, they're definitely losing the midfield battle right now. Their touches have been inconsistent, and Power are putting the pressure on them here. They're swarming them. But now Oxygen have a chance to break free. What's Torsauce got in mind with the backboard play? Not slowing it down. In fact, he loses control of the ball. They may be trying to go a bit too quick here, Power. But the teams are backing off. They're given space in the midfield to be played with. And that's dangerous to do against players like Joyo, players like Oski, who can make those massive aerial plays count.
And here comes Archie. Takes a reset, very, very slow and readable there. But Joyo up next. Low boost for the likes of Oxygen right now, but no connection from Power. And they're just gonna opt for the back pass there. A little bit of a bump, try and push their way forward inch by inch, playing a little bit more of a patient game now. You see the lurk from Joyo. Maybe if this one goes back, instead Oski reset forward, and that's our player of the day yesterday after his shot that he had in one of his series. I'm curious if we can get something insane from him again.
Yeah, this game's really, it's devolved into a pretty messy game, but still tied up. Oski, not enough boost to get back to the drop-down pass, and now Power with a counter-attacking chance. Fever into the ceiling. Can Banana get there? No, he gets demoed at a critical moment. Huge recovery by Oski.
Insane demo right there. That is exactly what they needed. They got it, and back into the kickoff they go. Archie's touch leaves this one to the hands of Power. Back pass over to Torsauce. And another one to clear up field towards backboard, completely read by Archie. Archie over to Oski, taking his time. Enough boost to work with. Can he get the double? No.
This is a bit better now from Power, getting these knock-on touches in the midfield. Archie booms it right back to them. Torsauce looking for a teammate in defense. It's been passing that's the focus for Power in this game, but now they're in a bit of trouble. It's going to be on the goal line and in for Joyo. In and out save attempted by Torsauce. I think the game actually credited him with a save. Bad-mannered from the game there, just giving him the epic save, and then right after, it actually went in off his own card. So 4-stone goal, certainly. Oxygen, 1-0.
I like what I saw at the end there. I will say, not the cleanest game from both of these two teams. I do know that there is the capability for this to be a lot better than what we might have seen. However, I gotta hand it to Oxygen Esports. I mean, you get scored on after this long pause on the kickoff, and you're kind of just in your head like, whoa, what just happened? That was just a lot to process, and then they start to get back into it.
Yeah, it's been a very, very nervy day in the past few series. Lots of misses, lots of mishits, and lots of double commits as well in all the games that we're watching. But I think that just shows the difference that a World Championship brings. You know, such a high pressure situation, even this early in the tournament, probably comparable to late stage tournament in majors. So it makes sense. I'm not all that surprised. Enough boost to get back to the drop-down pass, and now Power with a counter-attacking chance. Fever into the ceiling. Can Banana get there? No, he gets demoed at a critical moment. Huge recovery by Oski.
Insane demo right there. That is exactly what they needed. They got it, and back into the kickoff they go. Archie's touch leaves this one to the hands of Power. Back pass over to Torsauce. And another one to clear up field towards backboard, completely read by Archie. Archie over to Oski, taking his time. Enough boost to work with. Can he get the double? No.
This is a bit better now from Power, getting these knock-on touches in the midfield. Archie booms it right back to them. Torsauce looking for a teammate in defense. It's been passing that's the focus for Power in this game, and now they're in a bit of trouble. It's going to be on the goal line and in for Joyo. In and out save attempted by Torsauce. I think the game actually credited him with a save. Bad-mannered from the game there, just giving him the epic save, and then right after, it actually went in off his own car. So 4 stone goals, certainly. Oxygen, 1-0.
I like what I saw at the end there. I will say, not the cleanest. And ahead, still keeping this one blue side here. He's gonna go get that corner boost. Try and keep the play going. Fever up next, shot taken off. Torsos, try to do the slow follow-up here. Fever might be a little bit faster. It goes to the backboard. Maybe Banana Head could sneak it in, but Oxygen Esports have used everything in everyone's tanks to keep Power at bay.
Yeah, Oski's the only player with a lot of boost right now for Oxygen, and he's made a good touch there. Catches the ball after 50ing it to safety. Oh, wow, how have Power managed to create something there? They don't follow up on it. Overhead save successful by Fever. You know, they're really committing heavily to one part of the pitch over and over again, Power. This is so awkward for Fever, though. They need to try and spread out a little bit more in defense if they're going to cover at all the angles that Oxygen are attacking from.
Yeah, and that's definitely, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but why they lost the OT goal. There was just a big bunch up, and it was really difficult to cover and predict the space on it. Joyo off the backboard, double, finds the angle in, and well, you do it in style.
Just perfect technique with the reset double. That little lean back as he lands the reset to kick the ball forward and keep the car in the same position. You know, it might look insanely difficult to do, but you can try that at home if you copy Joyo's perfect technique there. Just a little bit of an air roll back. And what a kickoff to follow up. Oxygen are completely dominating mechanically and strategically.
What went on off of the kickoff here? Rough decision making on Banana Head on that one. I don't know. Unfortunate, I guess.
Just
it's
got
just
caught
a word.
out. I mean, Oxygen, they know that Power like to strat kickoffs, and they're doing the same right now as well. Just trying to create some volatility with quick follow-ups. A lot of practice in the EU ranked server with close cheat kickoffs when you're playing a lot of twos, like all these players are. And, you know, if you get half a chance at it, you're going to have an open net on occasion. Power did not get back quickly enough.
So right now, Oxygen have built up a pretty decent lead that Power are gonna have to slowly start chopping away at as time goes on. 3 minutes, more than doable. However, you don't wanna let anything else go through. Archie is using everything he can in the ceiling, try and get past this defense and towards that net, but Power not letting them have those chances. And Joyo, I mean, really, you're just kind of, they're waving this ball across the field until they see an opportunity come to them. They're not quite forcing too much right now. Instead, Power just really running circles around themselves. You see Fever cheating up. This one works itself out. Unfortunately for them, Oxygen's defense a little bit predicted.
Yeah, this is not the performance Power we're hoping for. They're really in a bit of a hole right now. Now, they've been able to go Game 5 with top teams from EU for many years now, but usually back and forth series, not series where they have to come back from this margin. That's a good save by Power just minutes ago, just seconds ago, I should say. But when it comes to offensive production, there really isn't much to talk about. That's been something that I think has been a strength for them over this week so far. The chances that they've been able to generate have not been, you know, few and far between. They've been often. Now Oxygen have really just taken the wind out of their sails, starting to control them.
Power just trying to, again, just get a grip on the reins here. Banana Head and Fever trying to work together, but it's such low boost for everybody all the way around. And I think Oxygen is starting to recognize that. It's just these little pinballs back and forth around the mid. Triple commit towards this ball. Everybody on Oxygen just throwing themselves at it, and they're like, all right, just get the ball back, reset a tiny little bit, you can breathe, get your boost, and take a shot on into an open net.
Well, clinical by Archie. You can see Power all moving the same way towards that same back corner. They're not spreading out in defense. They're not covering, well, just simple open nets there. Archie makes it look easy. And Oxygen go ahead 3-0. This is a completely disconnected, unplugged Power lineup. They need to get locked in now. This game's getting away from them, and before they know it, the series will be getting away from them as well.
You do got to remember, you know, the mental game that needs to be talked about a little bit. You know, they found their footing just a tiny bit there. You try to reset forward, get yourself to the backboard, X, Y, and Z. But unless you're scoring, your mental's chalked. Thankfully, Banana Head snuck his way on through, and Power finally get onto the board in game 2.
Yeah, quick turn there. Banana Head breaking rotation, just going right back to the ball after that boost steal. That's a really good, smart way to break rotation, cutting back into the play, getting a shot before Oxygen can recover. Double fake kickoff there by Oxygen in the very next play. It's an impressive kickoff repertoire they're showing against one of the teams who have displayed, I think, some of the best kickoffs this tournament in Power.
Right now, Power still trailing by 2 with a minute left to go. But I agree with you on this one. Power, strategically, they have come in with every trick up their sleeve. Unfortunately, a lot of them just aren't working against Oxygen. Archie owns that net right now. You saw him go off the sidewall. Great catch, great read, and even better double on in.
Just plain, I mean, he spotted the open backboard again. Power not covered in the most dangerous options there. They had the ball challenged, but, you know, not getting on the backboard quickly enough. Tarsos was boost starved, to be fair, but probably should have seen that one coming. Archie, crossbar challenge and the double tap. 5-1, Archie hat trick. And it was Fever who missed to set this one up. Archie did go for the crossbar there, though knowing Banana Head was in the area, I think he probably could have just stuck it top right and it would have been a goal as well. But why not do it with style?
Oh, I mean, it's Archie. Everything he does has British flair to him. He's insane. And I like the spot from him too, though. He has noticed that there is a little gap on that backboard in the crossbar there, and he took the last two opportunities to find his way on through. 5-1, it's a bit of a stretch to try and get back into things unless you find a shot here, but Power not going to be able to get through.
Yeah, at this point it is pretty much gone for Power. They'll be looking to get a goal to try and pad the stats a little bit, maybe get some momentum before the critical game 3. We talk about it a lot in Swiss format. Every game counts, and Power cannot afford to be swept here. That will make their, trajectory through this Swiss bracket significantly more difficult. It'll give them a harder round 4, which they'll be expected to win. And then it'll probably give them a much harder round 5, which, who knows, could be a super tough matchup for them. They are going to prevent Oxygen from scoring a 6th at the end here. But wow, Oxygen are completely rolling them right now. Power cannot find their footing. The synergy is nowhere near the level it was in day 1 and 2.
No, definitely not. This does look a lot more disconnected than what we've seen in the past, and I think it's fair to say a lot of it is due, in fact, to the teams that they've been playing. I feel they've played more often than others a little bit, so there probably were a couple more patterns to pick up and recognize on. Unfortunately for Power, preparing for an Archie that is this involved, preparing for a Joyo that his solo plays are this on par at times, that's a very difficult and intense and scary thing to have to defend against.
Yeah, and Power coming into this matchup, did they just give themselves a little bit too much to do? In both the matches they've played in this tournament so far, Gen G and G2 were considered heavy favorites against them, and I think being the underdog is something that works well for Power. But now in the Oxygen match, like we said, this is more like a coin flip, if not even Power favored based on what we've seen so far this weekend. Definitely the best win that either of these teams has collected so far would be Power's win over Gen G. So is that maybe putting a little bit too much pressure on them? The fact that they, come into this one as equals or even favorites instead of the usual underdog story that they're more used to.
No, I agree that there is a chance that, once you take down teams like Gen G, there is a huge, not only target on your back, but an immense amount of pressure to recreate what you did before. And Banana Head, well, he is well on the way to trying to show us the same performance that we got yesterday.
That's a great pass by Tarsos, managing his boost to perfection in the approach. Power boys have, done well there to counter a kickoff that Oxygen have tried to utilize a few times, just point-blank range fake. But Oxygen not going to stop mixing it up. Double kickoff there, just going to keep them guessing. Loving the variety from them today.
Still going. Here comes Archie, though. Hat trick in the last game here. And Oxygen Esports does sit on match point. Banana Head, not past anyone. Instead, it's a slower ball here. Tries to take a deep angle. Tarsos, I like this cheat up from him to try and catch it in case he didn't find his way through, and he recognized it and took the opportunity for himself.
Oh, yes, where is everybody is probably what Oxygen are thinking. Archie made one touch to the back corner, but no help came in time. Joyo was in the area, but not before Power could score. 2 very easy goals for Power to start this off, and that is exactly what they need at this point. They just need any goals at this point, so they'll take what they can get. But a 2-goal lead this early leaves a lot of time for Oxygen to come back.
And you cannot count out Power, and I really hope Oxygen aren't. I don't think they are by any means, but Power do have the capability to start getting back into the swing of things here. I mean, we're watching it unfold from us now. 2 goals in the first minute of gameplay. That's a really big deal in terms of helping fix your mental, trying to do 1 foot at a time in this reverse sweep now. And this one to the backboard, any coverage? Yes!
Yeah, good recovery there by Banana Head. It looked like he team bumped his, I think it was Fever, in the back before. Now Fever, speaking of the devil, in he comes with a double tap. And Oxygen again have got nobody back. Look at Archie and Oski in the back of your screen there. Joyo just limping back into defense. No one anywhere near Fever as he doubles it into the open net.
I mean, Oxygen, you can't cheat up too far. You're going to have to play a little bit of a safer game, especially when you're down by 2, but now 3. The moment to play high risk, high reward is not now. You do that when you're down 2 to 3 or something like that, but 3:36 on the clock. Pass over to Joya, doesn't find his way in. Instead, it's going to bounce back forward. All of Power cheated up off the backboard, finds the double, and Tarsos continues to build.
Did Falcons pick up the controllers? What's going on? Power are just scoring with every single attack. It's another double tap. Tarsos just adding to the already insane score line. Where was this Power offense for the past 10 minutes?
Who knows? I mean, you just gotta be happy it's here at this point. And the crazier part, honestly, is how calm they are. After these, they are not jumping, they're not screaming their heads off. They're very calm, and they're just ready to lock in. This is a locked-in Power trying to get back into it. They are back into it, but 3 minutes is a long time.
Well, if they needed any convincing that they are better than the scoreline of this series would suggest, then that'll help them believe it. 2 double taps, Fever and Tarsos. Banana Head's also been in the score sheet after an easy open net presented itself. Can that be 5? No, not this time. Oxygen, for a change, do get a defender back to clear the lines.
Not too bad of a showing right now. Oxygen just kind of all over the place, scrambling to even get to take a shot on target, but continue to just be denied every single time. Fever, great challenge on this one. You already saw Tarsos lurking. However, I do get weary of a couple of these challenges are being headed upfield on very low boost, and same can't be said for Oxygen.
Open.
Demo's coming out. This one was a miss.
What?
And surely, I mean, I was in the same boat as you. There's no way that wasn't going in. But
Wait.
Oxygen, you know what? Take what you can get, boys.
I mean, you survive the probably should have been goal, only then to do absolutely nothing. I mean, but well, I'm not sure what Banana Head's doing there. I mean, did he think there wasn't an Oxygen player there? I don't know why.
Maybe he might just have had like bad field of view on it.
He might have been blocked. I mean, the ball sometimes eclipses the attacker that's coming behind it, but I really don't see any reason when you're up 4 to just pull up next to the ball and say, hey, what's up? You know, just, you know, can I park beside you? You could have just knocked that to the back corner and they would still be winning 4-0.
Oh, the cringe bump plays are starting to come through now. That's a mental mind game at that point.
No, not the cringe bump plays, the exciting bump plays. I personally am extremely excited by bump plays, definitely a bump main at times.
I probably would call it exciting if I could do it. But I can do this, and they can do it better. Pass and play down to Banana Head to take Power to 5-1.
Oh, you got me there. I don't think I could do this. Open nets are impossible. Tarsos to Banana Head, 4-goal lead reinstated. I mean, this has been one of the weirdest series that I've seen in a while. Power were nowhere near their previous level, and now suddenly they're just scoring with every attack that they make. And Oxygen, who were previously in this series just minutes ago, super organized, locked in. I mean, what's happened to them? Their defense has been non-existent.
I mean, they're just gone. They are not here right now, but that is a great place to be. If you're a Power fan, if you're a Power player even. Joyo down, over, crossbar, and out. Demo, and no connect to find an angle. That was an opportunity missed for sure. And 1:10 Power just straight back into blue.
Yeah, opportunity missed, and also just a ball missed by Oxygen. Another clean whiff. I mean, they're really racking up clean ones. Oh, what a flick though by Oski. I mean, they're making goals happen every now and then this game. That is a monster flick by Oski with very little boost at his disposal. In fact, no boost available at his disposal. Fever had no chance.
Yeah, no chance at all. Great powerful flick on that one. I like it. 1 minute left to go. 3 goals down. Match point slipping away from Oxygen Esports.
Yeah, they need to just send it now. I mean, they look like they've been playing from 4 goals down since the start of this game with how risky they've been with their offensive commitments, but now they have to do that because they are still 3 goals down in the final 45 seconds. That's half a chance that's been saved by Power. They're trying to just get across the finish line here. They should already be there, it feels, with how many goals they've scored. But 1 goal right now for Oxygen and a cheeky kickoff strat, of which they've had plenty. would again give them half a chance.
Yeah. Although every chance so far has just gone away and slipped away from Oxygen. This could be one off the side. A little bit of a beat out there from Fever keeps him in.
His team, I think his teammate landed on him, but it's going to be a goal in the aftermath. 17 seconds is a lot to work with. If they can conjure up something from the center circle, this is winnable for Oxygen. Great pass into the middle there to leave it open for Archie.
I've seen more scored in less time, but something amazing has to come in off the kickoff. Oxygen to go. Joyo up. This one goes over. Here comes Oski. He left it, turns around. Gonna carry this one over. Goes for the bump play. Nobody on.
Yeah, that was just a good defensive play by Power. They got bumped to the first challenge, but the second one came in through. Great save by Fever. That was on target, but they've done it. They've made 5-4. Oh, not quite. That was probably going in, but 0 seconds will save Power from conceding again. I think they just need to calm down a little bit here. Probably both teams need to just take some deep breaths. You know, it's not life or death in the tournament just yet. They're 1-1. So let's just calm down. You know, stop double committing, stop missing, and see if we can get some consistent plays.
Oh yeah, I think, you know, having a very strong mentality going into this one is going to be really important on either end of the field. Of course, Oxygen is where my eyes go to mainly now. They are still on match point. Power has a longer journey ahead of themselves to get back into this one, but I do gotta say, incredible performance in terms of a response to those first 2 losses.
Yeah, great double taps from Power to make it 3 and then 4-0. But the first 2 goals were really just Oxygen overextending, not recovering fast enough with their second player. I mean, generally at this level, everybody's going to be recovering at supersonic speed, but the first 2 goals were just open or, you know, one isolated defender. Archie was on an island, and yes, maybe he could have done a little bit better stalling, but when you put your teammate on an island like that with barely any boost, you can't really blame him. You know, you got the whole team's made a mistake to end up that far out of position. So I do expect to see a more reserved start from Oxygen here, a little bit of a deeper offensive line. Let's see. I mean, the kickoff's as aggressive as you get. Double kickoff into the middle and an immediate follow-up. What a play. Oxygen with the textbook strats.
Holy, I mean, it just could not have been cleaner. And Archie, listen, he's done a couple of laser shots throughout, but that is just pinpoint and on.
Hey, I stand corrected. I thought they were going to like dial it back a little bit, maybe play a more defensive game. They've played the most aggressive kickoff strat in the game, and they've scored with it.
Well, now it's up to Power to try and respond. Oxygen looking to build on this lead right now. Almost 20 seconds into this one. Oxygen's had all the momentum in the world. Finally gets broken up a little bit with a clear here, and Fever to follow, tries to take a shot.
Shot.
With the follow, great save from Archie.
It's unreal. Archie even got that into a safe location as well. Power continuing to look dangerous. They're going to move that on from last game, but have they left the net open? Yes, they have. Saved by the post, saved by the other post, and now saved by their third. Power on the ropes, but still only trailing by 1.
That is just one of those, like, breathe and be grateful. You got a little bit lucky there, but you got to keep going. Pinch around the corner here. Joyo's trying to follow it. Instead, Banana Head and Fever are going to work together to try and get around. They do slightly. It is dead ball. To bump on Oski means Torsos is up next in lineup. Successful on his 50. Less than 4 minutes to go. Power can't even get a shot.
It doesn't look like that loss has affected Oxygen at all. They're looking way better in this game, and that's open. A miss by Joyo, though. You know, he went for the bottom corner, thinking that he had to be more accurate than he did. I think he could have just hit that anywhere middle of the goal with pace, and that's 2-0 Oxygen, but it remains at 1 for now.
They're weirdly overthinking a couple of these shots. I mean, like you said, you can just place it anywhere some of the times, but where they are placing it, it's odd. It feels just outpacing themselves at these moments. But Power, not even, again, having the opportunity to take an on-target shot. Fever's going to try and find one here. This one pinches all the way back mid. Everyone's going to have to be sent racing for control of this ball. They do get a small beat on it before Archie and Oski can sneak on in.
I love that little look back from Torsos moments ago as he's approaching the back corner, saw that there's an Oxygen player coming in behind him, played the read quickly, knowing that if he doesn't, he's going to get taken out of the game. Very important to do that. Just a little look back, see where the opponents are. You see anyone on your screen pretty much, you can assume they're going to be right behind you by the time you're hitting the ball.
Approaching second half of this game, number 4 here.
Oh.
Ooh, Oxygen, they want to end it. They're trying their darndest. They've had so many opportunities to do so. or to at least build on that 1-goal lead, give themselves some insurance into the rest of this game. But Power, as far as them taking attacks, Oxygen have definitely had the beat on them defensively.
Banana Head, free hit, slot, no, it's off the post. The post has been MVP for both teams. It was the right idea by Banana Head, away from all defenders, surely this time. No, it's a heroic save by Joyo, unscorable, and now a diving save by Archie. What is going on?
I don't know. This is just a mix of so many things gone wrong. And Oxygen up next. Oski's shot completely not finding its way through. It was a great save from Fever there. And even on low boost, they still just continue to send this ball upfield. You saw Archie trying to be cheeky a little bit, maybe open up something with a bump or a demo there, but nothing to connect. Instead, Joyo over to Archie. He still finds his way downfield. And Power, they are struggling to just hold on to this ball and get some control. Instead, this one pass. Joyo on in, Oxygen up by 2.
Oh, that is such a terrible goal to concede for Power. Banana Head just chipped it into the wall, got bumped before he could get back to it, and it's wide open for Oxygen. And after failing to score so many near chances, that is a heartbreaker for Power. Only a minute and 30 to go. Can they come back?
We're gonna find out right here. 90 seconds are left between Oxygen Esports and going 2-1 in the Swiss. Now Archie, really been a big difference maker for his team. That was Oski yesterday. That was his kind of decided role, but Joyo wants in on the action here. So this one's gonna go down. Archie pops it up. No boost means he's gotta let himself off of it, and Power have an opportunity to cross that line. Banana Head takes it low, pass over to Fever. Shot on target, just slow enough for Oski to make the save.
Yeah, I'm loving the passing plays by Power, but they're just not finding that last shot this game. They've been creating so many chances, but they've not been able to find that important final touch. I mean, both teams have struggled at times with consistency, but Oxygen, down the stretch, have been the more consistent team. This has been a cleaner game from them, and honestly, a heroic game defensively. Some of the goal line saves they've made, we need to take another look at and see just how they did it.
33 to go. Power have to get their way into that net somehow with some time to get back into this one here. And Oxygen, they know you just got to play a defensive game. One last shot to say absolutely not to any opportunity of getting back into this.
There's no nonsense from Archie there. Straight to the ball, puts it on target, and Oxygen lead by 3. It's looking like they're going to be advancing to the 2-1 round, and they'll play later today if they do. This is great for their win record. This is brilliant for their tournament, and it's terrible for Power, who will get nothing else in this game by the looks of things.
Yeah, unfortunate. It just continues to build and build, and 10 seconds left on the clock. Just, it is not enough time. Too little, too late, as the old saying goes, but props to Power. They put up a very decent fight against Oxygen. Unfortunately for them, Oxygen, even on a rough day, still a little bit better.
Well, you know, early on, both.
All right, everyone, this is a reminder that we are watching people that are under the age of 20 play a video game about cars with rockets playing soccer. That is a quick reminder. Back to the program.
The loss, the win's a win. Let's just go again. And that's exactly what they did.
And that's, I think, what sets them apart in so many situations is when, you know, they might not be in a situation that they expected themselves to be in. Their mental game is fairly strong. It's a really good set of people to be putting themselves with. You don't have one person's mental breaking, you know, the rest of the team. Unfortunately, for Power, the journey just became a little bit longer to try and get through the rest of the weekend. But I mean, it is still just smiles for Oxygen. Like I said, they have, I guess, a Cinderella story in a way. They had the opportunity to come here last minute, and, you know, making the most of it is a really big deal. And speaking of making the most of it, we've got Archie down over with Leafex. But before all that, you got to take a look back at some of the insane goals that he was putting up throughout the series.
I mean, that was beautiful. Just double kick off, Archie up immediately. And that was after the game that they got destroyed in. So immediately saying, hey, we're still locked in, we're focused, and we're going to be the team scoring. But it really was the saves for me, the defensive stand. I mean, this save by Archie is ridiculous to not get dunked on while keeping that out. But enough from us. Let's hear from the man himself, Oxygen. 2-1 round. Let's go over to Leafex.
Archie, the Archibald. What's going on? Good win there.
Thank you, bro.
You know, some ups and downs we'll talk about in a minute, but I want to go back to something I've been talking to a lot of the players that we haven't seen for a while, you know, like K-Corp, yourselves. You guys didn't know if you guys would end up being back here very last minute. How was that kind of like weird limbo kind of moment for you?
I mean, I was just chilling at home.
Yeah?
I wasn't playing the game.
Oh, really?
I mean,
Not at all? Did you have less hours in Joyo?
I had 3.9 hours when we got told.
Okay, that's, you know, that's all right.
Yeah, it's okay, but I mean, I guess everyone will say I don't play anyway, so it's what it is. But yeah, I just had to grind the last 2 weeks because I had no hours on the game.
What do you do to like step back into the grind? Because like there's so many things. You just hit training packs, you hit ranked. Like what's obviously you're playing with the team, but like what's kind of the regimen?
Well, scrims is like the best thing to get back into like top level Rocket League because freeze is different to twos a little bit. Yeah. So I mean, the first couple of days I played a lot of twos because we didn't have scrims and free play as well. And then as soon as scrims start coming, it gets easier to grind again.
Right. Yeah. Let's talk about this matchup here specifically because coming into it, Power was looking pretty good. So probably the best they've ever looked, to be honest. Did that worry you at all, seeing how well this squad was doing?
Nah. I mean,
not at all.
I mean, I always believe in my team. And
That's true. You
that
have
can
to.
beat anyone. Like, I doesn't matter if it's G2 or the SSA team. You know, like I think we always think we're gonna win. So. To me, it didn't matter, but they're a good team. Yeah, they're actually really solid for an OCE team.
Yeah, no, honestly, I mean, some people were saying potentially even a top 8 talks for them. Whereabouts kind of would you position them now?
Yeah, they're like top 12 team.
Top 12?
Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
That makes sense.
I mean, if they played at EU, they could be like top 8 for sure.
So if you guys are the best, what happened in Game 3 then?
Game 3, I mean, they like full ball chase Game 3. Like, it kind of caught us guard a little bit. I mean, we know like they ball chase, but like Game 3 was crazy. Like second man was down for every ball. Like, we kind of like, we had one kick off that like if it worked, then I think we were fine, but
it didn't.
It got away from us and then they scored and scored and scored. But we kind of came back into it. We got like 2 goals at the end and then I was confident for the next game.
Hey, well, you got on through it. You brought yourselves back. It looked good and you got the dub. Congratulations on the win and keep that going forward. Archie here with the dub, with Oxygen. We continue on the Rocket League never stops. Let's keep that momentum going forward at the Rocket League World Championship 2024.
We now return to our interview with the insurance whistleblower.
I just think everyone should know there's an insurance company out there exposing other companies' rates so you can compare them and save.
Sounds like trouble.
It's great, actually. It's called Auto Quote Explorer from Progressive. Here, look. See, we show you our direct rates and their rates, even if we're not the lowest.
So, whistleblower usually means you're exposing something bad.
I thought it meant calling attention to something helpful. You know, like, toot toot, check it out. This thing's the best. No?
This is the opportunity, the dream that you set upon yourself. Here we go.
Alright, here's fucking Joyo's Twitter. Yeah, he is a green-haired lesbian. That dang, he has like a highlight. Yeah, he was a part of a team that didn't go to fucking Saudi Arabia. They're gay or some shit.
I swear to God.
You play team with it, you play team with it.
I've been trying to get geeked all night. I'm always playing in the ring, put a Sprite drink. Hold my give you this for life. Can't believe that they gave you.
You sneaky young gentleman! That top corner's all here!
Just sit back and watch. The moist Mars across it. Look at Zen's call. Plus, you fell in love, I made you cold. Cold. 100,000 in this luggage. Spin shit, handle it. Late night enrichment. Late flights, bring it out. I'll show you out that slutter out. Slut truck. Hoes like glue, they too stuck. Ain't nothing like you. I love lean. I love being loving. I've been tryna get geeked all night. I'm a twin in a rip, put a Sprite. Hold my head if you reach that available to himself.
Wow, oh my goodness, this is gonna go the whole! Enjoy on land!
You know how to fucking throw it up. I'm proud to drink and no boo. Now I'm throwing this fuck. Huh? What you meant you wanted love?
He's probably playing comp or some shit. If I count, who knows? Fucking rockin', are you ready? 1 minute, 2 minutes. There's another one that yeah, that's Joyo, the blue-haired lesbian. He's so mid.
Oh yeah, okay. Couple bands, okay. Couple friends, okay. Your BLM, okay. Baby, I was okay. See you in close, let's go. One of my friends, okay. Couple friends, okay. Your BLM, okay.
Oh, this one. This shit's fucking. This shit's fucking gas, bro. This is how I first started watching Joyo. I don't know the other one. He just fucking been. He's just uploading.
I drop fast on shit like I'm going ham. Drop the racks on kicks in my waist, yeah, I drop the band. Ratchet hoe, yeah, on my face. Gucci hook said I'm a man. Trap, jumping like all day. Bitch, I'm touching till I'm banned. With pussy, you know I'm man. No, I cannot shake your hand. Tense up on my neck, look like a bag. Dirty damn. They like white purple 30s again. I was like, no, I'm on that Zan. Had that ass kiss in my hand. I'm just trying to feel again. But they can't believe it's working. Put a work in. Boy, ain't never been nervous. Keep on perking. Bitch, my Sprite ain't thin no fits. When I drop the perkin. Any nigga toy bitches. Keep on chirping. Nigga better wash their dishes. My money twerking. I like with a person. Why your man who's squirting? Knock your man down urgent. Your crew full of virgins. And I'm black. And that's bad though. You can catch me lurking. Tell that bitch to leave me alone, I don't cut on it. I've been spinning on the highway and I'm flowing. This so say she like my voice like when I'm flowing. Yeah, like I'm going in. Yeah, I I drop bags on shit like I'm going ham. Drop them racks on kicks in my waist, yeah, I drop the band. Ratchet hoe, yeah, on my face. Bougie hustle, I'm on mine. Trap jumping like all day. Bitch, I'm touching to them bands. Pussy, not my mind. No, I cannot shake your hand. Pass up on my neck, look like a bag. Dirty dance. They like white from 30s again. I was like, no, I'm on that zen. How that ass can't feel my hand. I'm just trying to feel again. But they can't believe it's working. Put a work in. Boy, I ain't never been nervous. Keep on perking. Bitch, my spine ain't did no fits when I drop a perkin. Any nigga toy bitches. Keep on chirping.
All right, and that was Joyo Kami, who currently plays for Oxygen. Yeah, they just
final win. BDS, they kind of had a couple iffy moments
solid
in this
win
game.
over,
Falcons some really easy
our
goals, uncharacteristic,
Australians.
especially from Monkey Moon led teams. You want to see what they do against Gen G this time around.
Monkey Moon led. Monkey Moon's the only one from that World Championship BDS team that's still here playing under the BDS banner. And he's had some ups and downs, you know, but as of late, we're starting to see BDS on the uptick. We saw them win at at the Esports World Cup, and now, you know, they've faltered, but I believe it was just against Falcons. Falcons, they're so good. They're, you can't fault them for that.
Yes, and then BDS Twitter, they're tweeting out some head-to-head stats here. 3-0 versus Gen G, 10 games to 3, 34 goals to 25. So they've had Gen G's number before. Well, let's hope they don't delete their tweet like Jorby does after this match.
Listen, they might not delete it. I think Gen G ends up winning, they're just going to quote tweet it. These Twitter accounts or Twitter accounts, you've been getting a little frosty lately. Tweeting a little bit too much. You got to let your players. Putting your players in a tough spot.
Dr. Ollie down there on the end, one of the World Championship rookies we have, one of 3 still in play. On the other side of things, the team, clearly the underdog, if you ask BDS by the stats here, Gen G still looking to get that rhythm going at the World Championship.
Well, this was supposed to be an NA super team.
Yeah,
everyone was thinking, okay, this first killer pickup, this is now maybe the best team in the world. Like, that is what people were saying when this move happened, and things have never coalesced for Gen G. They've just never been able to reach their potential, which has left a
Fuck first killer. Yeah, where's he? They shut the stupid ass. This motherfucker. Fuck this guy. Bitch ass boy. Garbage.
Pickup, this is now maybe the best team in the world. Like, that is what people were saying when this move happened, and things have never coalesced for Gen G. They've just never been able to reach their potential, which has left a lot of people scratching their heads. And they lost that first round to Power, which shocked everyone. And then they got the next win and made it here going through Limitless. So there's still so many questions around this team.
Yeah, when we began this season way back, it was supposed to be...
Way back.
The NA region was supposed to have 2 super teams. And so far, we just have 1 with G2. But apparently, Jack wants to lead these guys back. He has a major win, obviously, as Gen G, but with first killer with the MVP.
And don't forget, that major win was one of the most impressive performances that we'd ever seen from any team ever. How much they dominated the fall split online and parlayed that into a major title. Everyone was thinking this could be a dynasty, but it hasn't been the case.
It has not quite panned out, but yet I will say, if they're able to get their momentum here, get all pistons firing, if they were able to win a world championship here in Fort Worth, everyone would forget everything else that's happened. That would be all that matters. So there's still everything to play here for Gen G. Hashtag BDS if you think BDS has got this one. Hashtag GGM1 for the Tigers of Gen G Mobile 1 Racing. James, who's your pick?
I just can't pick Gen G after what I saw from these early rounds. I think they have all the tools to get it done, but for me, BDS, they looked calm at the Esports World Cup. They got the job done against a Falcons team that didn't play their best in the final, but still winning it all on LAN in a big stage like that. And then, you know, seeing them have that quality win over Oxygen as well, I have to go with BDS.
Yeah, BDS is 1-1, but it's because they played Falcons. I think Falcons are best team here, so I can't fault them for that. I am going to go BDS as well.
Listen, I believe both of these teams are very even skill-wise. You got, as James alluded to, this is supposed to be an NA super team. They haven't performed up to that standard, but you got Monkey Moon, who's a former world champion. So it's kind of a coin flip in my eyes. Not everybody's, but my eyes. And that's where I'm going to go with NA. Give me Gen G #1 race and an upset over BDS.
What a performance this would be if this is where they're able to turn it around against the defending LAN champions of BDS right now. I do have BDS on this one. I do think that they're going to continue on with their dominance here. We got the coin on one side. Gen G and BDS here through the air, and it comes up. Gen G.
Coins with me.
The
coins with me.
The coin is with you. You're both right next to each other.
Exactly. That's right. Me and Coin going through thick and thin together, baby. We're going to roll to the tires come off.
We're going to make a little video segment about the two of you like going on a date or something.
The coin, I mean, teammates, if I'm Gen G,
let me know something, James.
And I'm here, teammates just pick me to win. I'm thinking, oh no.
Jack, we need a little bit more than that, Chad. I know you want to pick that NA squad too. Gibbs has already said all 5 EU teams are going to play the 2-1 round. That's not what we want to see. It's a world championship.
I agree with you.
Not the European championship. And that's why we need Gen G to get the W.
Okay, we can talk up here for hours, but we'd rather watch the players play. That's what we're here for, folks. Time to get into the match. BDS on one side, former world champs back on the ground. They earned that title. Taking on the NA Super Team hopefuls here. Gen G versus BDS.
Here we go. We've got an absolute contest coming up right now. BDS taking on Gen G. For some reason, Lemon, Gen G are just allergic to going anywhere outside round 5 in Swiss. Yes, the last 2 majors, they have gone the distance, all 5 rounds. BDS, well, they're not the best in Swiss either. 3-1 and a 3-2 for them. But both teams have made it out every single tournament. Let's see who can get the job done here.
I mean, Monkey Moon already going for a double, but only one of these teams had an understandable loss. BDS dropping to Falcons, who are favorited to be #1. But Gen G, what happened against Power? You heard it from Jack in the interview. It's just day 1 nerves. This is going to be a whole different Gen G, and I'm feeling it. What really messed up Gen G was the demos they put on, and now they're trying to put on the same thing against BDS.
Yeah, I think particularly seeing what Oxygen just did against Power. Doesn't look too crash hot for that loss. Gen G did suffer in the first round, but as you said, it is a new day for these guys, and the world champs, it's more pressure than anything. You talk about majors, you talk about other international events, but once you get here to Dickey's Arena at Worlds, the pressure really is at its highest.
And we know that Gen G can hit that peak, you know, going to Game 7 against Gentlemates in Copenhagen, top 4 at EWC, but still questions, and Gen G want to give an answer. Now Chronic couldn't get a hand up against Monkey Moon. Follow-up touch, and Exotic has to go through with this. First killer still keeps BDS against the wall. And I'm looking at Gen G to put on the press early. And Jack kind of assesses these challenges, but Chronic pushed forward, really believing in Jack's pressure in that moment. And Gen G keep winning these 50s, but the threat level is still generating.
Yeah, it's been a lot of Gen G so far. BDS's defensive half getting a workout. Minute 30 gone in game #1, and FK is going to be able to get 2. Beats 2 and just rifles it off the pinch. Almost into that top corner. Gen G still attacking. Jack going for some fakes, as he loves to do. The demo comes through though, and BDS, although they've had a lot of defense, it's been relatively comfortable outside of that 50. Importantly to note, head-to-head, these guys played each other a couple of weeks ago at EWC in a semi-final. It was BDS getting the job done 4-2, so interesting to see if that plays a factor here.
Yeah, Abjack's going to be that setup guy. First killer may have missed that initial challenge, but at least he was productive. Went for a demo, 3-on-2. Abjack trying to pinch this down, got a double commit, and Drawley, Monkey Moon crossing, bounce. That Gen G
get back!
Get back! I thought Jack was getting back. No, he's not. BDS up first.
Just felt like the ball kept moving faster and faster in the air. At the start, you thought Jack's going to be able to get that one. No, he can't. Exotic with 0 boost. Still gets a pop over the top. And BDS, even though they've been defending for 2 minutes straight, get the first goal on the board.
And even if Gen G find themselves out of positions, they're still trying to do something when playing downfield like that, whether it's that physicality, which really was the crux. A huge part of Power's success to dismantling Gen G. I think they put up 7 demos in one of the games. And that really got into Gen G's head, so I'm wondering if BDS are going to want to be that physical. But BDS seem like a team that are very focused on their own game and connecting on those passes. And now with that demo, Drawley needed some help with a second man to get something going off that backboard. Now Exotic with a good setup, a good bounce off the corner. It's stronger than Monkey Moon would have liked.
Now, these French teams seem to just love defense. We saw yesterday Vitality Gentlemates, an absolute cracking match, Game 5 OT. And that was all about who can withstand the pressure the longest. BDS in game #1, no different here against Gen G. The defense has been rock solid. Gen G, there's more holes in or more holes in the defense than perhaps they'd like. Speaking about Coach Chrome's influence as well, a very strategical lineup this team, but so far they need to find one with 1:50 on the clock.
And BDS look calm as a result. I'm seeing kind of delayed challenges, seeing Gen.G already pre-flip and try to address the 50. BDS are okay with these mind games, and they really like slowing down that game. And now a pass to Monkey Moon. Chronic reads it in time. Heads up play from the defense. It's not over yet. Too exotic. It's wide.
Just feel that pressure building now, and every touch. This is a great clear downfield, though. Jack almost getting the dunk on it. Every touch from Gen.G just feels like they're stretching, they're reaching. There's these last-minute rotations coming through, but it's not clean. And there's a demo, there's a bump. Jack just knew it was happening. Had to pre-jump the save, keeps Gen.G in it.
You really got to keep your head on a swivel if you're these defenses. These demos are happening so close to the goal in the box, so you got to look at where the pass is coming from. Is it a direct shot? Is there a demo coming? There's just demos non-stop. Now Exotic lost track of this, and he didn't get the corner boost spawn he was hoping for, so Drawley or someone has to get on this. Monkey Moon steps up, already in the midfield, and it's a Jack that keeps it away.
Still clears to the sideball, though. Gen.G not able to get any follow-up. FK goes for the 50. Will get space on this. Can take it up. Chronic behind, but again, BDS's challenge game so efficient right now. Monkey Moon goes, he's going to get the touch over the top. Low boost for BDS, but they want one more. The pinch, the follow-up, the 50 comes through as well. Australia keeping the ball in 30 seconds. BDS just have to keep it alive. FK is downfield, though. He's going to be lurking on this potential psycho attempt. Have Jack 20 boost, trying to get the pop, but Exotic right there. BDS 20 seconds.
Yeah, and Exotic has to use a lot of boost, just knowing that Gen.G were lurking below. Here's First Killer and Chronic connecting towards the backboard. Charlie and Monkey Moon both jump for this, and BDS still trying to get organized, and the demos is what destructures Gen.G in this second. BDS just have to keep this lead. It's all up to AppJack. He loses it to Exotic. Chronic with a hand up to slow down the midfield. First Killer went for the demo, and no boost. It's only AppJack with anything to work with, and it's BDS that get away with game one.
Strong start from BDS. They played a lot of defense early, but in the end, they just look like the more solid team. And to be honest, that offense that we did see from Gen.G, even though there was so much time in that blue half, to be honest, they weren't really doing anything. There wasn't much damage in terms of pressure, in terms of boost control. They weren't putting any fantastic shots on net. I mean, you see that there. They do have 6 shots. They had less shots in the end. But if you look at the stats for time in forward half, they dominated. So really not finding much connection up front.
I think the demos and the timing of the chaos that close to the net is really what can tilt the scales. I saw Gen.G really go for those, and AppJack, I mean, he already had a good day one. He was not the problem on Gen.G when it came to that loss to power. It's really Gen.G staying in their own heads, and I think now that day one is over with, this is going to be a Gen.G that looks more comfortable.
I mean, no one's questioning the individual ability of Gen.G. It's just them as a team. How do they sort of, you know, unify and create some, I guess, the synergy that we do see online? I mean, we know how impressive they are. We know that when they do come up against the best in NA, when they do play G2, when you get those El Clasicos in the NA online qualifiers, they're right there. They're able to play some of the best Rocket League you can possibly see. But on land right now, they're just a touch off the pace. EWC was a step up for them, but they still look a little bit rattled off that round one loss to power.
BDS have had a lot of use of the backboard from Gen.G's half, but sometimes it's just, the ball has so much power that it takes an extra second for BDS to adjust, and if they could strike just a bit quicker, be in that perfect position, you will catch an open net. And this was only a 1-0 game in game one, so we'll see how Gen.G will respond. The shots were pretty even. Midfield for Gen.G, and Jack threatens the double, fakes it to Chronic, and it's too low.
I think Jack just had to take the shot. I think he overthought it. He went for the fake. He pulled off the shot. And in the end, it was so weak from Chronic with the follow-up. That was a perfect opportunity. Monkey Moon had 0 boost in net. If you're going to score, it has to be right there. They'll be ruining that chance gone awry, should I say. And again, it's just BDS down the other end. Nice infield pass. Exotic was 0. He doesn't really want to be here, but he does get a 50 on it. Jack downfield. Chronic wants to get there. It's actually just right here because Monkey still cannot find any boost.
Team BDS just didn't have any boost. First, Exotic takes the quarter from the opponent's half, and Drawley and Monkey Moon had nothing. Just thinking if they had control of the midfield, then they wouldn't have to worry about a ball sailing over their heads like that. So Gen.G will get their first one of the series.
Great step up there. Gen.G. Perhaps they just need to find one, and this is going to be awkward as well. Drawley should be able to get the touch, but he didn't read it at all. once again, sometimes it just takes a little bit of luck, a misplay from the other side to open up the gates, and you can see Exotic pulling off, but really not there in time. Easy as you like for FK.
Yeah, Exotic had an awkward jump, and it was a good decision that came too late. This Gen G, when it rains and pours, and they've caught BDS in a weaker moment. And now with a kickoff that resets everything, it's Monkey Moon missing, and now Exotic too. Jolly's all by himself, so it's an easy ball to take away from him. And that gives a moment for Gen G to collect boost.
Whoa! Where are you going? Monkey Moon has to go backwards, caught underneath it. It's Chronic. Let's get the touch. First kill, just throws one on net. Rally with 100 boost, we'll be able to deal with that, but you can see they're not really linking up right now, BDS, and it's not as comfortable as game one in defense, that's for sure. Chronic, though, that's going to hurt with the miss. Jack, though, able to read it underneath with 100. Makes it up. Exotic 0 boost, still gets the touch. First killer wanting to keep this one. He's going to back off instead. Monkey Moon throws it downfield, but they are getting dusted in the midfield. This has been a huge change now. Gen G winning that battle. It's a pre-jump play and almost in. Should have maybe been in. They stay alive.
A couple of close calls from Gen G, and maybe also realizing they could go for more direct shots. That's how the first 2 goals happened, as Drolly makes the space in the net, and Exotic will execute.
Yeah, you just see Drolly cooking down here. Chronic wanted to get the past the first killer. They both had 200 boost total in the tank. But Drolly still too good, reading the pass back and finding the dish across to Exotic.
Really got to protect that post, but that means BDS stay in the shadow of Gen G. Now a kickoff that stalls out, forces Monkey Moon to make the save. As BDS assess the field, and first killer will be shoved out of the way, especially with no boost. Chronic's already off the ceiling, trying to deal with Drolly. Now BDS can start to advance, but Gen G have a lot of firepower to them when it comes to these challenges. No. And there's no one back for Gen G. They were so confident on that push.
It's just a massive positional mistake. You can see it here. Who's third man right now for Gen G? They've got to sort it out. Jack's pushing up thinking he's second, but Chronic, he's pushing down the line. He's looking for the wide pass. He's grabbing that mid boost across. No one last. It's just simple stuff right now for Gen G. It's so costly against one of the best teams in the world.
You had a sense that Team BDS were low on boost, and maybe Gen G felt like when they could full send it. Well, but now Exotic receives a pass, double commit, colliding in the net, still trying to get organized, and Chronic now has to react to this. And first killer with a good clear, but it's going to be caught by Trolley. BDS are in control.
Yeah, you can see the misplay there, and first killer just said, guys, let me have it. I don't know what you're doing down there, but you can just see they're a little bit rattled now, Gen G. A couple of positional mistakes, a couple of structural misplays, and all of a sudden, they're having to play a lot of defense. First killer, nice save, had to pre-jump backwards. Monkey Moon trying to slot it in behind, but Australia have to back up as well. Jack looking to push downfield. They don't have the boost to surge down there, though, and it's just straight back on the attack for BDS.
Gen G are too antsy on these transitions, and they've been caught having to 180. They may have to play a safer third man or a second man that's just a step behind. And look at this, 2v2, but it's BDS in the net.
The fake was so nice here from Drally. How good. You can just see him flying across. Chronic just hesitates on the sideball. That's enough for Monkey to slot it far corner. And BDS, after looking like they were going to run it, or Gen G were going to run away with it, suddenly get the lead.
BDS are so back. It was a slow start, but it's how you finish that matters. Almost 90 seconds, and again, BDS, the rally continues. Exotic with a 50 win, it will sail across the net. Drawley tries to adjust, here comes Monkey Moon. First killer, he's really good with these 50s and these high pressure situations when you can't afford a mistake. That's when first killer steps up. Now Drawley will be shoved off, but Exotic, a high ball. First killer in the net, keeps taking these shots, and he will save every single one of them.
Great save, FK. Was getting bumped as well. And you could just see they try to put it straight at him, hoping the bump was coming through. Still a 1-goal lead, though, for BDS. They want 2. Charlie with 100. Might go for another fake as well. You see Exotic wants in. They're going to go the double 50. Charlie now has to back up. Exotic 0 boost, just floating. He's going to be useless, though. Chronic, what do you got? And he's just leaving the ball, and that might just be it again. Jack's not reaching it. Absolute disaster for Gen G.
Guys, T-Bates predicted Gen G. You can't let them down like this. This is so uncharacteristic for Gen G, and really they're trying to pick and choose these opportunities to have the most quality challenge. I'm seeing them really stand back, and this is where BDS led an offense that felt non-stop, forcing FK of all people to be the one who has to be the defensive masterclass player.
The bump, Exotic wanted it as well. I mean, Honestly, right now, Gen G, they're a mess. They're a mess positionally. It just looks all over the place. Speaking of that, BDS,
Never mind.
well, they got a bit ahead of themselves as well, I guess. They do get one back. There's enough time, 33 seconds. BDS won't be happy with that. That was another case of just third man not knowing their role, committing too hard. Gen G, easy as you like for first killer.
Both teams really taking the risk of sending all three and really playing an aggressive third man in that midfield. But when these counterattacks, these transitions happen, it happens so fast, you don't have time to react. Now 2 in the net for Gen G. Chronic with a full tank. Doesn't get a good launch, he can't follow through with this. And at least the 50 forces right to first killer and doesn't get the corner boost, but even just a touch to get away from Jolly would have been nice to slow it down. 12 seconds left. Gen G need possession. And it has to be with first killer, but it's just a clear that goes to Chronic, turns to double, Jolly's off the backboard. First killer needs to bully him off. Appjack doesn't do a good job of it. Last chance for Gen G, off the ceiling and down. Chronic doesn't get the shot. BDS for game 2.
A massive response there, Gen G. It was their game, really. It was their game to win, to tie this series up. But just way too many mistakes, way too many double commits as well. And that's a key sign that the positioning just isn't quite there. It can come down to trust communication. But in the end, if you've got 2 guys in the same spot, you can't blame them for both going for the save. But you can't do that against BDS. They just capitalized. They were clinical out front. They did concede a couple of their own, but really fought hard to get back into that one.
Yeah, slow start for BDS, but then they just excelled. They knew that Gen G were scared. They were not challenging everything they could have. Of course, Team BDS love these mid-air passes to take the ball up, to force Gen G to really commit out of position. And that's where Gen G have been caught, whether it's missed challenges, missed touches. So they kind of hesitate a little bit. And now BDS realized that and just stopped them to the point they got so confident they send all 3, and Gen G would find an open net every now and then.
And you can see the frustration as well from Appjack on the cameras right there. You can see that they're just not clicking. Now you look to Coach Chrome. How do you get them going? You know, you can plan structures, you can plan play styles, counter strats, everything in between. But at the end of the day, if the team doesn't have that synergy, it's so hard to get anything building off that. That's your building blocks, is the chemistry, the connection that the players have on the pitch. Right now, that's not there for Gen G, but they've got another chance here.
And you would think that win against Limitless for Gen G would have been enough to kind of reaffirm, to solidify something, to just refine that foundation that they're known for in North America. But it's BDS that have been consistent now on match point. Chronic kind of stressing me out over there, and you want a defense that looks a bit more stable, but hey, a counterattack that kicks back is nice too.
Yeah, as you said, they got the win over Limitless, but it's still, I don't think it really does much for your confidence, because you're expected to win that, and then you're thinking, well, are we still good? Because in the back of their minds, they're thinking, we lost 3-1 to Team Power in round number 1. We haven't really played anyone in terms of the top teams in the world. Right now, as you said, they need to get going. They need to find that connection again. We need to see a lot less double commits. We need to see the positional mistakes fixed up here as Chronic. That's nice from him. Ready for it on the backboard. Able to catch. He's going to go the 50 off the side. Exotic there, though, and gets a nice dunk. First killer's in big trouble. If the shot comes through, he does get the save. Has to sit himself in front. They're not in trouble just yet. Chronic 0 boost. Same with Appjack. BDS looking to strike.
Yeah, you got to be careful. BDS, these aerials, these mid-air passes right in front of the net. Gen G are starting to figure that out. Now, how can Chronic set his team up with 2 in the net? It's can't go for the direct shot. That seemed like the answer earlier on in the series. Gen G are going to have to pull out the strat book, and look at this 50 from Jolly, catching Gen G off, and they respond demo for demo. Napjack has a moment to himself, and it bounces in!
Might just be goal of the tournament right here from Appjack. How on earth, what is that angle? What is that angle? What on earth is that? That might just be the catalyst for this team to launch a comeback.
My God, Jack is that anchor that can keep them going, to keep the ship afloat and steady. BDS will trail behind, but not by much. And with the demo in front through the fire and the flames, Gen G with 2.
The catalyst indeed. They get one straight back again. They get another on the board. This time it's Monkey Moon with the misplay. Chronic just being the enforcer. Double bump with a demo included. Jack gets 2. 3 minutes on the clock.
Gen G found the secret sauce, something they were alluding to in the earlier games, is going for demos and physical plays while BDS are looking at the ball or looking for a pass. Gen G are really known for those, and Monkey Moon just trying to bulldoze through. I'll give you physical. And Chronic is free, and he's got boost. Drawley behind. Chronic takes it high to get away. Now he's got all three jumping for him. Where's the help from Gen G? First killer too far forward. Abjack knows he has to play safe. Exotic goes for the bump, misses. It's off to the side.
Yeah, you can see first killer getting back in time. That's the help defense. So much better now from Gen G. As I say, that first killer with a whiff, but Chronic there to help out. As long as the communication picks up, they should be able to work out of this one. Still half a game, a lot of time. BDS did it. Two of them in game number 2. Can they go again, Mark? I mean, that's a great pass. It's so classy from him. This Exotic gets the goal, but have a look at this off the corner.
Yeah, Monkey Moon with the follow-up touch, the bounce, and manages to also dodge. Exotic and Chronic was kind of stuck off the crossbar, and once the ball sails across the net like that and there's a passing option, it's very difficult for Gen G to save that. Now this makes it a very winnable game for BDS. Of course, it always was with the time left. Gen G strike early. Now they try to collide in the net. Not as successful with valuable bumps or demos. And now BDS are trying to show themselves here.
I mean, just before then, that was ridiculous from Drawley. He had 0 boost in the corner. He had to make a double save. He gets a wall dash. Here's a double coming through. The fake out Exotic. That's such a weak shot. He should have scored. Drawley got to squish that one. Exotic with 50 boost. Just trying to buy enough time for his teammates to get back in there. And look at Gen G all over the top of each other. They do get the clear eventually. Only in the hands of Drawley though. Over to Exotic with boost. Takes it up top. Chronic up quickly. Meets him in the air with a 50. First killer gets around 1. Looks to get around 2. Does not do that. Abjack there to just launch it downfield.
Gen G have really good control on the goal line when they have to make really important touches. Thinking about Abjack or Chronic, how they handle that with low boost. As Abjack gets the pinch off the ceiling. And Exotic is back. Gen G haven't found any kind of lucky open nets. Exotic with a full tank. All of BDS can really send it, but ball possession. Gen G are starting to contest in the air. Jack wants to drop this to Chronic. Good touch from Drawley, trying to intercept this play. Now Chronic's getting bumped from Exotic. He's going to be out for a second. First killer's 50 isn't ideal. Someone has to be in the net. Monkey Moon wants a more quality setup.
Really nice from Jack. He was ready for the touch. He recognized the low boost from Monkey Moon. That pop won't do Gen G any favors though, because Monkey's got 100 and he's taking it straight back down the other end. Huge 50 coming through. First killer with boost. Doesn't get the touch. Exotic off the backboard. They're not ready, BDS. They didn't think the whiff was going to come through. Chronic's awkward. First killer helps out. 55 seconds. They just got to hang on, but the pressure's at its highest.
These 50s in front of Gen G's net are stressing me out. And I think BDS know it. They want to put on the press in those moments. 45 seconds. Here comes Monkey Moon with the reset to Drawley, who doesn't have enough boost to keep up with it. But the play is still alive and well, even with BDS sending all 3. But Chronic to Gen G downfield, but unfortunately not on target towards the net.
Great touch, Monkey Moon. Exotic now, getting around Abjack. He's already jumped. He's very awkward. He's trying to get a touch on it. Drawley with a clear downfield. Monkey Moon so quick up, but too quick for his own good. Doesn't get the touch. 20 seconds now. Gen G, they can just find one. Perhaps this series is alive. First killer, nice reset. It's going to be up. Who's there? Abjack for 3. Abjack for the hat trick.
Oh my God, Gen G, unite when it matters the most. Beautiful approach to the challenge, and also kind of scares Monkey Moon into a dangerous spot. And once Gen G get the ball rolling, all they had to do was slam it in. Beautiful synergy between First Killer and Abjack. And now with 3-1, is a good nail in the coffin unless Monkey Moon could slot this. It looked a bit too high. Exotic to Drawley, some seconds on the clock. But now it is truly over, and Gen G can buy themselves a game.
Great response, and honestly, one of the best individual games so far at the World Championships. Apparently, Jack with a hat trick when the team really had their backs against the wall. They had no answer. They looked like they should have won game 2. They got demolished after the first minute and a half. And then Jack with a bit of magic. I mean, I want to see that double touch again. I seriously, you know, if it's a corner double, at least the ball's coming out. But that just did not look like he could get it done, and he managed to put it top corner. Hat-trick, as you can see on the stats. Mobile 1 high performance replay. Here we go. And it's Abjack kicking off. And he only had 30 in the tank as well. How? How has he scored that? Wow.
It's just jaws are dropped.
It's just perfect. It's just perfect. And that's what they needed. As soon as he scored that, bang, they get another one on the board straight away. And that just put too much pressure on BDS in the end. They went too hard to try and come back into it. And Jack got his third.
And mental is very important here. And Abjack seems like the type of guy that you pointed out was frustrated earlier. But it's like poking the bear. You do not want to make a bear angry. And Abjack, look how much better he played after kind of a frustrating game. But look at the amount of saves that Gen G had to do to make that game. It's double-digit saves from Gen G, and not easy ones. Very kind of awkward backflips right on the goal line 50s. Very scary for Gen G, but they can keep it up. That works.
I mean, just the importance of that first goal from Jack cannot be understated, and you could hear the reactions from the guys. We're sitting just 15 meters or standing just 15 meters away from Gen G. It was almost it was obviously a celebration, but almost a relief. They were trying to find something. They needed that kickstarter to get them going in this series, and that's what it was. That's what they needed, and now they're right back in it.
And there was nothing even wrong with BDS. They made Gen G sweat for that game. BDS registered, I would want to say, a lot more shots, double digits. It's BDS. They may just have to push through the defense, quite literally and physically. As Gen G made these goal line saves that you would think would just go through. Monkey Moon's out of boost though. Exotic barely has the beat. But Abjack gets demoed off the midfield. First killer doesn't make contact and opens it up for Chronic. Bar down!
I mean, he had an open net, but he made it look pretty good. Wow, look at the beat. Monkey Moon throws himself Chronic. I mean, I guess you could say a clopen net, Exotic 0 boost, but he manages to just smack it bar down. Gen G are building this snowball.
Great play out of Chronic when his two teammates were gone. Awkward touch from first killer just to make the initial save. But Gen G are starting to layer up on that defense and be organized too. You don't want to double commit, you don't want to run into each other, and Gen G are okay so far. First killer doesn't have enough boost to really just dribble this all the way across, and no one from BDS is kind of taking advantage of that moment.
Kind of climbing over the top of each other now in defense. It's really been just a complete 180 for these two sides. We're seeing a lot less double commits coming through from Gen G. Here's a chance now, though, for BDS. It's very awkward for first killer. 0 boost, still pre-flips a touch to the side. Just trying to get it to safety. Monkey went for the ceiling double, missed the second touch. Charlie with no boost, won't be able to get anything on that. And Exotic's got 0, just throws it down to FK. Clean enough Monkey Moon. But even then, it's still awkward for him. More 50s. Gen G really back into this. They're controlling the midfield now. And their spacing is much better. They still got to get out of trouble here.
Yeah, first killer had to buy time. Now Gen G's defense is there. It's been difficult for BDS to carve through. Gen G had to put up double digits to keep BDS only out 1 goal as Trolley's now bumping. Exotic gets an open net, and there it is, the tie.
You just got to go with brute force sometimes, and that's exactly what they did here. You can see Drally just floats it downfield, and just the bump comes through, the team bump. Drally goes, I'll try and put that one in. Exotic gets credited with the goal. And that was a little bit of that messiness from Gen G. When they're spread out, they look so good, but when they do just clamber over the top of each other, they don't have the comms or the connection right now to work it out. They need to keep that spacing, keep nice and spread.
Now Gen G kind of assess, react to BDS, but they don't want to give up too much space either, especially to someone like Monkey Moon. Now Chronic has Jack on the wing. It's gonna take over. His second man is demoed. Nothing more Gen G could really do. Now first killer off the ceiling, and Abjack is there. Monkey Moon reads this like a book.
Very safe touch now for Jack. Just launch it downfield. First killer so quick on this. If he can read it, no he can't. It's gonna be behind. And Chronic went as well. Drally the only one to be there quick enough. Jack just goes for the safety touch. Exotic has it. He has 100. Monkey's waiting. He's got 100. He wants to get in as well. A phenomenal pass. If Charlie can get it in, he does! BDS with the lead.
Gotta be careful of those BDS passes that come from one side of the net, that cross to the other, and you gotta look for the direct shot, then you're looking at the pass, you're trying to avoid demos. There's a lot, and Gen G are usually good with handling that pressure, but not now. And BDS are so good at playing from behind. It's like Gen G have a lead, and now BDS steal it.
I mean, it's just so intelligent from Monkey Moon. You look at, the mechanics, the crazy plays. You look at Oski's crazy ground pitch, but I just love those kind of plays right there from Monkey Moon. He just picked the best option. He went for the pass. He didn't panic. And Drally with the execution as well. So nice from BDS. Minute 45 now if they want to lock down this series. I'm sure they don't want Champfield against Gen G. Can Gen G respond?
Yeah, can Gen G really draw BDS out of their net? Because when all three are there, When there's that many cooks in the kitchen, Gen G just overheats at times, and that was a little close. Strawley now kind of keeps Gen G busy while the rest of BDS grab boosts, and Chronic is lacking just that as Jack doesn't get the best of shots, but at least he gets back to save this.
I mean, how many times have they done that, though? Overcommitted third man and then just hustling back. That's a massive misplay. Jack with enough boost. Just over a minute left now. I'm looking at Chronic. I'm looking at him to be the man. Last time, they can't rely on Appjack to score a hat trick to beat this team every time. First killer and locking down the defense. I want to see Chronic get involved. He's so individually mechanical, but he needs to bring out some brilliance right now. 50 seconds left.
And this is a 1-1 game. And you do not want to drop 1-2. You go to tournament lives. 44 seconds. All of Gen G have boost. Jack gets contested. First killer in the box. And it's too high. That was the equalizer. Can Chronic keep the play alive? He wins the 50, but Exotic is too quick over first killer, and Jack is not back.
They went all in on that play, and you see the double commit again. Their third man has been so crept every single moment that BDS can capitalize on. It's that third man, the kryptonite of Gen G, and it's cost them big time here. The kickoff almost comes through, the kickoff strat. FK should have scored, and now BDS have a 2-goal lead and probably wrap up this series.
Oh, first killer with the demo and just couldn't play the ball close enough. Chronic with a bouncer, first killer too far forward. Gen G just really needed to lock in these last 30 seconds if they wanted to have one last hurrah. But they'll have a last hurrah in the 1-2 spot here at Worlds. BDS 2-1, even extra sauce at the end. Just another day at the office for a team like BDS.
And for the third time, the third consecutive time, if Gen G want to make it out of this Swiss stage into the playoffs, they will need to go all 5 rounds of the Swiss. They drop down to 1 and 2. BDS handle business, move on to the 2-1 stage. Still have a chance for that second chance. Remember, it's top 8 going through, top 4 with 2 lives in the finals. So important there. A massive win for BDS. And as we said, Gen G, they looked, I mean, a generational performance from Appjack in that third game. But
flashy goals, hey, you'll be on a montage.
He will be in a montage, but man, just way too inconsistent from line for Gen G. Way too many misplays positionally. That's not what we expect from them. The BDS, classy.
Yeah,
very classy team.
You just can't go quiet when things get hectic, when you start falling behind. And Gen G, that's where those issues can arise of who is going down, who's playing back, who's going back for boost. And it's like even boost was an issue at times. And BDS, this could have easily been a sweep. Yes, they lost one game 3-1, but you know how many saves Gen G had to put up to even win that game? Like, it was stressful. That Gen G's defense was pushed to the edge, and BDS looked good.
It just felt like they were reaching for everything, Gen G. Everything looked hard. It looks like they were just exerting so much energy to get anywhere in defense, to transition it downfield. There were some great chances, some great touches, and there were moments we saw Jack stepping up, but BDS, they just were too good in the end.
Yeah, this is another win for BDS. They'll have one more to go to qualify for playoffs. And standing by with Monkey Moon is Leaf. Let's go check in.
Monkey Moon from BDS as they walk on through with a victory. Some ups and downs there. Actually, let's ask about that matchup too, because Game 3 went not very much in your favor. What was the difference maker in that matchup? Was it maybe their defense? Because they had a lot of saves.
Si on revient un peu sur votre match, plus particulièrement la Game 3, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé un peu différemment? Pourquoi est-ce que ça a fini par perdre? Est-ce qu'il y a un changement de jeu de leur côté, quelque chose en plus?
Non, c'est pas vraiment un changement de jeu. Je pense que c'est plus, je vais pas dire la peur de gagner, mais on manque un peu de confiance encore. Mais plus on avance dans le tournoi, plus on va avoir de confiance.
We were maybe missing a bit of confidence just there, you know. We were still, you know, entering the tournament, so we're still just, you know, warming up. So yeah, we're maybe missing a little bit of confidence, but that's pretty much it.
That's fair enough, but it didn't matter at the end of the day. It came back, you got the victory. Looking back at kind of the year as a whole for you, you know, the first few majors, couple quarterfinal dropouts, not the best, but then you win EWC. Obviously something drastic changed. Can you pinpoint what that was for the team that shifted, or maybe something that you guys clued into?
Alors c'est vrai que si on revient un peu plus sur votre année en général, si on revient sur les 2 majors, vous avez les 2 fois été éliminé au quart de finale et ensuite vous avez fini par gagner les WC. Est-ce qu'il s'est passé quelque chose de différent sur votre préparation? Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé pour que finalement vous arriviez à gagner un tournoi juste avant les Worlds?
Je pense que le WC c'était plus un tournoi de préparation pour les Worlds, puisque les Worlds c'est le tournoi le plus important. Les majors, je pense que la préparation elle était pas assez, je sais pas comment dire, mais elle était pas assez claire quoi. On le prenait pas assez au sérieux je pense. Et du coup pour le WC on a tout donné pour dire que pour les Worlds faut qu'on soit prêt quoi.
So, maybe the AWC is like, to prepare for the Worlds. It's like the all warming ups, So maybe we were not just prepared enough during majors. We're maybe not the optimal preparation. But now I think we took AWC more seriously. And we gave it our all because we knew it was right before the Worlds. And since the Worlds is like the most important tournament of the year, we had to be ready at AWC.
Well, I just want to tag on that then, because a lot of other teams were saying that for them, realizing that they need to have more fun seemed to be the thing, but it sounds like for you guys, taking it more seriously was the key factor.
Alors c'est vrai qu'il y a peut-être pas mal d'équipes qui ont pris ces derniers tournois de manière un peu plus tranquille, un peu plus chill, besoin d'avoir un peu plus de fun. Et à l'inverse, il semblerait que vous avez été justement plus sérieux. Est-ce que c'est du coup justement le cas? Retrouver un peu de sérieux dans votre préparation, dans votre jeu?
Après, on a toujours été très sérieux. Mais je pense que pour les autres équipes aussi, c'est bien aussi de prendre les choses fun. Je pense que ça peut aider à décontracter un peu les choses, mais nous, dans notre préparation, on était beaucoup plus sérieux.
So yeah, we have always been, really serious in a gameplay,
Right.
of course. But maybe it's nice for other teams sometimes, to have a bit of fun as well,
Right.
just to relax a little bit. But yeah, we took our preparation really seriously to make sure that we were ready for Worlds. So yes.
That's fair enough. Give me a prediction right now. Who's going to be winning this next one over? Is it Vitality or is it SSG? I think I know the answer. Yeah, okay. I had a feeling. Anyways, congratulations, Monkey Moon. Congratulations to BDS. We move onwards, though. As I just mentioned, our next matchup is going to be Vitality versus SSG. This is, according to Monkey Moon, going to be a Vitality win, but you have to stick around to find out if it's true.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
We now return to our interview with the insurance whistleblower.
I just think everyone should know there's an insurance company out there exposing other companies' rates so you can compare them and save.
Sounds like trouble.
It's great, actually. It's called Auto Quote Explorer from Progressive. Here, look. See, we show you our direct rates and their rates, even if we're not the lowest.
So, whistleblower usually means you're exposing something bad.
I thought it meant calling attention to something helpful. You know, like, toot toot, check it out. This thing's the best. No?
I've been in the good times. you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. Yeah, we got it. Oh, I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Welcome back, everybody, to the RLCS World Championship. And on your screens are your defending world champions. But if you ask them, they're not defending this one at all. They are there to attack this World Championship, to go and grab it for themselves. But it's not going to be an easy task. Vitality, they are coming in off a loss. Their opponents in Space Station are coming in off a win, James Bond.
Yes, they are. Space Station taking down OG 3-0, bouncing back after their loss in the first round. But I think this is a really interesting matchup. Vitality, like you said, Shogun, the defending world champions.
I would like to point out it is 2:45, and Radosin is still yawning.
It's, as Gibbs said at around noon o'clock, it's...
Oh my... I would like to point out it is 2:45, and Alpha is still yawning.
It's gamer hours, I guess.
All right, come on, Zed. Is it? Oh, no.
Morning.
Oh, there's...
Okay, at least Zenlock.
Yeah, Zen's locked in. Zen's on my team, all right? That's the player I wanted to see locked in right now.
Only player ever to win Worlds during a debut season.
He just sort of completed the RLCS in 3 months when he just debuted.
Wait, is that true? What about Seiko? I must be...
I mean, we could always push towards, season 1. We can get a little bit iffy about it, but the stat's a stat. I
guess it's got to be true. If it made it on the screen, I'd believe it. But then we shift the focus over to Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming, a North American team going up against this Titan of Europe. And there's a lot of... Well, I was going to say, Sugar, there's a lot of chatter about this Space Station team that missed out on the first major because they matched up in the quarters against Gen.G every single time, lost every single match. But now they've been able to make a major now here at the World Championship as well. This is a big test for them.
Well, these guys are locked in. They are ready to go for this.
They're not yawning, at least.
They're not yawning. I mean, they've had enough time to not only practice for this match, but to prepare introductions.
But this is the guy that needs to step up for Space Station Gaming. Right now, Hawks are leading the charge on the scoring front, but normally you would expect that out of LJ. LJ, one of the most deadly players on the ball. A lot of people talk about if you're trying to form a super team in North America or anywhere in the world, really, LJ is one of those players that you want to have on your team.
So let's know back at home, who do you think is going to move on to the 2-1 round? Hashtag VIT for Vitality or hashtag SSG in our progressive fan vote. Should we get our predictions in?
I mean, we might as well say it. My prediction's already in on paper.
Yep, same here. Vitality for myself, and you?
Shockingly, Space Station Gaming was not the team I picked either.
I was going to expect, are we going to go for the proper EUNA splits?
No, we're definitely both Vitality on this one. The defending world champs have been looking a little too good. I think for Space Station Gaming, they still have a lot to prove to me.
Yeah, and on the point that you made about LJ as well, it just doesn't seem like he's quite woken up in this tournament just yet, and he's the player that they need in this one. Everyone's yawned now, all right? We do have the Zen yawn, the trifecta.
All on Vitality.
They are sleeping on them.
That's what I was going to say. Does that mean that they're actually sleeping on the competition?
Ferry, I think you need to up your voice here, mate. You need to get these boys awake because we are almost there. We are ready to go. The fan vote is in. 67% of you believe that Vitality will be moving on to the 2-1, but Space Station will be more than happy to disagree. Best of 5 upcoming. One of these teams can be happy. One of these teams gets to go back to the hotel and go to sleep.
Well, I think both teams might go back and go to sleep. We'll see, but can't forget, Game 1 brought to us by Progressive. We're about to get things underway. Space Station trying to knock EU off their high horse, already starting out in Game 2 with a win and a Vitality. I don't think that's right.
We'll see.
There we go.
Quick reminder as well that
this is Game 1.
Whoever does win this one will be playing later on today in the 2-1 round. So we'll have quite a few of our qualifiers already through. And then we get to tomorrow, where it is elimination the whole way. Crowd in the building, and oh boy, can I not wait. But both these teams, as much as I'm sure that they love playing in front of a crowd, they would rather wait 1 day extra.
Certainly. That pressure being eliminated through the Swiss stage, and already things getting out to a good start for Vitality. Rosen, you could hear him yelling from across the stage. Wonderful interference play by Alpha, and then Radosin there to bully that one through.
Just always the case. You don't quite know what you're expecting from them on the outplays. You know they are capable of just floating with grace, but sometimes they just bully it. Go for the shoulder first strategy, and you weren't ready for it. Oh, that's a nice pass to Zen.
Oh,
Zen's missed the open net. He gets a second chance. No, not quite.
And Zen will have to retreat low on boost here, but Alpha's so quick. LJ had tons of boost to work with. You saw Hoxer try to path over the corner boost. LJ will have another attempt here, but again, quickly challenged off the ball. Perhaps Vitality knowing that LJ is that star player, not wanting to give him looks, but it's too much. They can't get in front of LJ. Wonderful pass from Chicago.
I really thought they were going to have it on this pass here, but instead it was the light touch that started it that baited in the goalkeeper, allowed the second to be floated to the left, and you've got no one left to stop the follow-up shot. 1-1, Vitality ruining the earlier miss.
Lovely card control there, like you said, from Chicago. That first flick, maintaining possession, catching it again, and getting that pass over. And also for Space Station fans, probably happy that it was LJ getting that goal, taking that shot. That is the player that Space Station wants to activate.
Oh, that's off the backboard. Radosin leaps forward. Zen holding the midfield. He's beat to it by Chicago. Alpha loses his car for his troubles. Low boost overall here for Vitality. Alpha's picked up 100. Gonna have to be as relevant as possible here, but now it's Radosin and Zen. Very low, good bumps though from Alpha, prevents Chicago from following up.
That was a dangerous ball out into the middle of the field, and it's given Space Station this control. Vitality pushed far back. Chicago didn't want to waste what little boost he had. Wasn't able to get a bump either. Now another chance for Zen to kickstart this counterattack, and it will result in a goal for Vitality.
And it's the exact same play. Zen missed it earlier on, but he has been the target man, picks up 100, get the ball over to him, and get the success that you deserve. Vitality 2, Space Station 1, and importantly, James, Space Station need to start looking for that.
They do. They need to lock down those corners much better. Both of those goals for Vitality going from the corner in. Someone needs to be there on that near post, ready to punch it out. We see Chicago there this time. We'll take it up in the air. Flip reset pass attempt, but it was too far away from LJ.
That's an absolutely lovely drift back down. Stay at 2-1. Alpha 0 boost. Still gets the challenge. And Radosin couldn't finish it. Alpha's 50 to get that to him was immaculate.
Space Station thinking they're lucky stars that they got away without conceding another goal. Vitality have the initiative in Game 1.
Now there's another shot. Chicago keeps it away. Reasonably comfortable for him. Needs a bit of help. Again, the 50 out to Zen. Radosin. It's going to leave it because Alpha hits the post. If Vitality could hit their shots, this one would be over.
And it hurts worse because Alpha's on my fantasy team. That one I thought surely was a goal. Alpha just off target. Vitality multiple chances. They are dictating the tempo of this game, but that air touch, a good 50 from Hoxer, but you saw Alpha slow things down, just taking the no-flip 50s, buying so much time for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality have got full control when it comes to the 50s. And again, just find the pass to someone midfield. Zen waiting for it. They've actually used Mr. Fake Out option. Redosin chooses not to take the shot. As good as Vitality have had, they're only up by 1. They need to try and make at least one more of these opportunities stick.
Leaving the door open for Space Station. This is a shot opportunity. Hoxer gets a piece of it. Chicago, how will he play it? Battles through that first contact. Can't get the 50, but ball rolling out to LJ. LJ's 50 will kick off the side hard. Redosin misses. Hoxer infield to Chicago. Chicago slots it.
You have to finish your plate. If you don't, stuff like that can happen to you. Again, it's those very narrow passing plays that Space Station nail every time.
And Space Station had almost no boost whatsoever. And we see a kickoff piece come out as well. Great composure.
Oh,
but there's
my
the
goodness.
demo. There's the response from Vitality.
I was looking straight across me. The biggest pop-off there was from Fairy Peak. The kickoff play, one that you know he drew up, works brilliantly.
Wow, so Space Station fighting from behind this whole game. They finally tie it up. And then shortly after kickoff, giving it up. And now a chance for them. The infield pass! It's haymakers left and right. Blow after blow, landing. This time it's Space Station who come out on top.
Unbelievable from Hoxer. He knows the challenge is going to happen, so he realizes, I've got to play the wide version of this. I've got to take it over here and just see if I can find a teammate. 3-3. And for a match that Vitality in the opening half were very comfortable in, they are now really up against it. Good stop from Alpha, straight to the path of Redosin.
And it looked like Redosin had missed the corner boost or chosen not to get it off kickoff, and that almost bit Vitality. Flip reset now from Zen. He brings it back down to the ground, kicks it forward. Has to bail out. Alpha's turn to go in.
That's an unbelievable stop there from Alpha. Here's LJ. Just pull back down. Zen, one more chance. Can he get this done in regulation? Not when he's getting challenged that early. And Chicago more than comfortable off the backboard. Space Station want this final opportunity to be theirs. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. And Alpha hit that with quite a bit more than he might have intended. So we have overtime.
And it's shocking that we're sitting here in overtime. Those first few minutes dominated by Vitality. Space Station showing their grit and determination. LJ getting to that corner boost. Did get a piece of Zen as well, but Zen still trying to stay in the play off the ceiling.
Dosen dives forward. Alpha got the 100. He's going to steal another on his way through, trying to set up. There's nobody there. Now Chicago on the breakaway. That's in a nice spot. Hoxer can at least try and chase up with some pressure. Redosin's missed the ball. Vitality keep tripping up over their own shoelaces.
But somehow Redosin landing in a spot that's decent for the attack and steals that corner boost. Big 50 here. How will Zen take it? Oh, it kicks all the way up above net to slow things down and force a lot of boost out of Redosin.
Bump was needed. Gonna need to get more contact as well because the goalkeeper would not have been happy in that position. Boost starting to run lower and lower. Redosin and Zen. Now with Redosin, he's got time. First touch pretty heavy. Off the bump, he's got it to Zen, who I don't think had the reset. Either way, that ball was always traveling away from him.
Oh, and a miss from Redosin. Chicago. He's been nice on the passes. Oh, that was a scary moment there. There's the shot. That's just off for Vitality.
Vitality need to keep players behind the Space Station back line. They found so much success there earlier on. They should not abandon it now. But it's easy to say when there's 5 minutes on the clock. Not so much when the next goal decides it.
Just a chance here. Hoxer, heavy first touch, got way too far out. Chicago running out of boost before he can get back to it. LJ trying to pop it up downfield. Redosin interrupted by Hoxer. Don't be able to get a double off the sidewall. 2 and up for Space Station. Now Zen going for a reset, has it, and waits. Didn't want to go for that second flip. Knew that he wouldn't be able to get there first.
I think he might have wanted Alpha just to take it off in midair. Bit of a miscommunication potentially. Good challenge. You always get very worried about where is that going to kick out to. Oh, 2 players up, but you've got to finish it, and they couldn't, directly at Alpha. Now the breakaway opportunity here for Vitality. That is a huge boost still though from Chicago, and now it will just fizzle away.
So close for Space Station. The tide is starting to turn.
I'd say it's been turned for a while. They have, I would say, been a better team in this OT.
I would agree with you, Shogun, especially shocking after how dominant Vitality seemed to be, but those missed shots early on now surely haunting Vitality. But the game's not over yet. This game could turn on a dime. Zen airborne, keeps pushing, will position for a 50, but gets bumped off the ball.
Yeah, that demo on Radosin, I think he was the one that he was trying to drop it down to. Zen sticks around with low boost, just trying to give Radosin a chance to rejoin the rotation. Leaves it. Might have preferred to grab the reset. Either way, ball was still in a good spot. You can see everyone is just crowding up for Vitality. They want their chance.
Chicago was so patient, though. Alpha tested a bit. Will pick up that corner also. Trying to get down to the ball, but a great challenge from Chicago. Zen a little awkward on his approach. This opens the door for a Space Station attack. There's a bump off the ball. Alpha, with a little bit of time, punts it high, but LJ still blocks it.
Straight away, they've got somebody back here. Chicago, couldn't quite get it. Wanted that to slice straight across, so missing the ball can certainly be forgiven. Still a nice spot. Hoxer with Chicago, maybe the person to get that too. That first touch really let him down, but here's LJ to try and clean it all up. It's awkward, but it's not dangerous.
Yeah, you called it. That first touch from Chicago maybe could have been a bit cleaner to set up a double tap that could have been threatening. Still, Space Station having quality attacks in the zone. Wonderful 50 from Radosin. He pops it up. LJ will use up all his boost to get behind this ball, trying to pinch it out, but he's stopped by Alpha.
Booming clear. Zen, ceiling reset, over the top!
And that was what I was referring to, Shogun. The game turning on a dime. And Zen turning on a dime on the ceiling, getting back to that ball, finishing the game. A grueling battle for Vitality. They started off hot, cooled off, Space Station started getting into it, and then even in overtime, Space Station looked like the better team. But in overtime, golden goal, all it takes is that one moment, and Zen was able to provide it for Vitality.
The stalemate was smashed by a superstar. You were not gonna keep that one away. I am so curious when we get to this final goal, though, because I think there might have been some bumps on the backfield. That certainly helped out. Yeah, look at this, though. That passing plays. Alpha's just got to try and cover everything.
Good. I mean, you have to be perfect on that pass. Hoxer had no boost. Chicago was running on fumes to make that play happen. But yes, we'll see here. Chicago jumped up and just got beat. Chicago got beat to the ball there. Zen providing that moment. And that is what you are looking for from your star players. And there's no doubt about it. Zen is that star player for Vitality, giving that goal to him, getting him that win in game one. But Space Station, they didn't make it easy, Shogun.
No, they certainly did not. And you've got to say Vitality at times didn't make it easy on themselves early on in that game, which does feel like quite a while ago. I will say that the chances were missed, but Space Station really grew into that. They looked for bits of time, but they were the better of the teams in that OT.
And it just comes down to those few moments. You think about that Chicago double tap. If he would have had a better first touch, might have been able to put a double tap shot on target, force the rebound for LJ or Hoxer. Weren't able to make it happen. Vitality, they came up clutch in a few defensive situations, but now we see offensively, Space Station still going. Those infield passes setting up LJ, continue to generate opportunities, but that time came up short.
Space Station do a phenomenal job of just getting themselves in positions where you think as a defender, they have to be taking a shot here. And then they still don't. Oh, that's going to go the whole way. Well, Hoxer coast to coast.
There's the opposite, so surely they're going to be going for a pass.
LJ's right there, surely.
Let it go in.
Well, that was something special.
Sometimes that little touch at the end is enough, especially when a defender jumps early. Perhaps Zen wanting to defend a flip reset pass or something, trying to shut that down early, but Hoxer being unpredictable, reading the defense as well, just poking that towards net, knowing that Vitality was vulnerable.
Good early challenge there from Chicago, but they're going to need more of it. Dosit back to his own corner, or the other corner. Chicago not quite bumped. Chicago's doing so much work. 3 players had to be committed, but Alpha was left in a good spot.
We did see Chicago do that in the first game on offense, having a flick catch, then a flick into a pass. Now we see the air dribble bump into a 50. LJ, like the juggernaut, cannot be stopped.
And the question really becomes, where's the early challenges? Vitality, who built their name of always being there, seem a little bit hesitant right now. And you can't do that against a space station that are popping off in this game.
And it seems like this is momentum carrying over from that overtime. It seemed like Space Station was the better team in that overtime, even though they conceded that goal and lost that game. We're seeing them comfortable. It looks like they have Vitality red.
That's really good read there from LJ, because that's the sort of touch that you see and just go, oh, okay, I ain't got a shot at getting that.
And somehow they get the touch.
And somehow they get the best touch. That's the reason why they're on the stage. Oh, there's the infield. Hoxer's just got to make contact.
This must be alarming for Vitality. Chicago, he's been picking the defense apart. He just lets the defender beat themselves. The defender says, oh, Chicago's probably going to flick it like all the times he had before. All the times he flicked it past us, Chicago says, nope, I'll let you fly right by. And then, thank you, I'll pass it right into this open lane.
And here comes Chicago yet again. He can keep this going. Oh, the flip wouldn't quite reach, but look at the boost totals. That one's off the crossbar. Space Station are running roughshod.
So now a chance to
stop it.
Oh. They're trying to get that first goal on the board for Vitality. Vitality has had no answers. I think really the silver lining for Vitality is that it is early in the game. But a 3-goal deficit is going to be a tough one to battle back from.
Goes Hoxer, just trying to play for pace. And here's one of those score lines now where Space Station can kind of settle on it and just try and make life difficult for Vitality. Massive clear. Hoxer's going to send that all the way to the blue side of the field. Alpha up. And Alpha back down with at least territory. Zen's going to chase forward. Didn't want to try go for it, but there will come a point where Vitality will have to bite on those. Oh my goodness, what a block! Radosin became a brick wall!
And I love this play from Radosin. Perfect first touch. He sets it up like he's gonna go for the shot. He has Chicago commit to blocking the shot, and then at the last second, air rolls his car down to get that light 50, uses his wheels to make sure that he can get that ball blocked off a 100% and force it through. So lovely from Radosin, so smart. And that came at a critical time for Vitality.
That was Radosin that really seemed to take his play up to another level. This time last year at the World Championship. They might need it again. This time it was the other two coming forward. Alpha, one on target. Space Station would love to at least re-establish their 2-goal lead, but they've got Zen to contend with in that backside of the field. Got boost, he's got the ball, he's faked it out for the 100, and I'm not entirely sure his teammates knew what the play was supposed to be.
I agree with you, because Radosin probably would have given Zen a little bit more space to be able to come in. Radosin looked surprised, but there's demos back-to-back. Radosin tried to tip it around Chicago, but Chicago getting a touch to safety. Hawks are a little awkward. Looked like he got a piece of Alpha playing the attackers instead of the ball. Space Station, at least for now, withstanding this pressure from Vitality.
Just over a minute left. I think awkward has been the best way to describe Vitality in this game. Just not in their flow state, arriving to plays a little bit too early, and then they just got to stop the car, hesitate, lose all the momentum. Although, Hoxer had to get contact. They're still in trouble. Top corner, Hoxer had it red.
Another shot coming in. Radosin, he scored last time. Backward defended by a low boost Chicago. LJ has enough in the tank to get this one, even raising it on the second effort. LJ able to get this out of the zone, and now on the attack. Around one, going for a 50. Rebound out to Hoxer, was a little too far away from him.
Doesn't matter for them though. It's killed time off the clock and has killed a lot of it. 30 seconds, 2 goals needed. Alpha gonna try and lay it up. There's a demo on the backside of the field. Radosin, that pass was to him. Unfortunately, his car is in itty-bitty pieces.
And that's the same for the Vitality attack. That one, see a demo out of the air. You're thinking maybe that one will drop down in front of net. No, Space Station's defense handled that perfectly.
Alpha's got a score with some time on the clock. Zen and Radosin are available. They can't get to either of them. Zen's going to he's going to try for the Psycho. Not quite. He's not got the boost for it. But Space Station in this game had the goals. They had the fakes. They had the air dribbles. They had everything that Vitality would want.
Truly special game there from Space Station. They were playing as a team, and I love what we saw from Chicago. Chicago, one of the great North American players, making it to the grand finals of a world championship. Also winning a major. Chicago, a player you have to give respect. And you saw the mind game in the corner this game. He let the defender go right by him. And I'm telling you, Shogun, when you do that to the opposing team, that really does affect the mental.
This one I want to see a second time. Oh, not quite, no, it was the third one I want to see.
Well, this one was a good one as well.
Yeah, the third one, I'm not quite as convinced by. We're not going to, we're not going to do that to them.
But Space Station, they are going to do that to Vitality. And this also puts into perspective how big of a play that was by Zen in that overtime game. To see Space Station play the way they did in overtime, as well as in this game, it very easily could be 2-0 in favor of Space Station. And if that were the case, you're thinking surely Space Station walks away with this one. But now, because of that play, that individual effort by Zen in game one, Vitality have a little more elbow room to try to find their footing and get back into this one.
Well, for both of these teams, they will be more desperate than usual to win the next 2 in a row. I should remind everybody, whilst I don't have the graphic here, so I'm not going to get too much into the details. Seeding is massive in this tournament. Game differential is huge. You need the 3-0s. You can't get that. A 3-1, well, it wouldn't do a miss.
The seeding, so important. Determining those matchups. And the matchup's important because you want to have the best shot at winning as possible and also build that confidence as you move towards the end of this tournament where it gets progressively harder. Things looking difficult for Vitality right now. Zen with low boost, though! No boost, no problem. Zen gets the job done.
Again, Radosin just pops up. But I think it was a bit of a mistouch just because you can't get that hit when you're in defense and drop it in the penalty box. That is a big no-no at this level, and Zen happy to remind them.
And again, it's Zen, who's that individual player stepping up, but an immediate response from Space Station. We've seen it even in game one. The back and forth after kickoff. And it's Space Station who makes it happen again.
I'll tell you what, Chicago, very smart to put that one as low down as possible because Alpha had at least the angle. But everyone spots those nows, those squishy, those in and out saves. Nobody wants to get stopped by those, especially, I suppose, after seeing the Oski goal.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, that squishy squish from Oski. Zen, airborne, reset, bringing it back down to the ground. We've seen Zen get those resets quite a bit, and oftentimes he hasn't even been using them. So maybe he's just trying to lure in those defenders, get them complacent, and maybe rip one quickly to get one on target. But Space Station have been looking good.
I think you make a brilliant point, actually, because, that's maybe not the touch. Zen has very often gone up for these edgeable plays, these outplays, and nobody from Space Station is going to say hi to him. They just let him do it. Bring everyone into the final third. Just go, okay, this ball is going to drop here eventually.
They've been trusting their reads, and also it seems like Zen hasn't had enough boost to, after the reset, make the play happen, but Alpha, he's got all the resources needed. A beautiful play. This first touch gets up, back to the ball, late flip. LJ caught staring.
Yeah, LJ just turned a little bit close to his front post. And as soon as that touch was hit, he didn't even move, really. He just knew, okay, that one's not gone very well for us. Does pick up at least 100 off this kickoff. Might need it as well, because Alpha is steaming forwards. That's going to drop down. LJ has that one very well read. That's just going to be played into the corner.
That was such a big play from Alpha, getting back to the ball. Now has an opportunity to do it again. Goes for the double! Alpha denied by Hoxer! Hoxer's had a handful of brilliant saves this series.
But you're now starting to see the danger. If you're not going to challenge midfield, you're going to let them get the read and just go, well, we can now start going for your net. You're going to have one chance to stop us. Chicago, look for Radosin! Radosin! Oh, it's straight into the path of Zen!
Oh,
this went wrong for Vitality. Radosin did everything right. Dodges the play from Chicago, gets the 50. It's going up the wall. Zen, in a panic, was trying to get back. And it's one of those situations, Shogun. Wrong place, wrong time.
Rocket League is a physics-based game, and sometimes those physics do not agree with you. So unlucky. Infield pass, LJ. Oh, that was going to be a chase down. Hoxer is the main protagonist to get to this one, and yep, he has got nobody in his way to try and get to it before him. Oh, what a pass! Zen's got no chance!
And this was a demo, which forced Zen all the way back on respawn, and then that space was given to Chicago in the midfield. And we've seen this from Space Station multiple times. They have someone in the mid ready for that pass, ready to take the shot, and they are finding each other.
It's like you always know the infield is happening, and it doesn't matter. Because the infield is happening, whether or not you think you can get there or not.
Well, Zed knew he couldn't get there because of the new update. You have that vision of where you're going to spawn. Had to be helpless there as Chicago took that space, and it was a perfect passing play. Space Station, they are looking fierce. Another shot, weak shot. LJ maybe could have done better. Looked like another scoring chance for Space Station.
Yeah, that pass deserved a better shot. Zen just cuts straight across the face of the defender. Zen is also far side. Couldn't find the pass over to him. Alpha, infield. Zen, oh, we had to slow up the car. And now there's nobody back. They might get there, yes.
Vitality catching a break. If Hoxer had any boost to get there, that would have been another goal. But because Hoxer had no boost, that bought just enough time for Vitality's defense to streak back.
Speaking of Hoxer, he's about. Wanted to try and put that one on net. Minute 20 on the clock. Vitality, after the start they had, are really up against it here. Chicago with LJ, doesn't even need him. Well, Zen will clear long, and Hoxer leaving this now for LJ. Will they regret that, though? That is good territory for Vitality. Lovely touch. LJ waiting for it. First touch let him down, but he can recover it. That is the joy of having brilliant mechanics. You can turn anything into magic.
LJ is remarkable. Gets the touch over, gets the extra touch into a reset, into a demo. LJ, he did it all.
LJ is that guy that has maxed out his stats in a skateboarding game, and you just see the name of the move pop up, you're like, yeah, nobody can do that in real life. No, LJ can do that.
And LJ has done it against Vitality in Game 3. We saw the Juggernaut play before where he got the bump into the 50. And this time, working magic once more. That shot will find its target, so this game gets a little more interesting. Vitality within 32 seconds left for them to work with.
And it's Vitality that have had to make some of these goals look a little bit more ugly. Crowded around in that corner, it eventually popped out to the third man. 32 seconds. Vitality, oh, they tried for a bit of a trick kickoff. Didn't work out entirely, but they do have good territory here.
Oh, such a smart no-flip 50 from LJ, getting into a wave dash as well. Allows him to be more defensive, but there is a demo. We'll see how oh, Chicago with the demo in response. Chicago and a bump as well. So annoying to play against. Chicago, one of the best demoers in the game.
Just put that away from Zen's diving in car. Vitality, you've got to go coast to coast. That's such a free jump, and it still wasn't enough from Alpha. So they might get one more shot at this, but with lower boost and with a space station that are more than ready for it. Looking for the bump mid-air. They've got two players going for it. Backboard, Hoxer, ready and waiting. Zen takes him out, but he was covered. Space station always have somebody ready to help.
And the comms seem on point, Shogun. We've seen it so many times from Space Station where they've had somebody on the backboard in a critical time. Hoxer being able to get to the play to make that save just in time. Everyone from Space Station seems to be on the same page. And they are firing on all cylinders. But this, you know, we talked about the Game 1 play from Zen. Well, how about this Game 3 play from LJ? An immaculate shot.
I really thought that he had completely got it wrong on that first touch. but it seems like it was all part of the master plan. That wasn't quite part of the master plan.
You can't forget about that own goal.
Yes, some of them were immaculate, some of them were unfortunate, and some of them
my goodness, that
were
was
just
even
well
better
classed.
seeing that on the replay. LJ is playing at the level you'd expect, and this is the goal.
Yeah,
Hits
that's
it
intentional.
Off the sidewall and catches it into an air dribble, gets the flip reset, gets the demo. Like you said, it's watching 10 combos in a game in a row and somehow making it happen not only in a game, but in a game on LAN against the defending world champions.
Somebody at home is going to be asked, so how did LJ do today? You just go, okay, he got a sidewall double, a demo, and a flip reset. It was like, oh, for 3 goals. No, one.
All in one play. And then you say, no way, that can't be possible. And then you send him the clip.
Here comes Zen. A Vitality squad that need to turn this around here. At least if you are in a 3-1 qualification, you get a chance to add yourself to an extra layer of protection when it comes to our full brackets. If you lose this, you are in, well, you have to win everything for the rest of the tournament. There's nothing else available for you. And there's not a spot that Vitality want to be in. Radosin, he has been the flair of times, gave them a couple of very crucial goals in the last game, almost provided another one here.
But it seems like it's been taking those individual efforts from Vitality. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ball, you got Space Station working as a team, connecting on those infield passing plays, landing demos, creating space, giving each other room. Will Vitality be able to do the same, or will they just be able to have those individual effort plays? We'll find out. Space Station, though, can end this series here and now.
Zen with Alpha in support. And as always, it just seems like the pass isn't quite accurate enough. On the opposite side of the field, the pass is always accurate enough.
Right at Zen, though. Zen, he didn't jump into that ball. It blasted off his hood because the shot was so heavy. Now a chance for Radosin in the air. All he'll be able to do is hit it towards the backboard. Didn't have boost for adjustment. Still might have been able to get it doubled. Zen with a fake, but that's shut down. Hoxer's defensive reads have been quite good this series.
LJ already up. Alpha waiting for his chance, and he will get it. Off the backboard. I jump in there from Hoxer. Chicago had to do a decent amount of work just to keep them in a good spot. Oh, a whiff there from Alpha. Zen will at least clear for now. Demo, Radosin going to keep chasing forwards. Couldn't find Hoxer's car, couldn't find LJ's car, and now you can see Chicago waiting for it. No goals in our opening 2 minutes. Vitality, though, are the team more desperate to get it.
Oh, certainly. Their back is to the wall. LJ has no boost, but even that won't stop LJ sometimes. Chicago up for a 50, pinches over Zen's head. Hoxer up against Radosin. Zen somehow manages to get that corner boost. Hoxer didn't grab it.
That boost. For a second time there by Zen. 2 minutes 20 now on the clock. Radosin looking for LJ's car. Vitality have tried to be a bit more physical in this game. Haven't found success for it just yet. But they just need the one. Radosin into the path of Chicago. Zen had to jump earlier than he wanted to just to avoid being bumped. And that means the hit was a little bit weaker. Invited Space Station in. It's just, what is the follow-up supposed to be on these sort of plays? This time around, it's to hand it to Zen.
It seems like Vitality is just not on the same page. Even that touch to Zen looked like it was a pass, but it was to nobody. Now a setup for Hoxer. Hoxer light touch into a 50, tries to power it through, and somehow that's out the first time, and it's cleared out, now kicked all the way down to the other side of the field. But Space Station will gain control.
Alpha did brilliantly. Had to pre-jump it, knew he didn't want to get bumped, and he did it all by himself. He's kept it at 0-0. Alpha now back up. Again, they just can't find the bump. Chicago almost taken out for his troubles. Gonna drop down in a nice position for Radosin. Gonna try and play it around the corner. And he got the Goomba Stomp over on LJ. Versus Chicago. Hoxer, who has he got to aim for? Radosin's his best option. Radosin's next best option is Zen with Alpha pre-jumping, and it's in!
It finds its mark. We have to see where Space Station's defense was. Chicago goes high on the back wall. He's probably expecting to defend the double tap. But LJ was late to rotate back. and was expecting Chicago to make that save because he was third man.
I don't know if you can hear it back home, but Radosin is popping off at the moment. He really wants this win. Hoxer off the ceiling. No, he won't get the reset. Makes life a lot easier there for Alpha.
And this would be a quality win for Vitality. This is not the same space station that we've seen on the international level. They have reached new speeds, a new gear they've found. Chance for Chicago to even this one up.
On that point, Space Station have for the longest time been the also-rans. NA has been G2 and almost to a lesser extent Gen G that have made those runs through the bracket. SSG want to add themselves to those records, but they've got to get the job done here against Vitality. They're running out of time here in game number 4. As Zed just going to try and play for the corner. No need to try and play for the goal. And this is who you want on the ball right now. The time is being wasted. Chicago low boost. Radosin fakes the first challenge, gets the second one. And now it's Space Station's turn. Have to go all the way. They can't do it. So we are going to Champions Field.
Oh, and you love that, especially with how these games have been going. So entertaining. Vitality edging out Space Station by a single goal, and it was Alpha. Alpha is starting to pick up the pace. Alpha in this situation, I mean, he made that huge stop in an impossible situation, and then reading the defense perfectly. He was in the air, he saw Chicago was on the back wall, and there was no other defender back, and was able to line up that shot and hit it. And then that save as well. Oh my goodness, look at that. It looked like Zen was the one to keep that out. But then this shot here, Zen lays off the ball, and that was a good call off by Alpha as well, and good response from Zen to leave it to him.
I feel like Zen has been calling for those all series long. We've seen how often he has left the ball. He air dribbles up, and then sort of, the tell is when they always just go in front of the ball. They are looking to try and bump whoever the first challenge is. And we've seen that happen a few times, and then they don't have the follow-up. But this will be the 100th time. Well, I just love that. Our best of 5 goes to game 5. So, everyone at home, give a nice wave to Champions Field 100 times. Let's see if we can get a game 5 to match that accolade.
Oh, yeah, to have the defending world champs line up against this NA squad. What a treat that we're in for. Vitality, despite that game 1, I think game 1 they started out looking like the better team, Shogun, but it seems like since then Vitality's been playing on the back foot. Space Station having all the aggression as we have a pause come out to let the nerves boil over even more. Game as soon as we can. And just to remind everybody, maybe you're just tuning in, you're thinking, okay, this one was, okay, looking on paper, oh, Europe's dominating the World Championship once again, or so it seems, with how many EU teams are sitting up there in the 2-1 round.
You can't see me at home, but I'm just going to give James a thumbs up.
But you're expecting, okay, Vitality going up against Space Station. Oh, Space Station's what, the 3rd best team in NA? I mean, it's just...
Yeah, I think that's, difficult to argue against.
But now I think that things have changed. Seeing Space Station the way they've played, LJ being unlocked was the secret, but Hoxer has been making some big plays on defense, and then Chicago getting involved offensively. We saw him with that flick, catch into another flick, perfect pass. He's also been being able to receive the passes, score the goals on those infield passes in the middle, the head fakes leading to those open net goals for Space Station. It looks like they're playing with confidence, and they're backing up that confidence with capability. They are landing their shots, making plays. LJ hitting a worldie, a couple of them this series. So Space Station, they're not laying down. And it looks like they might upset this EU Titan in Vitality if they keep playing the way they have been.
Yeah, so a quick update as well on what this would do for either team should they win. Obviously, they would go to 2-1. For Vitality, their game differential, I believe, would go, that's not updated for me right there, but I think it would be +3?
Bold to do math live.
Very bold. But what I'm seeing is a 1-2 for them against Space Station with +1 overall. So that's going to get even out to +2. Then add one more should they win this. Space Station, the best they can do would be +1. So they would be the lowest seed going into the next round.
Which, I mean, going into
they
the
wouldn't
next
care.
round,
They've got through to the next round.
you get through the next round, it's like pick your poison, really. So, I mean, just getting the win, that is what is on top of everyone's mind right here. And you can see Chicago leaning back,
trying to get in the zone. And Shogun, you can't forget the very beginning of the series, we saw a lot of yawns out of Vitality.
Yes.
I'm sure they've woken up by now.
I mean,
right?
You got to play again today if they win this one, so you would hope so.
All right, well, we'll be getting back into the game in just a few moments. This is the 100th best of 5 going the distance that we've seen on LAN. Who will walk away with the victory? Vitality or Space Station? We're getting back into it.
It wasn't hype enough the first time, so we are going to do it again. Vitality versus Space Station. One of these teams will move to 2-1. The other one will have to lick their wounds and come back in the 1-2 round and fight tomorrow for their spot in the playoffs.
And it looks like there was a version of that bot kickoff too going. Such a quick cheat behind. It almost panned out there for Vitality. Space Station surviving at least for now, but we're seeing a lot of demos come out. Redosin tracking down Hoxer. Another demo from Alpha. Is this an adjustment?
I'd say almost less of adjustment and more, it's actually working this time. They were trying for a couple of demos in the last game, just struggled to find them. Trying to put Space Station off their footing, get the cut across in rotation. Redosin didn't have any boost.
And that
boost
respawned right as Redosin drove past it and then fell into the hands of LJ, who's now putting it to good work. The flick defended by Redosin. Redosin getting a demo on that sidewall. Vitality having a good start so far. Space Station playing quite a bit of defense to kick off game 5.
Zen realizes he's got no one in support, so he's going to have to go the whole way by himself. That drops down. It's very difficult to take the shot from there, though. A half-hearted attempt from Redosin. Knew that he was going to have to probably rotate back pretty quickly. Zen not going to be near that one, so Redosin tasked with taking over, avoids getting demoed, now tries to get it past Chicago. Chicago looks very awkward. The drop down. Redosin did well to get that transition from one side of the field to the other. Now what can the rest of his team do with it?
There's a demo, LJ. Getting a demo in the midfield to go for Space Station, and they both go back down, wasting boost. This could be an opening for Vitality.
I think quite importantly, though, 2 players went, and Zen thought, well, there's no way 2 of them are going to miss that. I'm not going. And it might have actually saved them there, because if Zen believed in it, he would have got the goal. Now it's off the side, hits both posts. We stay at 0-0, 3 minutes left to play.
LJ air dribbling past one, was faking a ground pinch pass, now goes for the pass into the middle, but that's blocked by Zen.
Beautiful read from Zen, now opposite side of the field. He's gonna have players in the mid, tries to get it over to them, couldn't bully his way through. Hoxer leaves it for LJ, and LJ just gets rid of it.
Redosin trusting Zen to move in, Zen off the ceiling. Chicago picking up the ball, demoed by Zen, who stole the corner as well. Alpha goes for an infield pass, but no one was there.
So Zen, who has been tasked with at least trying to get some breathing room for Vitality, gonna go yet again. LJ, he has to run away from Redosin, who is out of boost. Thankfully, Chicago would have had him covered. So many demos across the field, and it's left it open! LJ couldn't get there!
Zen! He catches Space Station out again!
And it's Redosin who forced LJ to become a spectator. All of the new demo and ability to see where you're going to respawn, and LJ would have liked to have seen something different.
And we saw that at the very beginning of the game, Shogun. All the demos coming out, it's clear that Vitality saw that as a potential opening and have pounced on it, and it has paid off.
They have got tremendous experience behind them to talk them through strategies, to give them something to target in Fairy Peak as their coach. Has he put together a masterclass? Redosin fakes the first challenge, leaves it for Zen, who has been everywhere in Game 5. Reasonably quiet for long periods of this best of 5. When they've needed him, he has popped up. But for me right now, James, Space Station needs to make sure that this player right here does not get any more demos. Redosin has run roughshod.
And also eyes on LJ. How will LJ respond? LJ been hitting highlight clips. They need him to answer the call just like Zen did.
Good couple of bumps attempted there from LJ, but Zen able to shrug them off. Nash just a play to the corner. But Vitality seemed to have believed somebody was there, so now that looks the infield in Chicago. Unable to find the contact that he was after, but this is going to drop very awkwardly. Well, okay, it's Zen. I will take that one back.
Zen masterfully hitting that to the corner, but he's out of boost. Chicago trying to prevent the immediate clear out of the zone, stays on it, gets another touch, maybe a pinch pass to the middle, off the bar and in! LJ scores it, all thanks to Chicago never giving up on the play.
Oh, and Radosa ended up colliding into Zen on his way through. Wanted to try and challenge. They had no boost left on the goalkeeper. 1-1, 37 seconds. Who is going to the qualification rounds?
A bump off the ball. Chicago can't follow it up. Pinch off of the defender, goes straight up off the ceiling. Chicago clearing it downfield, just trying to get some breathing room for Space Station.
Hoxer off the backboard, looks for the double. It's offside and Zen gets there.
Chicago, back pass over to LJ, who picks up a full tank.
LJ, ceiling reset. Radosin goes to me and goes sailing past. Hoxer with a chance. Alpha had to go earlier. He would have been demoed.
Radosin went for the bump on Chicago, didn't land it. Zen's shot is on target. Rebound to Alpha. Alpha to Radosin, and it touches the ground.
And we have overtime. 100 games on LAN at Champions Field. How else would we finish this?
A blessing to the Rocket League fans.
Chicago out. LJ didn't have the boost to take it. Up goes Radosin. Going to be difficult to find a pass infield, but Zen's not going to have that struggle. Chooses to just play it straight to the path of Hoxer. Again, those demos are being attempted. Not quite the same success, though.
Oh, the bump on the corner as well. Hoxer and Chicago getting mixed up a little bit. Chicago goes for a pinch. It forces Zen up. Chicago has been brilliant this series. Oh, there's a demo. Radosin a bit slow. Hawks are able to 50 that back to the corner of Vitality.
More and more demos. Who's got it first? Zen was beat to the ball. There's so low boost than everyone else. Over the top at LJ. He's got plenty of boost. He's got the balls well and truly put into safety.
But Zen moves in to take it away from him. Alpha waiting for a pass. Zen left the ball. There's a fake or a miss. Hoxer with the 50, LJ takes over, he cuts around one, Radosin on low boost, trying to get to the corner, but he's flopping. Now Alpha goes for a 50, kicks off the corner, Alpha tipping it to safety. And Vitality have a little more room.
Oh, but they've got two players so close together. Can they get Radosin into a good spot? Everyone crowded into the corner. Nice block. Who's next to it? Chicago!
Chicago! With the Centennial Game 5 on LAN, comes through for Space Station Gaming.
They are no longer here to make up the numbers. They are here to challenge for that team's World Championship. What a series.
Oh man, that was a classic. Chicago hitting that. I mean, Chicago, MVP of that final game. Everyone's thinking it's gonna be LJ. Certainly it will be LJ based on the shots he was hitting. But Chicago, to tie the game, had a play where he refused to rotate out. He said, no, I can generate this chance. Just get in front of net, I will get it there. And he did.
Well, this is the part of Fairy Peak's job that he wasn't told about. It's the losses. It's getting the team ready to go the day after, because Vitality will be playing tomorrow. Not once, but hopefully for their fans, twice.
Oh man, that is going to be a tough challenge. Chicago, there's a couple times where Chicago had to go low, had to read the defense and go low, and he came through both times. Chicago is an elite player, and I think when you watch his streams, you listen to his talk, I think a lot of people discount
what Chicago's been able to do in his career and the level of player that he is. I don't think Space Station has gotten the proper respect that they deserve. Everyone talking about how Space Station, they're just not on the same level as everybody else internationally. It's all the top teams, and then just below them, it's Space Station. Well, with this series, I think Space Station showed, no, we are up there at the top with everyone else.
You certainly won't get any argument from me. Space Station win the 100th LAN match at Champions Field, and they do it in style. Leaf, let's hear from the winners.
Well, that matchup is going to go down in history, I think, because, again, everyone probably coming into this definitely had Vitality as the favorites. We talked to Monkey Moon before. He might be biased, but he said Vitality, and I think most of the casters did too. So congratulations on proving everyone wrong.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Chicago.
Thank you.
I got to talk about that. I mean, just emotionally right now, what are you guys feeling? I mean, Chicago, obviously, you have a lot of experience with these teams too. You're getting a lot more yourself. What are the emotions walking out of this? Because you look like you had a big sigh of relief by the end.
Man, I feel like I've played so many tournaments now where I just walk away from series feeling like I could have done so much more. And finally, against a top EU team, I don't feel that way because we won. So it makes it feel a lot better when you don't have to walk away and have plays in your head overnight that you're just thinking about the whole time.
Right.
So,
This is just every day for you, right?
Well, it's not every day. The French have a good history versus me, but I guess maybe this land is changing.
Right.
I'm shaking because that game 5 still is,
Right.
still gets me going, all these years later, there's nothing like it. But I was just happy that we were able to manage to pull it out. And yeah, it feels really good.
Who takes charge in moments? Because I imagine you guys were all probably getting a little nervous by the end of that. Does your experience come through? Is it sad at the back? Who's taking lead on that to make sure we're still in it?
I would say we all chip in, definitely a little bit, but I would say 50 to 60% of it is Reed, probably, at least from the players. I mean, coach obviously chipping in like every game, in between goals, in between whatever.
But in game,
I'd say definitely Reed. Even LJ starting to step up as a bit of a leader, which you wouldn't expect.
That's really
I guess,
cool.
right? Because pretty quiet, but I mean, I'm just here, enjoying the ride. So.
All right, I want you both to look at this. You can both get involved in this too. There was an incredible save that came out at one point. It was Alpha, I think, shooting, and then a quick jump up. It was more of a prediction of where this double tap was going to go. That was you. And what is going on in your mind like that? Are you reading? Are you predicting where the shots? And what percentage of your play is actually reacting to stuff as opposed to predicting where a shot's going to go like this?
Yeah, well, you can kind of see that he's just right above the ball, so I was like jump straight underneath it.
Right.
And that's the only angle he could really score.
But I know
if he somehow scores some other way, then like well played. So.
Right, yeah, that's fair enough. So what percent would you say is like trying to react to stuff as opposed to like actually just reading, okay, I think the shot's going to go here?
Preferably zero reacting.
Yeah, fair enough.
Most of the time, you're going to be reacting to like at least half the plays, even if you're well positioned.
Yeah.
You still have to try to catch up to the other team when they have the ball. So.
Right.
But in that situation, okay. T-Bates.
Bates, you got something to say? You got something to say, Bates? He's just Bates just yapping over there. That's really fun. That's awesome. But I'm curious then just how pressure-wise, because obviously in-game, not just like the matchup itself, but in-game you're feeling a lot of pressure from the offense from a team like Vitality. You guys seem to handle it really well, to be honest. Like, what's the communication like when you're on the defensive line being pummeled like that?
I don't know if I would say pummeled. I mean, I actually thought like maybe KC, I'd let that slide.
Okay.
But I mean, there's times I could see what you're saying. But I think there comes like all the year of practice we've had this whole season. When you first start, you're probably not going to be super clinical in your defensive situations and reads. But over time, with communication, talking stuff out, you're going to be able to just be more comfortable in situations where they're high pressure and realize what is the best play, like what do you need to do. Obviously, some mistakes still happen, but that's always going to be a thing. But it's just how can you minimize those mistakes and play the most efficient way possible in those situations.
Do you guys do any practices like outside of the gameplay, or is because you said just the more you do it, the more comfortable you get? Is there anything exercises you guys can employ outside of that, or is it really just in game using comms?
I'd say like most of the time it's just in game, but we've been hanging around together so long now.
That helps a lot.
Like especially because we live in the same building. Like
that definitely helps a lot.
We grab lunch occasionally or whatever, so we're pretty like used to being around each other and just talking and making jokes. So
All right, I want to get your thoughts. The casters did a fantasy earlier, and while we do have the numbers, they're not updated right now. I'm actually curious. I want you guys both to pick out of the fantasy picks which team you would steal to win by the end of all this tournament. So take a moment to look through what's going on.
CJ.
You're taking CJ's? So,
Yeah.
well, you can't pick yourself.
Really?
Yeah, you can't pick
Because that team's winning Worlds. I give the ball to Daniel and Atao, and I go bump, and we win Worlds, and I don't, my name's in Champs Field forever. So
okay, well, if you couldn't pick yourself.
I do like that team.
Okay, you can pick it.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's some good ones here. I'd say honestly
like
how
T-Bates.
you want T-Bates' team?
Actually, Atomic maybe statistically. I don't know.
I don't know how James's team is that far down.
I'll take Herx.
You taking Herx? Where's
Drawley
Herx
first
right now?
killer.
Drawley first killer? That's not bad.
First killer always puts up numbers, man.
This is tough. I like, if I can't pick myself, I'll pick Cole. I think Banana's the best player in OCE, and he's kind of like,
he's nuts.
Yeah, Power's like showing
He's
out.
crazy.
They're kind of not really like an OC team anymore. Yan is obviously gross.
Yep.
And then Calm, I think they're having a rough showing, but people know that Calm's good. So
Yeah, that is very true. Honestly, there's a lot of good picks there, but I understand you picking yourself. Anyways, congratulations. What an insane victory for you guys. Again, people are going to be watching that for some time to come. But of course, we do have a few moments before our next round, so we'll send you to the break, guys. Please come back. If you're not, you're missing some intense moments like this. Congratulations once again to Space Station Gaming on the victory over Vitality. More to come in a bit.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
This is the opportunity, the dream that you set upon yourself. Here we go.
Welcome
back, everyone, to the Caster Clash presented by Progressive. We have Team EU, Stumpy, Cole versus NA, Stacks, and Herc facing off in 3 segments. Okay, our first segment, trivia. Okay, but it has to do with stats, some numbers.
All right, my boy D-Rex.
I'm just here. Here is our first question. Garrett G and Justin hold the record for the longest lasting duo. How long did they play together?
6 years or something, right? Because it was like...
So that's 300 times 6, which is like 1,800.
3,600.
Yeah.
Is it?
300 times 6 is 1,800.
Oh, we'll go with that then.
No, but then there's a 65 times 6 more. So about
2,100. My initial thought was 2,000-ish. Yeah. So should we say 2,107? 2,107 days.
Nope. And 8.
2,108 days is what we're locking in.
Okay, locked in 2,108. Yeah. What does Team NA have?
2,109.
I like it. I love that answer.
The correct answer was 2,056.
The good guys win.
Cole, Stumpy, take a point. You were so happy for them. You're so surprised.
I'm just happy to be here.
She's basically European anyways. I feel like I'm completely outnumbered here.
EU is up by 1.
We're here to win.
Next question. Europe currently has the most best-of-7 reverse sweeps recorded. It's not over. How many has the region seen?
Crumbs on a crumpet. I have no idea.
What?
How
many reverse sweeps has EU seen?
7 is probably a reasonable guess, and then they come in at 8 and they snipe it again, but whatever. So I think we go 7.
Sure.
Trust and Stacks, okay.
She sounds so confident. I'm gonna go with 7.
I was actually saying like 12, 13, so I will go 8 on this one.
So we got 7 and we got 8.
Congratulations on the point.
The correct answer was 7. Stacks!
I didn't do anything that time.
NA is coming back. We got 2 more to go. Detonator and Nymped55 have the record for the most Game 7s played in a row against each other. How many was it?
We could just say the same.
This is fantastic. I really think it's 3.
You guys started this.
Go with your gut.
Okay, 3.
Stacks and Herc lock in 3.
We were genuinely going to go 3.
Well, you can do the same thing.
We may go 4, 2,
It's a
that's
trick
not that
question.
many.
The answer's 2.
4, we'll go 4.
The answer was 8.
What? Those guys loved it.
Last question. The oldest single game LAN record is goals in a game and was set at Season 1 Worlds. How long has it stood?
So basically how long from now until Season 1 Worlds? Okay, so from 2015 to now, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. Double checking.
Can you crunch that into months or days?
Oh.
You're 36, so it's 3318
3318 days.
I have to
31.
account for the...
Exactly. So 3, 3. They said 3, 3, 1, 8. So we just go 1.
3, 3, 1, 11.
What?
No. I said that with a question mark, and you know
That
it.
was an exclamation mark. 331,111.
Maybe for British people.
Stacks, what do you think?
3,320.
3320 and
3318.
the correct answer was 2956.
Oh, because you went to 2015 and started counting as 2016. You idiots, you misled us.
We even said it was 26, and then you said I didn't even question that bit.
Trivia won by Cole and Stumpy.
It feels wrong. I feel.
It is.
Good strats, good
For
strats.
how wrong that was.
Why did you say
So
2015?
it's like you guys leant over during the exam and copied my wrong working.
Stay tuned for the next one.
Come up with the best secret handshake with lemon kiwi in 90 seconds time starts now. Get on there. Fix. She can speak. Wait, so I can tell her what I want to do?
All right, we're ready. We're gonna start with this. No, chill. Like this. Down. Up.
I don't know. We're just gonna do something We just do. That's fine.
Open a book, you read a couple pages, flip it, close it.
That's still long. This, and this.
More. Into the puck.
It's good. So it's good. Tell me.
Make the Texas flag. You may ask to see it, you have 30 seconds.
I think I know, it's like Chile, but different, right?
I do need to see it, to be fair.
Don't mind, let him by myself. What? I don't have time.
That was quick.
I'm sitting down. Like, this bit's red.
All right.
This bit's blue. I think.
I forgot.
So hard.
Hold on. Little star.
Shouldn't have touched it. Could have left it though. I think that was pretty good.
Welcome to Texas.
I got a flip one. Oh, I don't remember.
Right, what's that up there?
Ah, it's pretty similar to be fair. I got confused with chili.
Couldn't see it.
Oh no.
Move 20 meters the fastest way you can in the most unique way. Points for originality.
First of all, I need to take my shoes off because there has to be points, at least. Some points for shoes off.
Mate, I'll just do some stretches, mate.
What if I just do the slowest 20 meters of all time? Oh no. Maybe I'll sit down and then do it backwards.
Hit one of these.
We're good.
That's good.
We did. Boom. There's no one beating that.
Round 3 of the Swiss is finally concluded, except for the other 2 matches we'll see tomorrow, which means we have our round 4 matchup set. We will send some more teams through to the bracket. Welcome back to Fort Worth. The Rocket League Championship for 2024 continues to roll on, building steam as we head into Arena Days tomorrow. We've got 3 more matches on the day, 3 more teams to put through, and it's been exciting. Space Station, congratulations. Nobody predicted you to beat Vitality there, and yet in Game 5 you did.
We talk about LJ all the time, like he can just win a series versus anyone in the world, and he sure popped off there, but his teammates as well played amazing. Tago, fantastic throughout that series. I always downrate him a little bit on Space Station, but he really showed up throughout that match, and obviously it meant a lot to both teams. Vitality was not happy about that loss. They now have to win 6 matches in a row if they want to win the World Championship. So that's a lot to do. While Space Station, they have a chance to get 2 lives going into that bracket.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a full day of Rocket League, a full week of Rocket League, and it is crazy for those teams that are down at the bottom of the bracket how long that road is for them. And to have the reigning defending world champions have to go on that road after the crazy win percentages they put up in Düsseldorf to win that world championship. It just tells you how much can change in a year.
Certainly does, but we also have seen teams previously, when we had the double elimination be our World Championship format, where once teams can get up and rolling, it can kind of be a bit of a blessing in disguise. Having just match after match after match after match, they are going to be going in you know, if Vitality, let's say they do make it through tomorrow, they'll have 2 LAN matches under their belts. Feel they're somewhat comfortable, ready to go on that one. And they'll hope to try and maintain that momentum for the tournament. But that's a maybe at this point in time. There is nothing guaranteed at this tournament.
And here are the results from round 3 as we concluded them there. Again, the 0-2 matches we will play tomorrow in front of the crowd. But looking through these results, obviously Space Station is a surprise here. But I mean, I'm trying to think if there was any of these other ones that really kind of stood out as a surprise. I mean, were you surprised that the 2-0 matches here, Bates, weren't a little bit closer?
I mean, they were decently close in terms of the competition, what both teams on both sides are putting up. And in terms of just like the 2 best teams coming out and getting W's, not really.
Bates, I couldn't hear a single word you said over how loud that was.
Wait, what was that? What happened?
Over there. Really
listen,
pumping themselves up for that.
They need to get hype. Oxygen's ready to go. I was just talking to them. KC, they should be ready to go too. I mean, the best teams in the world just keep winning. This has been a tournament of favorites outside the last match.
This is one of the difficulties of Swiss is that you don't actually know who you're going to play for the next round, and it's actually pretty difficult to predict even up until game. So Karmine Corp and Oxygen having to prepare for each other in the moment.
Yeah, Coach Farah is coming into this match like literally.
God damn it.
You're also the first match of this 2-in-1 round. A couple of the other teams can maybe watch a little bit of tape or game plan a bit. These two cannot. They found out about this match basically when it was tied 2-2 Vitality and Space Station. They would have known very likely who they're playing. But besides that, like, no game prep. It's all about your own team. It's about prepping your 3 players.
Well, nothing else. It's just beautiful that these two get played against each other, isn't it? You know, the team that just about got in, we're hoping that Oxygen wouldn't ever get any results. And Oxygen, who are here and just going, yeah, but we still made it, and we're about to put you into the lower rounds.
These are the 2 teams that were trying to play in at London or had the spot on the line, and then they both ended up here. So we'll get to see them now head to head in Fort Worth. We also have Furia facing off against Space Station after this, and then BDS versus Gentlemen.
I kind of did
all
one.
3 of these matches here. This will be the last time we're on the desk before the end of the day. So, I mean, all of these, as we've been sitting here trying to make these predictions, put in our picks, Bates, I feel it has been difficult on some of these. These are some really tight matches.
I mean, they're all good matches, every single one of them. You could pick either team, I think, and I think nobody can be saying, you don't know what you're doing. You gotta respect what you're doing right here. I mean, all these teams, this matchup in particular, the one coming up, I think it's the one that people say is the most lopsided, and the Karmine versus Oxygen, but the next 2 after that are being great matches in and of itself. Space Station coming off a win. Can it take down Furia? Matches like that, it's going to be really fun to see.
And that's the big question mark, is momentum coming in, because it's always going to be one team coming off a loss and one team coming off a win, generally speaking, outside of this match. So we'll see how the momentum plays. Sure, you were 2-0, but that is a downside when you do lose that.
Yeah, once I get settled in.
But you had to go up against Falcons. If there's anything that's going to calibrate your speedometer in such a way that makes anyone else feel slow showing, I feel like losing the Falcons for Furia, surely that prepares them for a Space Station, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would assume surely, but also we'd have never have prepared for this Space Station. This Space Station is a whole different beast to the one that we've seen previously. LJ was very quiet during our opening few days, and now suddenly he is utterly terrifying.
He's probably got the 2 top plays.
That one play where he hit the ball off the wall, got the reset, and then after that got the demo.
He had it wrong.
It was all 3 of them. I got all 3 of them.
That's what
all
LJ
by
can
himself, bro. All Vitality. What's in on the field?
We're real close to getting ready for Oxygen here, but Oxygen versus Karmine Corp. Quickly, though, BDS versus Gentlemen.
Would you play? Your kids play? Would you guys be cannon fodder for the goons? What about you, SD?
The mates, give me the green suits. Is that what they're called?
You are right. You are right. Who's hosting your show match on Saturday, right?
Game differential, so you can have 2 lives in that tiebreaker to then get 2 lives into the bracket. So a lot of lives to be played, but if you lose, you know you're down to 1 life left.
You're taking BDS or Gentlemates?
I am taking BDS because of momentum.
On that one. Okay.
I'm going momentum.
BDS may be a slight favorite in that matchup. We'll get to see that happen a little bit later on. Let's start talking about the match in front of us. We have Karmine Corp, the blue wall, making it in the 4th spot, missed out on London. Everyone wondered, do they still have it after being the favorites to win the World Championship before the season started? They're taking on Oxygen, the team that caught the spot at the last minute.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Wave the team and London and Oxygen that had the opportunity to knock Casey out of it. They didn't get the job done, so Casey made it. And now Oxygen got blessed to be here and not about to go up against each other. You couldn't run it up any better.
Yeah, especially in this building as well. To always see Vatira versus Joyo is always a very interesting affair, but to be in here where that team did end up crumbling over on Moist Esports, now they look across the field from one another. Ato has been a very steadfast presence, but here is the one that has got to really step it up here in this one. I think he is the pace setter. Every single time Rise is playing well, the whole team plays well. It's no one else on this squad. It is Rise that needs to be the talisman.
And let's not forget about their quality round 1 win now with that Space Station 3-0. K-Corp did take down Space Station 3-0. LJ didn't show up, but that's more because of the K-Corp defense. I think they will perform exceptionally well, especially versus Oxygen, who their offense in that last round was shaky at best.
Yep, and you got OXG sitting right here. Joyo's got the green hair. Archie's got the swag. And then you got Large Oscar staying at a solid 6'8". I feel like he might not be 6'8", but he's a pretty big young man. This team right here, Oxygen, checking out who they played so far. Ended up losing to BDS, beat Gladiators, and beat Power. So the strength of competition, or the quality of wins, I should say, that they have isn't necessarily the greatest, but you know what they can bring to the table. You know how good they are. And unlike London, they're really playing with free money, right? House money right here. No pressure on the line.
Yes, we know how good they are, but they're a little rusty, and it showed in that power match. That power match was messy. It was definitely not the best match to watch if you want to watch skilled Rocket League, I would say. But if you want to be entertained, Oxygen definitely entertained throughout that match. They will have to play better versus K-Corp here.
I mean, that has pretty much been Oxygen the entire time since this roster formed. They are freestylers on a freeze team.
Yeah.
And they go and put it in front of every single team in front of them. You know what you're expecting. You know what you're going to get. Can you stop it? I think that KC can.
Oh, he thinks KC can. You got Atto versus Oski, 2 former Team Liquid Boys versus a chronic. Get over here to the World Championship, man. We need you 2 talented. But yeah, they're about to go up against each other. Joyo versus Rise as well.
Here's a fun one. Throwback to Season 3. Snasky and Farah, both on the leftovers. They teamed together in that World Championship. Made it further than most people thought they would.
Made a top 4 run. I believe they finished 4th. In that they took out Flipside, the world champions, and it was, you know, the underdog story. And like, if you want an underdog here, you're going Oxygen. You could say K-Corp's an underdog in this entire tournament because they didn't go to London, but in this matchup, it's absolutely Oxygen.
Well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag KC for Karmine Corp. Hashtag OXG for the boys in the green there. We'll make our picks up here on the desk. Shogun, who you got?
I've already kind of alluded to it at this point, but it is going to be KC for me. I think they are just too strong. Everyone sort of, I think, made a little bit too much about the London thing because it was a blip over a weekend.
Sure.
I still think that they are an incredible squad and certainly good enough to get the win here.
I'm going K-Corp.
Okay.
It's that simple. We have to go K-Corp here. I feel like Oxygen is that 5th best European team. I feel like K-Corp, I would have rated them probably 3rd best European team here, and I think they can go even further than that. So I'm going to go K-Corp.
Wave, where are you going?
I'm going with the blue wall on this one. I think the ceiling is too high, and they are clearly climbing towards it.
What's the coin going?
You want to go last here? We'll go last.
No, he's after something to give him a good prediction.
Show you guys it's on both sides.
Where's the coin going to go?
We'll see if the coin goes with the blue wall. It does. It is a blue wall. It's been a sweep for the blue wall both times we've predicted them on the desk.
Both times, you say?
Yep.
Well, listen, I'll tell you this. Oxygen and KC, they're 2-1 so far in the series with Karmine Corp winning that so far up 2. I think it's going to even out right here. Give me OXG. You need Oxygen to breathe. And I'm going to go with Oxygen right now. An upset potential. Upset alert. Champions Field. Joyo beats his boys, gets his revenge on him finally. On a major
is there a player or like a particular part of the game that you think Oxygen needs to dominate to get this win here?
Well, look at my concepts. My concept shows me that Joyo just needs the ball out to get his boys done.
Okay, we'll see if the former freestyler can make it happen, folks. Joyo and the boys taking on the blue wall here. Karmine Corp in the house. Finally, we've been waiting to see them play at the World Championship. We've seen it a few times, and this time it matters so much. A regional battle. Karmine Corp versus Oxygen.
The blue wall stands against Europe's last seed. Is it destiny for K-Corp to return to playoffs, or can Oxygen beat them to the punch? Welcome to Game 1, brought to you by Progressive. Who can progress to top 8?
This is an absolute doozy in the previous series that we got to cast.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic stuff. But we're back again. So strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. EU versus EU. We just saw Space Station with an insane upset, by the way. The boys were pumped. I was chatting to him backstage. But this one, as we said, winner of this, get a chance for that tie break, which is all important. And Large Oscar is going to get the first. He's had a fantastic tournament stats-wise so far. He's number 2 in assists as well. He's going to get the first
Wow,
goal
what
on
a
the board.
First, it was like the fig and the reset, the delay. Really taking your time with this against a team as scary as K-Corp. Oxygen looked calm, and what a beautiful bump by Archie. And Oxygen, we want to see a well-rounded team. No inconsistencies as Atao wanting to respond right back. Vatira wanting to carve through Joya, who will not allow this as Archie tries to keep up with this, and Rise waits in the midfield, not wanting to extend. Joyo to Archie. A lot of bumps happening. And Oxygen getting physical.
Still waiting for KC to really step up. I know they had that nice win earlier on against Team Secret. It was a sweep. It was a close sweep, though, if you're going to call it that one. But for Oxygen, that was a pretty messy series against Team Power. I know, speaking to even the Power Boys, Jim, I wasn't too happy with how that one looked, I guess, aesthetically. And Gibbs is never happy with how any OCE series looks, apparently. He just thinks that there's no skill involved. So if you're an OCE fan, take your aggression out with him. That's a great pass. It's a fantastic infield. The K-Corp boys love it. Vati scores.
Oh, connecting on that pass is great. Archie gets a little mixed up on the wall. Oski was trying to protect the backboard, and Archie almost gets back in time, but slotted towards the left, knowing Archie was coming from the right. Great read out of Carmine, and now all tied up. Pace, the tone being set. Oski, always the one to help transition Oxygen to an offense. Joyo didn't like that first touch and knows that's how it's coming. Trying to do the best that he can as Archie and Joyo still trying to stabilize as Carmine are like flies. They're like swarming around them, always attacking.
K-Corp showing that early aggression. They have a good reason to as well. 3-1 is their total record this season against Oxygen. So they've got a nice little buffer there, trying to make it 4-1. And KC in general seem to go well against their EU counterparts on land. They've got a 56% win rate, whereas Oxygen just a 39% win rate against EU teams. So another little stat for you there, but still 1-1. More bumps coming through. Absolute chaos in the Oxygen defense. Joya with a nice touch. No boost to work with. Aussie's looking for a bump. Oh, he wants the shot as well. He's trying to get the bump, and he doesn't land it, but just pushes Vatira so far into his own net for the goal.
I think both goals out of Oxygen have come from bumping Carmine as they're so focused on going for the save.
He just escorted him into the goals and he said, you're coming with me, sir. Like a security guard, just ushering him into the back of the net. And nice little goal. Love the confidence, though. He had no boost, but still looking for the bump. Three-man, all three of Oxygen involved there. It's a nice touch. Oski has to track back in time. Got the K-Corp now. Still, it's not the K-Corp that we're used to seeing, obviously, earlier on at the start of the season. The usual Rise-Vatira combo, but I feel like they're close. They're still close to finding that magic.
I'm seeing K-Corp really watch how the first touch goes for Oxygen and then go attack. You don't want to just endlessly 50 and just not really have a plan. So K-Corp taking things slow in game one. I'm liking it. It's obviously not netting on any kind of huge negative result when they're only trailing by 1. Here's Atao, though, and leaving it to Rise, and Oxygen try to intercept every offensive option as Vatira knows that maybe the backboard is a bit weak for Oxygen. Likes to go above and beyond. That's how K-Corp struck early, but can they equalize?
Yeah, the name of the game for this matchup, it's going to be off-ball plays. We know that K-Corp love the air dribble fakes, the dribbles, and that's a fantastic shot. Atto just catches Joyo slipping there. He wanted to control it off the backboard. He got too much of a touch. And look at the speed. K-Corp tied up.
And maybe Joyo wanted a pinch maybe to the side, so that's an unfortunate feed right back to K-Corp. And now all tied up going into the second half. Good development on offense. Mistouch by Rise, and Oxygen were disengaging for boost because they didn't have any at all. Now Atto trying to go for the ground pinch. Oski intercepts before that happens. Good reads, but Oxygen are still just a little bit behind and not getting the best of 50s. Now Oski gets the beat over Atto, and Archie.
Yeah.
Oh, Archie doesn't even need to finish that off.
Another mistake, and you can see a bit of talk back and forth. Oski letting the boys know across the arena here. Oh, the arena. It's a bit of a. It feels like
very small arena.
It is a very small arena. It's great though. It's just,
I like the octagon, even though I don't know what shape this is, but
I'll take it. It's an octagon, but Oski is letting them know. You can see that these guys know each other very, very well and have played each other so many times, screamed against each other so many times. But that mental aspect is something that really is a massive factor on land when you're sitting directly across from each other, as Oski is about 5 meters away from Vatira.
oh, Archie is trying to find the dunk on Vatira going up high. Atto, good approach. Vatira bumping Oski out of the play, but still makes contact, and Oxygen good at really stalling out K-Corp in that midfield, making these transitions awkward and at least not comfortable, not to the pace that K-Corp are used to playing. But both these teams have come off wins, so there's fire in their bellies. But game one is all about taking your time and not over-stressing. As Oxygen have a tip towards the corner, as Archie wants to take this from Vatira, who launches off the wall, and he's got a reset. Fakes it against Joyo. Atto looks for bumps. Rise gets involved, and Oxygen put up a stop.
Yeah, they all had to get involved. Atto backed off. Vatira now. He's got low boost, and has been Oxygen that's gone for a bit of organised chaos. That's been their strat. I spoke about the off-ball plays. That's been the recipe for Oxygen. Archie so many times in this game, number one, just pushing downfield. Atto never gets the targets off the bar. Where's Rice for the follow? It's a terrible shot, but it's just good enough because Oxygen cannot get back in time.
Yeah, you say bad shot, but then I'm like looking at where the 50 could be coming from. Oh yeah, I thought the 50 was coming from higher, but yeah, it still somehow slips by. Tie game 3-3, 38 seconds left.
I mean, I say it was a terrible shot as well, but what it did, it was so slow. It was so slow though. It meant that Oski could get the bump. Sorry, not Oski. It meant that the bump onto Oski, should I say, would come through. So it might have been Archie in there. So maybe some 200 IQ play caught me out there from Rise. Nonetheless, they get the 3-3, 20 seconds. So we're going to get OT in game number one. It's certainly been back and forth. Pop over the top, double commit. Atto, no boost. We count down now to 10 seconds left.
Oski almost had a fantastic passing option in the box, and then the demo came through. Will OT happen in game one? Can Oxygen really make Europe's favorites sweat that much as Joyo kind of loses control in the air and lets it drop? OT, here we go.
Here we go, game one OT. What a high score in game number one. As I said, those off-ball plays just create chaos on both sides, and Archie's still downfield if he can find something. Donkey cross. Archie now downfield. Going to track back with 100. Rise last man. Should be able to deal with this one. He's just opting to smack that as hard as he can downfield. Archie with the infield as well to Oski. Gets dusted by Vatira. Joyo going to control this one. He's been probably the quietest member of Oxygen so far.
Oh, Atto last man back. Great touch, slowing down the play after Carmine, and it comes right back! What K-Corp with game one?
And Atto standing up. The K-Corp boys giving it right back. They remembered what Oski did to them previously in that game. And they strike first in overtime. What will that do to the confidence of either side?
Just how quick a play can go 180 on you is incredible. When K-Corp are on the retreat, it just comes right back. You got to keep your head on a swivel when it comes to that midfield. But hey, we had a pretty solid game one, considering this went into overtime with feeling like K-Corp are just the favorites based on the talent on paper, but it's really who shows up to Worlds that matters.
Yeah, and it really feels like they're, I don't know, two brothers fighting, where it's less strategy and it's more just getting inside the head of the opponents. You can see the reactions there. You can see Vatira going off. It was Oski as well, serving it right back to them. But yeah, it feels like, I don't know, strategy's out the window, but they're certainly going for some unusual plays. The rotations aren't conventional. You're seeing the bumps come through, and that's a massive mistake from Oski in overtime.
And just the tiniest of slip-ups. Like, he's right next to the ball, walking by him like that. That is just insane how quick that overtime just went by, and how we even had overtime in game one. I know a lot of people predicted towards Carmine, kind of discounting Oxygen, but they're both in the same situation.
I mean, the thing is for Oski, if you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. Unfortunately, well, he was all sunshine and rainbows when he scored, but the pressure built in that overtime. And well, K-Corp, they're pretty happy with that game number one, and let's see if they can mount some confidence and momentum off it.
Yeah, Oxygen used a lot of demos and bumps to kind of creep through Carmine's net, and that seemed to be less of the case. K-Corp are so quick to adapt. Archie with a good launch to just dodge the initial challenge, wanted to bring it low below Atto, when Oxygen have to layer this third key, puncturing the double that Atto saves!
Crazy save coming through. The shot was perfect as well. K-Corp back in time, but you don't want to give Joyo too many of those. He's going to be able to make the most of them. Very clinical. That's a great boost still, though, from Oski. He's just turning straight on the ball. Archie can track back. He's had a bit of a slower start, but it's particularly in that Power Series. Game one, Archie was like a fly cam for the ball. He just couldn't hit it at all, but he just keeps going. His hours past two's improving exponentially as each game goes on in this World Championships. Here he is again. He's got a reset. Vatira, easy as a luck on the backboard. He doesn't have as much boost as he'd love. As Rise now pops it up, it is messy. You can hear the panic comms even through my headset 4K Corp, so certainly trying to get something orchestrated here. There's the 50. It's going to release Oski. He's going to scoop up that 100 boost as well. He's got space. Atto with the pre-jump. Oski reads it. So does Atto.
K-Corp with a pretty good defense so far off of a couple of solo attempt plays from Oxygen. Speaking of that, here's Vatira. Oski, good protection on the right post. Midfield for K-Corp. They could start another rally. 2 people without boost, though. Joyo collided into as K-Corp on the retreat to slow this down. Oski maybe leaving this Archie. No, goes for the direct shot. K-Corp with a heads-up play.
It's nice from Oxygen. They're keeping the pressure on. All of K-Corp, though, have 100 boost, so you expect them to get it out. Joyo with 0, keeping it in. Archie scoops up that back 100. We got to maybe maintain some pressure off that. Oski just buying enough time for the rotations to come back in. There you see it right now. Archie's in. He can go for the fake on with Joyo behind. Instead goes for the touch. Joyo's so quick. Can he get a drop down? Archie's waiting as well. Vatira on the backboard clears.
Oh, Oxygen really want to take their time on these offenses, and if they can find a rebound, maybe K-Corp get too comfortable on defense and you find a gap there. Now Archie was a pinch to the side. And Oxygen aren't too quick to send a second man to really challenge and contest that. They're playing as safe as they can. Now Oski with just a flick that gets Rise to save it. Zato wants to force us to Vatira with that. I think kind of landed on Oski. Now Archie off the ceiling isn't going to be really challenged to Joyo. The double threatened, and Oski with the follow-up. And now Tommy have been bumped, and it's Oxygen on the board.
Yeah, Joyo just creates the mirage here. You can see he wanted the quick double. Vatira had to respect it. Atto jumping up too close to the ball. Whiffs the defensive touch. And Oski, the cleanup crew, third man. Oxygen, 1-0.
Same lead that Oxygen had in game 1. You can never be confident about a lead like this against a team like that. As Atto with control, assessing the field. Oxygen laying back on their half. Joyo using all his boost to bump on Rise as Oski follows up, but it's easy for Vatira on defense to be that solid third man pillar, and now puts a shot on target. Joyo makes the save. And he wants more than that, and he gets the 100, but he's bumped off the ball by Atto.
It's great help defense from Oxygen, though. Rise wants more. He's gone sideball double block this time. Archie had to go. Vatira up as well. Oski just getting involved in the corner. He lands the pinch downfield. Joyo wants in as well. Rise can scoop up the 100. This has been the difference, though, for K-Corp in defense. They're able to get those 100 boosts. More demos, though. Rise wants 2. He tries to find 3. Archie this time. Atto too close to mount that counter. Keep the ball in, and you can see the defense arriving in time. Oh, and he's just dunked everyone. This is going to be open if he can get it middle. Can he do it? He's got it, Grant.
No way.
He's cleared it. He had to put it softer than that. Archie was right there in time. They're still on the attack. Atto still so awkward, but makes the read.
You're not going to get chances like that again. And Archie's probably just lucky on defense. He didn't get demo too. That could have netted a pretty easy goal for K-Corp. Now a double commit, crossing wires there for Oxygen.
What a touch there as well. Just the 50, the double off the sidewall coming through. Vatira. Let's get the pinch. Atto does have the infield if he wants it. He's going to go for the solo play, look for the dunk. He's going for the long game, but they've only got 50 seconds left there. Okay, what a bump, though. It's wide open. I said they only had 50 seconds, but look how quickly they can tie it up.
Oh, it's the double commit in the corner,
Big
and
bump
it's open.
well.
Yeah, and the bomb.
Great play there from K-Corp, and that's what we've seen. These off-ball plays have been influential for Oxygen. This time, K-Corp capitalizing on that, and almost off the kickoff. Straight in, nearly.
It's not how you want to choke a lead whatsoever off of a team bump and then a kickoff, but still 1-1 with 40 seconds left. Archie reaching up high for this. Not the ideal touch because Atto gets a piece of it. Joyo sees Rise, sends it off, packing. Vatira almost gets bumped into to Rise, to Atto. Very soft touch though, hopes to 50 Oski. Manages to get into a safe position. Now Joyo, what can he solo play here? And just tried to dribble. He does not have time on the ball. And Archie just needs to help Oski finish it off, and he can't.
Where were K-Corp going? I've no idea. The low 50 comes through. Vatira underneath. Is it a late magic? The fake to Atto. It's off the post wide counter, maybe. 5 seconds left. Can Oxygen get something to work? Rise wants the clear, lands it, and just tries to hit the ground. Oski's happy to oblige. Yet again, we go to overtime.
I can't believe it. No mistakes can be afforded. Oxygen slipped up in OT last time, but here comes Archie. Just to dump it through, but making Rise concede possession. Now Oski from the midfield against Atto and Vatira. Joyo confident enough as a second man to really press the advantage that they do have. Archie using all the boosts to make sure that Carmine cannot clear this. Oxygen want to trap them. Now some time afforded. Vatira just almost getting into Oski's face. Now Oski makes contact with the ball and gets demoed for his efforts.
Just see how high Oxygen is sitting there, opting for that incredibly aggressive third man, which is working, but it just means they've got to be so clinical. They've got to be so fast when they do attack. Rise with the clear, straight to Archie, 100 boost. Goes up, doesn't get the first touch that he wanted. Means Atto will have a pretty regulation clear. Vati perhaps a fake to Atto. You know, he's got the 100 boost. You know, he wants a reset now. Instead, he goes to fake, but this time everyone's seeing it coming. K-Corp have done that plenty of times. Joyo wants the touch. He does get the 50, almost with one more as well.
Oh, just when Oxygen have these counterattacks and these 1v1 scenarios, they give time for K-Corp to get back in time. Oxygen just can't play that fast or fast enough to really make K-Corp sweat for it. Now Oxygen is going to dump this through two people, and Oxygen do not have boost. And Joyo can't even follow up with this ball. Oxygen have no room to breathe. Now Astro's going to take it up his own wall. Half tank to work with. Rise Vatira work downfield. Now Vatira takes over. Joyo good 50 and even allows Archie to get a piece of it. Oski with the fake, I guess, and Joyo worries. And Vatira demos him.
You can see the 10 steps ahead that the players are having to go. It's like a chess match. And here goes Joyo, might get a one-on-one. He goes to the reset. Old teammate Rise says, I'll have it. Archie off the side. Vatira with the clear. Oski might be getting bumped. I mean, there's this little mini game that both third men from either side are playing. It's just dodging demos whilst trying to get involved, and it is on a knife's edge.
Just great touch from Oski at low boost to get this out of their own half. And K-Corp can be so threatening once they get the ball rolling, once they gather momentum.
More bumps coming through. I mean, again, you just have to be so worried about where that rotation, where that first man is moving through that back line. Oski now with a huge flick over the top. Rise with the clear. Vatira no boost. It's awkward for K-Corp. Oxygen could be able to set up an attack here, and they will.
And K-Corp are starting to boost our Oxygen, and it doesn't matter. They bring a lot of power. As K-Corp get a hand up, and Archie, he's got full coverage on him. And he's going to need some help. A second man from Oxygen has to play tighter. Oski almost with a double. A great save once again. Vatira has almost let nothing slip by him. But now he's getting attacked non-stop. Go to the side, Rise! Needed Vatira to just redirect this in.
Double save as well. Straight down the other end. Rise has been huge third man. Even when K-Corp are on defense, they're still looking for the bump on third. They want the counter-attack. They're not worried about getting... Well, obviously they're worried about getting scored on, but they're looking at that next step ahead. They're looking at 30 seconds into the future. Off the ceiling now with the shot. Joyo getting the touch this time. We're 3 minutes in. They're just reading each other like a book. Atto off the ceiling. Drop down shot. And somehow Archie just puts himself in the road.
These saves from Oxygen are insane. And the counterattack, and Oski made contact. That could have been it. And Joyo managed to grab boost and at least get a touch that gets it away from Atto. Rise, slowing down the play. K-Corp, head back. Oxygen don't have the greatest of dribbles going on to really send the house to get an offense that is speedy. K-Corp always have time to stabilize, to read, to react. And now with the demo on Archie, Oski and Joyo have to make a decision. They cannot be scared.
Oski throws it up. It is around Vatira. He's got no boost. Joyo's ready. Great time from Atto. It's got to be a demo. It's got to be a demo on third man that'll decide this. It's just who can withstand it for longer. This feels like Gentlemate's vitality yesterday. It's who's got to just make the first mistake here. 4 minutes gone. Probably our longest OT we've had at World so far. Don't trust me on that. I have no idea. Rise on the corner now. 50 boost. Launches it down. Vatira, he might be able to pre-flip with a touch. Beautiful. That gives them possession.
Now off to the... Oski's just flying at this ball. Joyo ahead, playing that offensive half. Can Oxygen really build up a threat, though? And Joyo is always the third man back. You just never know. If K-Corp can take a shot off the midfield, and Vatira almost with the redirect off to the side. What a great reaction from Oxygen.
I have no idea how Archie keeps saving these. He just keeps putting himself in the road. Rise with no boost. Over to Vati. He wants the corner double, lands the corner double. But Archie, again, a defensive masterclass. Blocked out this time. Vatira cuts rotation. This third man is so crucial for both sides. Rise up with 100 boost now. He wants to get to work. Vati with 0, still hunting demos. He can track back now.
K-Corp are really trying to unite on these passes, these redirects, and somehow Oxygen stand tall. Now Oxygen are trying for these dunks, these 50s flying at the ball. Taking risks.
Oh, big whiff as well, double whiff, and Atto has 0, finds the 100. That's going to be huge for the defense of K-Corp. Once again, who's going to be willing to push downfield? Who can land the killing blow on last man? You see the bumps rise up. Having to use a lot of boost, but does find Patira. Joyo with 100. Drops down past to Archie. Slingshot wide again. Every single time, no matter which end, there's a defender there.
Joyo is all over the place trying to make something, but not this time! Not against K-Corp! Not no T! K-Corp match point!
It's the perfect first touch off the ceiling, and there's the miss. That proves so costly. Joyo doesn't get the touch. Atto, too good. K-Corp, 2-0.
So back and forth, counter after counter, and you talked about the third man, how important that was, and I was just about to commend Joyo. Not that he did anything wrong, it just sailed over his head so fast, and they even had Archie as an option. A lot of quality saves out of Oxygen to keep a game this close after the threats, how dangerous of an offense K-Corp have had. It took, what, a 4 or 5 minute, I stopped counting, overtime to end this game too.
It's just who's going to make the first mistake, and it was a big one there, Joyo just getting stuck under the ball, but a phenomenal first touch from Atto. As we do check out the Mobile One high performance replay, you'll be able to see on the player cams as well, once we see this final goal, Atto going off his head. He's absolutely loving it. The adrenaline's pumping here in the Swiss Abyss, but it was this chance here. You could just see, well, not that one, that was Archie just making phenomenal saves. But Atto, just Joyo getting caught under it. That first touch was massive from Atto. And there's the popper.
Shield your ears.
I mean, there's no guess as to where Oxygen position is. You can see them all just staring straight across, even Ferrer getting involved as well. As we move into game 3, pressure's on Oxygen now.
A lot of momentum, and apparently a lot of hype too from K-Corp. You hear them roaring, they're playing across from each other. The heroes get excited too. Imagine what crowd day is gonna be like. But who's gonna play tomorrow? Oh, Oski with a demo. Physicality worked for Oxygen at the start of game 2. I think K-Corp trying to play a safer second man too. As a result, then no one's in the net. It's open for Oxygen with a lead again.
Yeah, Archie's been fantastic so far. He's really stepped up in the previous game, and you can see the aggression again, so quick. Perhaps has just been, I don't want to say in a little bit of a slump, but he hasn't been touching the game. As we said, he's just improving again and again, showing his class, showing why he is a world-class player. He has been for a very long time. Here he is again with a 100 boost. Up now is Joyo. So again, trying to get that ceiling touch. Rise underneath, gets the touch, but Archie with 0. Manages to get the 50. Oxygen just need to stabilize now, just need to create some pressure on this K-Corp lineup.
Now, Oxygen have had a couple of good beats to create opportunities offensively. K-Corp taking their time with it, but not able to use that back wall to bounce it back out to a second man, and just hoping to bump Oxygen off. As Rise forces now a double commit. Joyo doesn't have a lot of boost to get a strong clear, and now whoever could have cleared it, Oski, he gets demo. Oxygen look a little awkward, and K-Corp know it.
Yeah, K-Corp are playing leapfrog. Oh, Atto's just controlling this and almost gets a dunk. Another double commit coming through from Oxygen, but that's a huge dunk down the other end for Vatira. 14 boost. Just controls it, doesn't get the reset. Archie underneath, misses the ball with 100. Oski wants in as well. It's a massive double commit. It's really bad now for Oxygen. Oski comes up huge.
It seems like K-Corp are realizing these rotations and are trying to beat them to the punch, racing against Oxygen, picking up the pace. Rise will get a hand up first. Atto could take over depending on how Archie approaches, and Atto follows through. But Joyo never makes these transitions for K-Corp easy. With Oski missing though, Archie needs to buy a bit of time. Joyo kind of dodging some of the bumps, and it's hard to have a good passing option if you're Oxygen, and Oski with the cherry on top.
And there it is, once again, defensive mistake. Double commit coming through. Atto knew Rise had 0, wanted to help him out. Rise didn't want the help. And Oski to clean up crew. Could have been a goal on that first shot. But nonetheless, 2-0 to Oxygen. When their backs are against the wall, they seem to have found another gear.
K-Corp's offense is kicking. You've had Oxygen really stretch to find these saves. And look at Matira, slotted to the left. Archie, how does he keep doing this?
It's a Scott Sterling performance from Archie, even in the previous game. He just sits in there and says, come at me. What do you got? And once again, He comes up on top. It's Rise now. We'll fake it out for Atto. It's up for Joyo. He's going to be able to read this one. Gets a nice skim. Rise is ready for it. First touch is nice. Can he get the reset? He goes low. He's faking, but can't quite get what he wanted there.
Joyo has such good timing. He doesn't get too stressed, too antsy. Just always knows how to delay, when to press, when to do it early, when to do it late. And once again, every time K-Corp even start to approach the net, here comes Joyo, but it's not the double Archie!
Again!
He saves, he's insane!
It's always Archie in net. I don't know what he's doing. He's setting up a camp, he's set up a fireplace, he's having dinner in that net. He's loving it, he's at home. Maybe one more, why not? And straight down the other end.
Man, can Oxygen really keep doing this? Can they really? For 2 more minutes, maybe. Against Vatir, Atto actually just pushes Oski to the side. Archie! Trying to contest it early instead of sitting the net. K-Corp get one.
You said it perfectly. The one time Archie decides to leave net, he's caught under the ball. And look how quick Vatira gets the reset off the air dribble. Still a lot of time for K-Corp. You know they want to finish this strong. You know they want that 3-0 and to get out of this Swiss.
So if Oxygen don't have control of their corner boost, they have to play further away from net. I wonder if that's why Archie was closer to the sidewall. Either way, we just let him get one. Oski with a full tank. Atto has to retreat. Oski with an awkward dribble, or maybe just trying to reset. Get this just a little bit above Vatira. It doesn't work out. But Oxygen take this step by step and almost a dunk, and Atto gets a hand up.
Joyo huge. He had no boost, but still managed to get a massive dunk on that. Archie has just got everyone going the wrong way. Lands on it. Had concussion as well on the way down, I reckon. Oski no boost. Neither does Atto. Rise up. Pops now for Joyo with 100. Vatira meets him in the air. More midfield game coming through. Oski wants to control this one. All they have to do is kill some time off the clock here, Oxygen. They don't have to go anything crazy, but it's been a one-on-one. Rise wants to bump on Joyo. Doesn't get it. Atto follow. Fake for Vati. And again, what is this? This time it's Joyo. Can he get down the other end? No.
It's a blue wall, but it's against a brick wall defense. I cannot believe this. 1 minute. As Oski towards the backboard, Joyo wanted to finish that off. Archie involved. I'm surprised Oxygen let K-Corp have this much time on the ball to dribble with the boost that they have. Now Oski senses kind of K-Corp having to retreat. Now Joyo gets a good second touch, tries to adjust, and the reset gets past Rise. As Archie with the pop-up gets Atto off the wall.
That could have been it right there. That could have been the touch, and that's nearly going to be open. Atto knew more than me. Rise with 100 boost, gets it over the top. It's the bump though. Oski spawns back. Archie with 4 boosts, just going to launch it downfield. They're just going for the win now. They don't need to score, they just need to hang on.
Joyo is so good at dismantling this offense. Every time he makes contact, it's valuable. Now Atto with the bouncer. That Joyo, few more seconds. Ball is up. Archie, no one on Oxygen has boost. All they can do is sit and wait and take the game.
Well, it was pretty nail-biting at the end there for Oxygen, but they do get their first game win on the board. They deny the sweep, give themselves at least one more crack to force a Game 5, which, well, we didn't have many Game 5s in day number 1 or day number 2, but once you hit Thursday,
I don't like Hazard a Game 5.
Look, again, like anytime I say something,
it's
probably
wrong.
not true. I honestly, sometimes I just say stuff for the sake of saying
I should have just nodded, smiled.
It sounds really good. Honestly, I just know that I've had one Game 5. This could be another Game 5. Should be great. Anyway, sit back, relax, and enjoy some beautiful Rocket League here. Fantastic. I mean,
do you get Game 5 vibes from this match, though?
I mean, if Archie can just keep planting himself in net, seriously, I don't know what he's done, or if he's bound there. As Snasky said, you're not allowed to leave that box, but I'm liking it. In fact, I'm loving it when he is in net.
4 saves to Archie. We love Archie in the net.
Probably 18 other saves that didn't get counted as well. He was absolutely everywhere. Only in the box. He actually wasn't everywhere. He was only in one spot on the map, but Oxygen do get that game win back. In K-Corp, well, they were pushing. They were trying to find that goal. They did get one late one, but they just gave up too much of a head start. Here we go to Utopia Coliseum.
I know Joyo actually had the least amount of score from his team, but I thought he was one of the most valuable players when it meant to just making contact with the ball, but forcing it into a direction that wasn't right to K-Corp. That didn't make his team scramble. And that's what Oxygen have to do. Don't let Carmine really develop out of that cocoon. Joyo doesn't make... Okay, every time I hype up Joyo, I get a little scared, but...
Yep, just a nice little save from Archie. 20 seconds into the game. Nothing unusual to see here. Adso ceiling goes 2, does get 2, doesn't get 3. And guess who? He's got 2 saves already. Let's start counting them from now on. Oski's up, though. Archie downfield. Rise with 0. And the flip reset came through. Phenomenal save as well. Joyo, as you said, not exactly the stat man, but an impact player. Really has his moments in each game. You know he's going to create something special every time he's on the pitch.
Now you got K-Corp sitting and waiting. Oxygen have time to get boost back pass. No, Archie knows Atto has him beat. And Oxygen are confident enough to concede possession.
Bob.
And know when to go for it, and it's now!
And you can just see. Now, hang on. Oski scored this as well. He got reward. He got the bump. One for the good guys. Beautiful stuff. He's accidentally hit the ball with the backside of his car as he's tried to land the double demo. Oxygen. Here we go.
Well, now off kickoff, Joyo kind of delays the touch against Vatira. Thought he would just sail by. You won't catch Vatira lacking. He's also been that impact player from Carmine and just Rise with a soft shot.
Archie with his 3rd save as well. He's actually stole that one off his teammate, which was completely unnecessary, but he just feels like he needs to be that man in net. And I think it's working out for Oxygen so far. Still the 1-0 lead. Rise with space. Atto in behind with 100 as well. Archie up. This is the touch. Joyo has to go. Avoids the dunk. Huge touch from him.
Oxygen are going for a lot of direct shots while K-Corp are going for kind of air dribble bumps that seem a little bit more dangerous, but hey, it's Oxygen that are up.
Archie just got another save. Again, double committing with his teammate for no reason, just to get a save. That's what we like to see. Oski, low boost. He has to go for...
Oh, he's stuck on the crossbar. Okay.
Still nice from him, though. He's able to go the 100 and get the ball out as well. More bumps. This time it's Vatira. K-Corp trying to take a leaf out of Oxygen's book with that first-man aggression. Atto has support across. Doesn't quite land a touch, but he's over to Vatira.
Yeah, then K-Corp are going for less redirect plays off of Vatira playing downfield, knowing that Oxygen have got them beat when it comes to their defense. Now Oski adjusts, slowing it down against Vatira. Good touch. Joyo helping push through that right side. As Archie advances off the midfield, the bouncer off the sidewall. Archie with maybe a double, and ball got too low.
Yeah, get down the other end, Archie. That's where you really go to work. Atto, no boost. Gonna leave this one as Rise is looking for a bump. He's landed it, but Joyo is able to land on the wall and clear that one back. Archie with the 50. Vatira wants to turn, gets the touch. No boost for him. He's out of there. Joyo, 0 as well. Atto with boost. They've set this up perfectly, K-Corp, for Vatira to come in if he wants to, but Joyo, even though he's got 0, able to dust Vati.
Small window of opportunity for K-Corp to strike, and late to the party. Oski needs to grab this corner from Rise, now has to rotate out, but Atto against Joyo gets the demo, but Joyo made contact, and it finds its way to Oski, who just wanted to slow it down and loses it. Possession is very shaky from both sides. The ball has been going so back and forth, and you need to get boost eventually.
Oski's launched it downfield. Vatira, regulation touch for him on the backboard. Joyo in with 100. See if he can get to work here. He does get the pitch across if Oski was ready, but you can't blame him for not being. It was pretty unexpected infield pass coming through. Joyo doesn't get the 100, only has 30. We'll be looking for a pass, or the dunk comes through anyway. Atto launches it downfield. Archie, this is going to test his defense. Still finds the touch. Rise floating underneath it. Missed it completely. Archie now 0 boost. Does lose the 50 straight to Oski, who just fires it on net. Double commit from K-Corp as well.
Archie was looking for bumps in the net. He's all over the place. I'm loving this version of Archie. Oxygen has such a strong chance of making top 8 if this is the type of performance they can keep putting up. 1 minute left. Do we see Champions Field? Dollop to Atto against Joyo. Archie, the only one left. Archie's gonna deal with all this, and he can't handle all 3.
He tried his mightiest to keep that one out, but just brute force from K-Corp. Rise came in, tried to clear the net. Vatira gets the goal. 1-1, 51 on the clock.
With sword and shield, Archie will be the knight in the net if it needs to be, and he'll only let one by. But who can take the lead? K-Corp can build off of this. Vatira finally gets the beat to set up Rise and wide up the corner.
He's just got to score that. He's got to be better. Could have got the lead, could have closed this series out. Nevertheless, still 1-1, 30 seconds. Rise launching it downfield. Archie trying to pad another save. He's got about 21, I think. I've been counting. Oski downfield. Butira with the clear. Rise going to sit there, beaten by former teammate Atto. What can he do? Over to Rise now. They're linking up K-Corp. That's a huge clear downfield, but Oski can launch it right back.
K-Corp want to end the series here and now, but Rise doesn't have the boost to keep up with this, and Joyo knows it. Tries to clear, stops Atto from the second touch. Oski doesn't get the greatest first touch either. Butira almost connects with Rise. Archie's all over him. Yet another overtime.
I love the confidence from both teams. They both wanted a goal on 0 there. There's no putting the ball down. They want to enter right now as Oski launches the touch. Butira with the save. Rise goes again. 100 boost for him with the reset. Archie underneath, beats him out on the touch, but it's just to Butira. It's a little bit of room to breathe in that back corner. Not for long. Joyo's on the case.
And Oxygen have lost both overtimes, and how can they make that a different story? K-Corp want to go to top 8. Atto with the demo. Joyo steps up. Will not allow this to Oski's downfield. Wanted to drop it down. Now Archie with a low boost can just send this off. Needs to give Oxygen some time. As Joyo with the direct shot, double commit, team bump. Carmine still trying to get organized.
Just Archie now, just Archie last, and guess what? He's got one more save. He just sits in net and he just cannot help himself but pad the saves. Oski over to Joyo now. He takes it up with the air dribble. Rise is committed last. So confident, and he just had to go.
Just takes one mistake from Oxygen's defense for this whole structure to crumble. Sato just flying at this. Rise, third man back. Archie on the retreat. Oski, Joyo have time to make this save, but it's how they make it into a counterattack. Atto with the read against Archie trying to get this pass, and he'll get another shot at it with a full tank. Oski heads to the net, and they just can't seem to get an approach on K-Corp to get any connection on bumps.
Rise steals the 100 ceiling. Oski up low boost. More 50s come through the midfield game. These aerial challenges huge right now for K-Corp. One pop over the top to Rise. Archie there again. He's got to take it up as well. Still has boost. Has Joyo on the left if you can find him. Goes low with the fake. It's just Oski last, and he's picked up one pad. He cannot find 100 if his life depended on it.
We are just not ready for this version of Oxygen, but Rise win on the 50. Atto just gonna leave this to Butira, and Oski off the ceiling had him beat. A delay from K-Corp on the touch, a delay from Rise. He just can't seem to fake this against Oxygen. But Butira just sees Joyo flying at him, who wins, and that causes a panic on the defensive line. 2 minutes into OT.
Atto just launches it downfield. Oski should be able to catch it. It's got a heavy touch though. He wanted it on the backboard. Archie front post as well. It's awkward here for Oxygen. They're all front post, no one back post. And it's a great touch for Rise.
Oh,
and
no.
a massive whip!
Oh my God!
K-Corp are through! They're out of the Swiss 3-1. Oxygen will have to go to round 5.
Wow. It just took one slip up, an ankle to fold, to just everything to fall over on the defense. We kind of ran out of fingers for how many times we were counting the saves from Oxygen, especially from Archie, to keep the most threatening offense in Europe at bay. And K-Corp, after a good handful of overtimes, top 8.
The team that everyone questioned, will they be rusty? They weren't there at Copenhagen. They haven't played at a LAN for what feels like a century. And they've made it through 3-1. They'll be through to the tiebreakers as well. What tiebreakers, you ask? Well, top 4, so important. Top 4 seeds get a second life in that top 8 playoff bracket. So they'll be through to Saturday. And Oxygen, well, we'll have to see them tomorrow.
Oxygen is just so reliable on that defense, though. Can you really keep doing that forever? You just, again, quality opportunities over quantity. And Oxygen will go to round 5 to see if they can make top 8. Can they beat the allegations?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but even Archie making, I think, 8 saves in the end. I didn't even see the scoreboard. I have no idea. It was crazy. As we take one last look here at the Mobile One High Performance replay, and it was just that last mistake. It was another long overtime. Look at Archie there just launching himself. He's trying it. He's trying his mightiest, but in the end, it was K-Corp too strong. Joyo with the touch, and that massive mistake coming through. Aussie doesn't get the touch. K-Corp are through. They're out of the Swiss, and we got an interview with Atto.
Atto from the blue wall standing with me now, and a little bit of shake still. You're showing me your hand before. Show us, yeah. Yeah, that was
a little bit.
that was a crazy match, man. But you guys got through it. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks. I mean, it was a hard series, to be fair. Oxygen is like one of the best teams in the world, so honestly, it's a hard match. And I mean, if we lose against Oxygen, we can play Vitality, like a really good team in 2-2. So yeah, it was a really good match, to be fair.
It's good to get this out of the way so you don't have to face a team like Vitality later, right? Talk to me about, I guess, the mentality you guys came in with here, because I've heard a difference from different teams. BDS was saying, you know, they're taking things serious, but I've heard others saying they're having a lot of fun with it. What's your approach? Serious or fun?
A bit of both, to be fair. It's like we trash talk, we take fun, but when we have to play, we are full focus and we are locked in. So it's a bit of both, to be fair. We take fun and we full focus at the same time.
I think that's important. Who keeps you guys on track then? Is it Farah that makes sure if you have too much fun to pull you back, or if you're too serious to have fun?
Farah is our dad, technically, like if we do something. Okay, boys, calm down. So yeah, we have to be serious.
Now I'm curious about that game too, and honestly the whole series. How mad were you getting at Archie when he saved everything?
Honestly, even at the end when we win the last game, like he was doing crazy saves and he was unbumpable. Like I don't know, he had everything for him, and I mean he played it well. Honestly, he had crazy saves, but yeah, honestly, like he played it so well. I think he's like the best player in Oxygen in this series.
Yeah, he was killing it. It took 3 of you at one point to get a goal in.
Yeah, I mean Vatira bumped him, then I took a big 50 with him, and then Vatira has to take a big 50 with him again. Like he was actually peaking.
Yeah, no, it was actually, he's gonna have his own montage too here, but you guys have your own because you got the win. I want to talk about just kickoffs here and there. I did see a fake kickoff, I believe, at one point. Who's calling that? Do you guys try to throw those in randomly, or only when you're, you know, from behind?
Just a feeling like if you want to do something, we can try, you know. It costs nothing.
Okay, yeah, no, I tried to get a lot out. I knew you'd probably keep a little secret on that. And again, just talk to me about the team as a whole right now. Now that you've got that through to Saturday, you have the day off. What's the goal for the squad tomorrow in terms of preparing for the weekend?
We can get up a bit later.
That's a great call, yeah.
That's a great start. And yeah, we will, I mean, of course, play ranks because, I mean, World Championship finish in 4 days, so we give everything. And yeah, we're gonna take a bit of fun as well. It's not like we have something to play tomorrow, so yeah, we're just gonna chill.
You guys have earned a little bit of a break, but you still got to take it serious. But you are on to Saturday, so congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
You can go celebrate with the team because we're going to go to a break almost through day 3, but we have a few more to send on to Saturday. The question is, who is it going to be? And the only way to get that answer is to come join us on the other side of the break.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
This is the opportunity, the dream that you set upon yourself. Here we go.
Well, we've qualified one team for the playoffs tomorrow, or at least into the tiebreakers. Let's send another team as well. Furia, getting ready to take on Space Station Gaming. Two teams at 2-1. No eliminations yet. All of that's going to happen in front of the crowd. But you'd love to take care of business here and not have to wait until the end of Friday for one shot on the stage.
We've got that rematch as well coming through from London. SSG taking it 3-1 in that occasion. But Fury, when we saw them play up against Falcons earlier on, they were putting them to the sword. They couldn't get the job done, but they were a threat. And I think that Falcons underestimated them. If there's something that we think that SSG aren't going to do is underestimate them, considering the power that they've just had to fight through to get a win. They've gone through Vitality. Furia, another #1 seed from a region. It's going to be, I think, on a similar level.
I got Lost here. A lot of eyes on him. He's the leading scorer on this Furia squad. 8 goals so far in the Swiss stage. Would love to push well into double digits and lead his team past a very game Space Station Gaming squad with a dramatic victory earlier today.
SSG, I think not many people were expecting them to take down Vitality, and yet here we are in a post-SSG taking down Vitality world. And you know what? It wasn't just a one-man show, which is what I think SSG can sometimes fall a little bit prey to, is saying, give the ball to LJ, see what he does, see how he wins. But this guy, Chicago, he didn't show his age whatsoever in that game earlier on, and we're about to see him take his 100th step towards the pitch at an RLCS Worlds.
Yeah, Chicago with only the 1 goal in a previous matchup. I think that was against OG, and then all of a sudden goes off in the match earlier today. Hoxer has been great in the second half of the season, but you know who's been great since joining SSG? LJ. Since really he burst onto the scene, he has been kind of the guy that a lot of teams have looked at and like, we could probably build a team around him. Space Station Gaming has just about done that. And now we'll go to our progressive fan vote. Hashtag FUR if you believe in Furia. Hashtag SSG if you're going to back Space Station Gaming. And what may well be, Stumpy, a coin flip here. I mean, this one, you know, basically if you could find out whatever Bates has been picking throughout the day, just go the opposite one, because the coin, I think, is about beating him now.
Yeah, I mean, T-Bates, or as I've been calling him in the green room, the coin with a voice, has been going through today in an interesting fashion. I believe here he has got Space Station Gaming going through. I also, for the record, have Space Station Gaming going through. I think they're just going to pip it, especially considering the caliber of team that they've beaten. But here in game #1, we do see the Panthers take on the Astronauts. Are we going to see another gigantic battle through? Who is going to be qualifying without going the distance all the way to 5? Seeding is ever so important, and game #1 is where it all begins.
Game #1 on Manfield Night is always brought to you by Progressive as our 2024 World Championship Swiss stage rolls on. Send a team directly to Saturday. Skip Friday entirely. Get that day off. Here we go. Take care of business early. It's Hoxer. Right over Drafinho. Yanks and Lost are both there. And LJ couldn't slot it past Lost. And a near miss early on out of SSG.
But you know what? What a brilliant way to show Furia that you mean business in this game. It was Hoxer entirely on his own. And the defense of Furia stretched thin immediately.
Hoxer will try to trigger another counter. Instead, he needs help from Chicago. That pops up for Yan. And Yan's double, not on the mark. Now up high, and Hoxer just has to watch Chicago take charge. Nobody else was there for Furia. Infield pass, forced Lost to just stop for a moment. And had he been able to run onto that in stride, maybe he's able to blast one into the back of the net.
LJ, though, trying to send it long, get rid of some of that pressure falling onto the orange half of the pitch. However, it's straight back with Furia, taking the ball immediately to face the Space Station Gaming. Lost challenging with 1 midfield. As ball falls flat, Drafinho challenging with Lost. Both end on 0 boost and 0 pressure on that ball from either of their teammates. It falls a little bit slower in the midfield as all of these 50s find themselves incredibly even across the board.
Well, Chicago more or less token pressure there. He did grab the midfield boost with Lost trying to camp on the corner in SSG's half. They're trying to starve out Space Station. And with rather mixed results so far, Chicago hands that off to Hoxer. Oh, and then Hoxer got another piece of that. And who knows? I don't think that shot was going to get saved.
I don't think it was either. I think that had enough beans on it to sneak its way through. Instead, Hoxer, I think, in fairness, try and give it a little bit more. There's no sense in harming. But that may well have done more harm than good. Space Station Gaming potentially doing themselves out of an early goal.
Well, they have been the better of the two squads so far. A near opportunity that Lost barely got to. And then that one off of Hoxer and off target. Now Lost will have a go. Put the brakes on for a moment. LJ undeterred. And Drafinho will concede that midfield boost for anybody who wants it. Might end up being Yan, actually. Here goes Chicago. Only as far as Drafinho. So a couple opportunities out of SSG, but nothing has breached the goal line just yet.
We're seeing a lot of these pre-jumps coming through from Furia. Drafinho in particular. You read one play a little bit earlier on where he came from the backboard, didn't even bother about the first touch, knows where the ball is going after that. Those plays can be caught out, however. Lost a full court air dribble on target with the demo. A follow-up. It's going to take a few seconds to come through, and a bump from Drafinho is not going to be enough to give Furia the advantage.
It's got to develop a lot faster than that on the rebound. Instead, SSG kind of let off the hook. Here goes Yan, back the other way. Flip reset doesn't yield anything else. LJ will have to patiently wait for that corner boost. Got to jump into action instead. And a good thing that boost wasn't there because LJ abandoned that, went back to the net, and it turns into that counterattack as Hoxer sends it wide.
I think even if that was on target, wouldn't have snuck its way in. Pace wasn't there. I think Lost was in good position to save it as well. Yeah, and that Sam MVP sends it high across the Lost, a man that became a demon of himself in London. A player possessed. Chicago wants to make sure that he puts those ghosts to bed, however. Tends to go for a little play on the top corner. Hoxer with one onto Lost this time. Both him and Drafinho committing into the corner. And Lost with a miss and a bump on Yan. That is not what you want from your teammate.
Well, Lost kind of had to stay home as Yan comes in to bail him out. And this is an open net that LJ is able to catch up and prevent the easy goal out of Furia. Would have been a disastrous way to concede the opening goal here late in game number one. Yan back the other way, and just a lot of volleyball between these two squads, just waiting for somebody to make a mistake. Back and forth they go, waiting for an opportunity, and none presenting itself since about the halfway mark.
Oh, a little bit of a misflip there. Chicago not able to make any contact with the ball. Final minute, Drafinho clearly beating out Hoxer. Then gets returned to his spawn with 33 boost. Chicago in the air, only finds Yan. Yan with a little bit of time. Ceiling. Drafinho central on target. Not needed till Hoxer taps it away.
Fifth shot in the game for Yan, but it's this one from Lost as he just snakes one right on by along the line.
That's the man we saw in London. The 1-2, fake off the wall. LJ caught flat-footed and Lost. Through two, gets the first for Furia.
Well, here we are, though, late in game one. This is where Space Station have been thriving so far today. Late game scenarios. It's Hoxer, gonna slow play with 30. Got the pass away towards Chicago, intercepted by Drafinho, but Yan got bumped on the goal line by Hoxer. He's finally able to jump back into the play, down to 20 seconds now. Lateral pass, dive in. LJ coming in as well, won the ball, but it's gone well wide out of the corner. Hoxer now, 13 seconds. Hoxer, infield pass, nobody on the other side. LJ with time running down, nothing doing there. Chicago can't center. Hoxer's got to take over with no time on the clock. LJ, Chicago, no! And Drafinho will kill it.
LJ's positioning, I think, just a little bit too far away. Wanted to come in for that final chance. Had to go off the side wall instead. Chicago then a chance. But the long ball, not quite sufficient. Furia, game at number one. Two more, and they're going to be going through into our tiebreaker match. And as you say, Sax, they skip all the way through to Saturday.
Yeah, you skip that Friday, all the pressure, one and done in front of the crowd. Not that being in the tiebreaker is necessarily any better, but hey, you're past the lower bracket, at least automatically. As we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay or the Lost High Performance replay. Yes, weaving his way through traffic. Beautifully done. And a well-deserved pop-off as Furia take game number one. One down, two to go to qualify for the top 8.
And you know what? We're looking at Space Station Gaming too. It's only a 1-goal difference. It's not a nightmare by any means. Incredibly competitive the entire way through. I think with SSG, they have already gone through Vitality today. A monstrous win from them. They're going to be facing a different demon, though. With Furia, they themselves have taken down Vitality in recent memory. They have got the quality in order to make sure that they are not going to be the only team that aren't going to be able to do it. So, Space Station Gaming. No change in their game plan, I can't imagine. Keep going. You're only one goal down. Still going to be able to work your way through in the second.
On to Forbidden Temple. See if Furia can run it back. Rafinho beaten there, but Yan will have it from the back line. Hoxer is going to need that corner boost. He's got it, but does not have the ball. Lost. Trying to kick it out to Rafinho. Expertly done.
Lost at finding that form. 1, 2, 3, goal. Jafinho is the man to sink it. The Lost is the person who did all the work. The previous goal took about 3.5, 4 minutes. This one, 16 seconds for Furia to find greatness.
You hear the South American commentator crew even through our headsets.
Go!
Hopping off for that goal. The first for Furia after a late strike in game 1 as well. Will 1-0 be enough? Against Space Station Gaming, get on the board. Here goes Hoxer, blocked by Lost, and Yan is right there for it. Chicago's been forward quite a bit and forced to retreat quite a bit as well. He thought about jumping there, realized Rafinho had him beat. Now he's got to retreat, but Hoxer can dive in, and Yan just a little bit ahead of the play, and maybe just a little indecisiveness right now out of SSG.
I think that's been the main thing we've seen so far as well. There has been these tackles in the air, and yeah, in game 1 we saw it in the first 2.5 minutes or so. It was very even. Since then, it has been Furia beating Space Station to the punch time and time again. The pace not there, but LJ does take a shot down low, and some of these balls sneaking through the first layer of Furia's defense.
LJ gonna go to work from his own back line, and instead Yan just waiting for him to come down. He easily takes it away. Right out in front for Lost this time. Rafinho was very close as well. As Furia disperses, and they will have to defend this out of Hoxer. And nobody as LJ turned away. They at least get something netward, but an easy stop by Yan. LJ will have that off to the corner, and another defensive stand out of Furia, where they haven't had to work maybe as hard as you would have liked to see SSG make them. That time, definitely threatened, but still nothing through.
The double layer from Furia. I feel like Space Station Gaming right now, they're beating one defender on a couple of chances, and there's always somebody pre-jumping behind them. They play so close to each other that you need to put it in a position where the second man is not going to be able to get there. And a miss on the back line, and also the attacker. It's a nightmare for SSG, but thankfully it does not ruin their game.
Hoxer with plenty to work with, dances around one. Who's got the follow-up? It's LJ who takes over with nothing in the tank, and now Chicago laid in there with plenty of boost. He's got to use it, though, as Lost had just about dangled his way through. Now Yan has that one low off the backboard, and it kicks away off of him all the way back, and a big break for Space Station.
The mislip again from Lost. Another again in the series, not from Lost again. He's been pretty good so far. Yan now keeping it pretty neutral in the midfield. There's no problem for him getting it a little bit further down. One up, LJ, a reset onto net, but again, 2 layers. You get through 1, you got to make it through 2.
And not a lot of boost throughout this whole game for Space Station Gaming. Now they've got some, though. It's Hoxer up high, can't drop it down onto the target. Rafinho was there just in case. They'll have plenty of boost now as they all run back. There hasn't been much boost taken away from the Space Station half of the field in the last minute. Got to have something netward here, though. Chicago into the net, going after Lost. Still not enough. You can tell, I mean, they're going into the bag of tricks. Yan with the demo and the boost steal, but it's still LJ and Hoxer. Hoxer double no. Lost is there.
I mean, you saw that being shut down relatively early on, I feel, as well. It's a shame for Hoxer, seeing the net pretty open, and then Lost finds his way in and can get the clear. 70 seconds, LJ leads the ball towards Hoxer, up high, not over 1, however, Jafinho burning all boost of Furia. I mean, you were mentioning Space Station Gaming and their lack of their boost. Furia have had no such trouble. They've been stealing all of it.
Well, you wonder what LJ and Chicago were doing there, both up in the same area for the same ball. That left only one sitting in midfield waiting for a pass, and if they They have that ball taken away at all. It's an open net. This, meanwhile, bouncing towards the corner and then finally set away. Yan looking in the direction of Lost. He was kind of shaded away by LJ.
Good speed. Chicago does get a little bit further down the pitch with 30 seconds left. It needs to go further, then a little bit further. On target, Lost near post save. Chicago central, Hoxer shoots, on target again. Lost to clear it away. Yan this time, corner bound.
That was their best chance. Little more than a penalty shot, but it was saved. And now they got to go back to the drawing board. 13 seconds, looking for LJ, intercepted by Lost. Furia have picked off pass after pass out of Space Station Gaming. LJ up high.
Fake.
Oh, left it for Hoxer, and the fake ties the game.
I thought we were on for the 1-0, 1-0. But the fake from LJ is a stunner. And then the secondary fake from Hoxer. He can't do much about it. He's got no boost. He can't go as hard as Trevino thought. Now, all of a sudden, 2 seconds left and overtime looming. Pretty neutral kickoff. Going to fall to the side. Chicago's there, up high, left side, up 1-2, round the top of one, and the bump unsuccessful. Hoxer keeps it in that blue half. Trevino long. LJ up high in the corner again. Chances dropped. Overtime, game 2.
Furia was going to give it one counterattack, and then once that got thwarted, they're like, nah, let's just try another kickoff. And it's gone their way. Hoxer, difficult read, but he's got it now. LJ, he stay on this? He just about did. Now it's Yan. One-on-one with Hoxer. Got around him. Chicago's up. Lost got there first. Need somebody on the weak side. Nobody there.
Very awkward touch from Drufo. Goes to one from Hoxer to LJ. Bumped out the way on it. Hoxer, that threat man. Chicago in the midfield wants to challenge versus Yan. Hoxer to take it back, take control. Don't let this game get out of hand again.
Does Yan have anybody to pass to? Certainly doesn't. Everybody all the way back. So now Chicago over towards LJ, and Yan just jumps in front of that one. Another intercept. This time cleared away, but only as far as midfield. And Space Station have to play a little more defense and very precariously close to their net.
It's an awkward one from LJ too, had to air dribble it out, but Yan finds Lost, who can't get to the ball before Hoxer does. Making sure that every single chance he gets these saves, he's sending them into the corner. He's been erecting a wall in front of that net time and time again. Hoxer, defensively, at least in this game, has been the man.
Well, Hoxer gifted that corner boost. Yan opting for the ball. Hoxer's going to need some of that boost. He's going to need a lot of that. He got around Yan. LJ's going to burn all of his, and Drufino just slows the play down. Yan, more Lost, or will he take it himself? Doesn't matter. Chicago's there with Hoxer waiting on the backboard.
Technically a shot coming through from Drufo and a save from Hoxer. Doesn't really mean too much, but that's good for the fantasy. LJ, challenge versus Yan. He's still on the ball. He's still chasing, following. Wants to maybe just be that red herring in the skies. Hoxer now long, but LJ with no boost can't get there before Lost does. Chicago to chase it up. 2 minutes now. Game 2 overtime, and this has been an SSG that looks much more deserving of a win compared to game 1.
Yeah, they had their opportunities in that first game. That one catches a very favorable kick way downfield. Yan and LJ giving chase. It's centered. It's Hoxer and Yan with the save. Now Chicago. He'll try to go to work, and boy, just Chicago has not been able to stay with much in the air. Ball's gotten away from him quite a bit. He'll stay onto this one though. Infield pass. Hoxer blocked by Lost. Feels like Lost has been there every time Hoxer's had one lined up.
Yeah, Lost has got his number for sure. Opportunity after opportunity. Time and time again, he has been the guy to shut him down. Defensively, I think both teams have been stunning so far. On the backboard again, Hoxer tries to go along with it, but Yan reads him like a book. Lost challenge versus Hoxer, and we see the boost begin to dwindle. Chicago, huge save to keep SSG in it. 3 minutes in this game 2 overtime. Yan over 1-2, and that touch is a little bit too wide.
Oh, big clear where Chicago can chase it, but couldn't guide that to the backboard. Drufino's all over it. Space Station Gaming will try again. Chicago trying to throw off Drufino. Still doesn't work out. Didn't get a piece of Lost either. He thought about hanging around, but retreats back. And LJ takes charge. He's got Chicago across. Shot wide, and Yan's all over it. Oh, Hoxer could be in a real tough spot here. Had Lost kind of running side by side with him. Able to avoid him. get the ball away, but now we've seen Furia kind of stabilize here throughout this overtime. And Hoxer to the rescue. It looked like it was curtains in game 2, but we play on.
Lost didn't quite have enough control over that ball. He definitely wanted some more. LJ now trying to go for that waterfall shot. To the corner, Hoxer with LJ and Chicago all playing very close to each other, trying to go for that Furia mentality. Furia playing very low on boost here. Yan just keeping on that ball with 0. Not even looking at the break to slow down, using that momentum.
Oh, LJ's got to get over Hoxer. Hoxer had nothing in the tank. LJ had all the boost. Well, they got crisscrossed. So Lost and Furia get what should be a free possession. So Lost has completely run out of juice. He gets tied up with Yan. Here goes LJ, looking for a winner, and Grafino saves Furia in a big, big way.
4.5 minutes into OT. What is it with this series and the last one with very long overtimes? Lost with an air dribble, gets over one, but LJ does bump him enough so that he can't stay right behind that ball for a good dunk. Chicago tries to find ceiling to Hoxer, isn't able to. Goes straight to the backboard. Now Lost receives a lot of boost to work with. Yan can't get on the end of it before a man from Space Station Gaming does. 5 minutes now.
LJ still has no boost. He's been looking for pads. Can't find any, and Furia have found a winner.
Took a long old while, took a whole other game of regulation. 5 more minutes, but Furia, at the end of it, sends Space Station Gaming down the barrel of a reverse sweep if they want to be going through to that 3-1 round. Furia, full intention of getting us through to a 4-team top 4.
Wow. I mean, you don't have to starve the whole team. You just got to pick one. And unfortunately for Space Station Gaming, Furia starved out LJ. As we look back at how game 2 unfolded, plenty of near misses, plenty of opportunities, late heroics out of Hoxer, but it just was not enough. Despite 18 shots out of SSG, it's the 10th one from Furia that breaks their backs in game 2.
I mean, it was 10 from Hoxer himself.
Unreal.
We talk about him defensively. Offensively, of course, he got that goal at the end of the regulation time, but what a brilliant performance from him. In the end, what's that for Furia? 10 in total. Really, a completely different gameplay, I feel. But the midfield is where a lot of those battles were won, where all of them were lost. Now game at number 3. Furia on for a sweep over SSG, who are riding high after their European victory earlier today.
Just imagine, you come into the day, you're supposed to face Vitality, you beat them, you're like, all right, what's next? Oh, just this Furia team, the way they're playing, but roll this one into an empty net, does LJ, and Space Station bounce back.
And you know what? Great way to start game number 3 as well. And the bump from Chicago on Yan opens it up entirely. He then moves on to shepherd the ball into the net. Isn't needed in the end. We said in the previous game, 16 seconds of Furia scored in. This time, 11 for SSG.
Well, it's got to be a huge confidence boost as well, because they tried everything in the first game plus overtime in game 2, and they barely had any success. But to get one early. Big load off their shoulders. LJ shot easily stopped by Grafino. Lost giving chase as well. And Yan beat Chicago to that midfield boost. And now it's Chicago, who has nothing in the tank, but he and LJ combined to boom it away. Looked eerily similar, Stumpy, to how that overtime had ended.
Yes. And I think, you know, talking about the overtime, the biggest difference maker in it and the regulation game beforehand was the boost advantage. Furia had a huge amount of boost. They're rotating and a lot more efficient, a lot more aggressively, and a miss there. It's going to leave it relatively open for Grafino. Chicago tried to swipe across after his error. For LJ, a complete miss. It's going to be doing SSG no favors. Furia tie us up with 1 minute in.
Sometimes you're the GOAT, then you become the scapegoat. In LJ's case, he could not help his team keep Furia off the board. We're all tied up now in game 3. Game that SSG must win to prolong this round for them. Unless they will be relegated into the 5th round on Well, on Friday. Lost. Got through cleanly. LJ couldn't get that one either. And Furia have 2 in a row.
LJ ends it with 0 boost here as well. A wonderful shot. Realizing that there is that open net at the back. Can you squeeze it below the crossbar? Yes, you can if your name is Lost. LJ, 10 more boosts, a single pad, and he gets the save. But the story was very different. Another shot towards the net. Little old heat check for SSG.
Well, LJ now, maybe the big thing you worry about is trying to press too much to make up for anything. You realize this is going to happen over the course of a game, over the course of a series, and even a tournament. Space Station Gaming, the key for them could be stay within themselves. Here goes Yan. Flip reset once. Couldn't get around Chicago. Drafinho did get around his man, but it's Hoxer. Brings that over towards Reed, and Chicago couldn't do a whole lot with it. And Space Station Gaming, while they have tried to kind of slow the game down at times and take possession, it hasn't always worked in their favor. Drafinho scores! And who else is left but LJ at the back again?
Dr. Ufinio will see you now. A reset over 1 below the second. 3 for Furia. Not just in games potentially, but in goals in the third. And 3 victories nearly lined up on the board, taking them through our Swiss stage and into playoffs.
Almost feels like they're picking on LJ at this point. This time his shot blocked away. Now Lost. He can give chase, got the full boost from midfield, but that's a good ball off the corner, indirect from Chicago. Straight to the backboard, and Yan just booms it away. He's got Lost over there. And a tricky ball out of the corner that Hoxer has, and he'll take the corner boost. Chicago might have appreciated some of that. He's found some of his own, though, and he'll need just about all of it with Yan breathing down his neck. LJ across. Nothing else there, though. And yet again, Furia weather the storm that's
shot
little more than a drizzle at this point.
It's a good chance, though, on that one. Hoxer just sending it towards the net. Again, as ever, 2 defenders. That is beatable. You go for a bit of a fake shot. You try to draw them both out of net if you can. Shoot a little bit wide. Make sure that your teammate is going to be there to take the second actual shot that comes through. So far, a screamer into the net. Saved at 90% loading. Oh, and then it's undone entirely by Hoxer.
And this is on target. Hoxer's got to jump for it. As Lost, he is thrown at the net, hope something good happens. But maybe just a little bit late getting the call out there that he's got to go. And Space Station Gaming have completely fallen apart.
I think he moved forward a little bit too early. He read the play as it's now moving down the pitch. Instead, Lost had other ideas. It was brilliant play from him. But Hoxer, as the third man, he can't really move out that fast, I don't think. And a miss on the boost. Hoxer needs to make sure that he doesn't overthink these, but with 3 in a row and another dunk on him, it is going to be harder every single stab that you get in your chest.
Good, all 3.
They all fancied that one.
High turn offense. Yan is the one who gets the goal. It's only his first of the series. He's been very quiet offensively. Had plenty of shots, but nothing actually into the net. And he may score here. Flip reset. This time LJ makes the save, but he came into Drafinho, and the third follow-up goes from Lost.
How do you defend against that? Furia don't just have the book, they've checked out the entire library of SSG's defense. All 3 players taking a shot. The third is successful, but that's what I was saying SSG have to do against Furia.
I mean, to be fair, every single save and clearance went right down in front of the box. Now Yan looking for 7. LJ there to stop him. At this point, it's just about pride for SSG, not letting Furia get whatever number it is they desire.
This was a good series to start with, you know.
It really was.
SSG.
It still is if you're a Furia fan.
Yeah, very true. Okay, I should say that's very fair. It was a competitive series to start with, and now all of a sudden, it's nearly a Brazil.
Well, Chicago will get one back.
They don't even celebrate it. At that point, boys, just give it a fist bump.
Right.
Give it something.
They got 36 seconds.
You're going through into
one goal
round
every 9 seconds, right?
Stacks, we're not doing this.
I know, you and me doing math, that's the absolute worst thing.
We barely have an education between us. Let's not, let's not force chat into that. But with these 30 seconds, it's going to be Furia taking game number 3. It's going to be them going 2-1 in the Swiss, or rather 3-1 in the Swiss. And it's going to leave Space Station Gaming forcing their way through into round number 5. They get to play in front of our crowd when everybody piles into Dickies Arena tomorrow. But this is not the scoreline they wanted as their previous series.
And it's not when they wanted to be playing in front of the crowd either. As Furia pull away at the end, Hoxer will add one more for the road.
Just a couple of fist bumps.
Yeah, just
one fist bump.
A little consequence.
Just one fist bump.
At this point.
Come on, boys.
Nope. Ever so stoic. And even you can see Chicago's just like, oh, we gotta wait another 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is annoying.
Kickoff and. All right, so we're just gonna roll it, right?
Oh, no,
that was pitched one.
I actually love that kickoff, you know.
Chicago will get that one away, but Furia, utter dominance. They dissect SSG in game 3, and it's Furia headed through into the tiebreaker rounds on Saturday.
Brilliant place to be in that tiebreaker round as well. If you do well, you can then play through and get yourself another life. You join 1 and 2 up in the upper bracket. Otherwise, you're still doing well, you're still in the playoffs. You just don't get that life before the semi-finals. Space Station Gaming, there's still a lot of math to do before we get to the point of seeing who they're going to play. But in front of the crowd, it will be. And you know what, Stacks? I reckon they are going to be one of the most supported teams here in Dickies Arena in Fort Worth.
Of course, and yeah, this Furia team, you remember what they did 2 years ago on that floor.
Mm-hmm.
I know you know very well what they did.
My heart still breaks for that day.
One of the great games you're ever going to see. Can they run it back again? What does Furia have for an encore? We may have plenty of opportunities to see just what they have for us. What a performance here, though. You know, again, with so much on the line, you avoid having your back against the wall. You avoid all the pressure that comes with having to play tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And more importantly, you take down one of the rising stars of North America as we look back at just how it unfolded in Game 3. A lot of despair from Space Station Gaming, a lot of elation out of Drafinho and Furia.
Well, in the Mobile 1 High Performance replay, you're going to basically see just a highlight reel coming through from Furia. And we have got a lot more coming from Furia here. Leaf has got lost in the middle for a little old chat.
That's right, I got lost from Furia down here. Tell me, Ray, how you're feeling. You're smiling right now. You must be feeling good.
Entendeu, né? Sim, é como eu tô me sentindo. Sim, sim. Estou me sentindo muito bem. É uma vitória que a gente sabia que se a gente fizesse o nosso, a gente ia ganhar, com certeza. Acho que a gente está na nossa melhor fase, né? A gente veio aqui para vencer, a gente não para aqui não.
It was like our best match. We had if we knew that if we played our play style, we'd win. I think we are on our best shape right now, and we're here to win.
Well, I was going to say, based off, because you guys had a bit of a break between your last match now today. Do you like that? Do you like having a break? Would you have preferred just to roll to the next match? It looks like it didn't matter anyways, but does that break help or hurt you guys?
A gente tem uma pausa grande, sabe, entre os jogos aí. Você acha que tipo, ter essa pausa grande é bom pra gente? Tanto faz, é logo depois? Como é que é pra você?
Pra mim, não muda muito. Pra mim, quanto mais rápido acabar, é melhor. Eu acho que a pausa, às vezes, pode te deixar meio preocupado com o adversário, alguma coisa assim. Pra mim, as pausas não mudam nada. Pra mim, quanto mais rápido, é melhor.
Like, the breaks are not very useful for us. We like to play fast, even like on the field and off the field. As long as the break is not like that long, it's better for us.
That's for sure. Now, by the end of it, you guys were going fast. I mean, it got out of hand. You had so many goals by the end. Is there a point where you feel like you can just say, we've won this, let's keep having fun? Or do you try to stay locked in? Because it looked like you were having a lot of fun.
Na partida aqui final, a gente meio que ficou fora de ritmo, né, a partida. A gente começou a fazer muitos gols. Aí, tipo, teve algum momento que a gente pensou que a gente já tava ganho, ficou mais divertido, ou foi foco total até o final?
Foco total até o final, porque a gente sabe que é um time muito bom também. Eles são capazes de virar qualquer série, igual mostrou contra a Vitality. Então a gente sabe que quanto mais gol a gente fazer, ia ser melhor pra gente. Então a gente não parou.
it was full focus until the end. We knew that they could turn out the series off,
right?
Like they did against Vitality. So we knew that like scoring most goals would make us win the match for sure.
And I guess just now you guys have a bit of a break, Friday off to Saturday. What's the team getting up to tomorrow? Is it straight practice, or are you going to do what some of the other teams are going to do and sleep in?
Amanhã tem uma pausinha, a gente vai tipo trabalhar mais, jogar mais, ou vai ter uma pausinha, relaxar?
Não tem relax aqui não. A gente vai treinar igual treinou todos os dias, dando a vida. Pra gente, só um dia pra repensar no adversário que a gente vai pegar.
No relax time. Need to focus every single day, every single time. Like I personally use this to like because he likes to take a little break, but still need to grind.
Gotta grind because this is the World Championship. Congratulations, Las. Congratulations, Furia, for making it to Saturday, but still lots of games for them to go and a little bit more for us here to go on the show. We're not quite done with day 3, but we're almost there. Hang in, more Rocket League.
Hello, everybody. I'm your boy Tyler Bates, and I'm bringing you another edition of T-Bates Debates. And once again, good luck. Tweet numero uno from ResXM. Wrexham, you got that right. Has G2 ever thanked you for advertising the team thinking emoji? That's an excellent question. I don't know if they ever have properly thanked me. Matter of fact, I need a tweet from G2 Esports saying thank you at T3Bates for all the free promotion you give me. I'm not even a sign creator, yet I'm doing this for y'all because I love it. They do pay me a little bit on the side though, but we don't worry about that. Next tweet, please. Vino, exclamation mark. Vino was an energy. What up, Vino? If you had to create a French super team, who would you draft, including a coach and a sub? That's an excellent question, Vino. Let's see here. I'll tell you who I definitely won't put on a team. Radosin. He's a really good player. His mom's probably watching. I can't say he's bad. He's not making the squad, though. I am going to put Zen. I love Zen's family. I love what Zen brings to the game. He's also the best player in the game. You got to have Zen. No W's. Next up after that, I'm gonna go Vatira. I like Vatira. I like what he brings to the table. He can play a little bit of defense, play a little bit of offense, you know, be real, has a lot of aura, like a person called Antony or something like this, learning, plays with Manchester United. He's pretty good as well. And after that, I don't know. Give me Seiko. Give me 2 defense and give me Zen. Them 3 right there, I'm pretty sure they all 3 played together for RLCS qualifier, and they all got banned because of that. Somebody fact check me on that. I'm pretty good. And then coach, I'm gonna take Farah. My sub, since I mentioned Radosin, give me Radosin. Tweet from Drew Hiss 01 says, tell me your Mount Rushmore of Rocket League Esports caster smiley face. I love that smiley face. What's up, Drew? My Mount Rushmore and my Mount Rushmore are gonna be 2 different things. My Mount Rushmore sounds a little memey, so I'm gonna put myself, just myself 4 times. Now, Mount Rushmore, give me, oh, this is good, this is bad. Y'all put me on the spot. Got me ranking my boys. Give me Jorby. Give me Achieves. Give me Corelli. And then give me Waypump. All right, what's this next tweet have to say? From Nezadak. Hello, Mr. Bates. Hello. If all the pros at Worlds get into a battle royale, just hands, and no weapons, just pure ability and hands, who comes out on top and why? Well, that's an excellent question, Kami. First off, we're playing Rocket League. I don't think any of these pros have ever really had to make a move on anybody, so you gotta take that into account. If I had to choose, already I'm crossing out everybody who's underneath 5'5", which is like half the pro scene. So now we're moved up a little bit from that, and now I need somebody with some size. I ain't got too many people with size. I mean, I got Virtuoso. I think he's pretty big. I think he's got a little bit of strength to him. I'll tell you this though, Rise might be a sleeper. Rise kind of got that southpaw look, but I'm gonna go Virtuoso. I think he's the biggest, and I think that size really matters if he's gonna end up winning. Give me Bert. Sam Sonics once again putting another tweet at T3Bait. At Landon, you roasted me on stream for asking a question about Resolve. I forgave you. Oh wow, thank you for your forgiveness. It means so much. But now with Oxygen back in the race, do you think they have the resolve finish in top 4, even win the whole thing. And if this goes on stream high, Mum, I think they can get top 4. They just gotta play really, really confident. In London, they were a little bit nervous. They had the pressure to make Worlds, but now they got a free ticket here. I think they'll get the job done. Potentially, they could make top 4. But best of luck. And once again, hi to your mom. Next tweet is from a feisty Taquito. Going to RLCS Worlds soon. We'll see if I see you over here. Which baller in the RL community are you actually afraid of, Bates? I know the match isn't happening anymore, sadly. First off, I'm not afraid of anybody when it comes to playing basketball, because listen, bang, bang, bang. Steph Curry, drop back, pull back, step back, wherever you need. I heard a lot of things about Cupfield Arsenal talking noise, like he can jump, he be in the gym all day. That's great. Raul think he could just flex like this and get some results. Being big muscle is not gonna get you anywhere. It's about skill, it's about talent, it's about quickness, it's about greatness, and that's me. So I'm not afraid of anybody in basketball. If you're a basketball, now if you're playing that other game, the ball, the football, then I could lose anybody. I'm not good at that one. But that wraps up another edition of T-Bates Debates. I hope y'all enjoyed it. See you in part 2.
Welcome back, everybody, for our final match of the day. Team BDS taking on Gentle Maze Alpine as we look to see who can grab their spot in that. Well, it's almost a tiebreaker round.
Well,
really,
you're at least guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. Whether you do well or poorly in the tiebreaker round, you're at least guaranteed that spot at one life.
But we're also guaranteed one more thing from this.
What is that?
Which is whoever wins this will be going in is that 5th seed, which means that the other 2 teams that have just qualified, they'll play against each other. Whoever loses that will then play against the winner of this one to qualify. We really need graphics for that.
Yeah, you know,
but just trust me. You want to win this one, but you would have also preferred to have won a little bit more earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, you could have made it easier on yourself, but the important thing is...
I don't think there is an easy version of that.
Well, you know, the important thing is if you win, you are playing in the playoffs no matter what. So that is the key. And the other thing is for BDS is trying to get that land monkey off their back when it comes to trying to take down Gentlemates. Online, BDS has been able to take down Gentlemates, but on land, it has been a different story.
On the opposite side, though, it is the team that we thought could only do it on land. But ever since we got into the London Major, they have just been going from strength to strength and have put together quite the record behind them, only falling at London due to a resurgent Falcons that beat them in overtime. But now they look to try and put BDS in the rear view mirror. This is a team, James. Coming into the season, no expectation.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was maybe the least watched or anticipated French team to come out. And I mean, they came in to the first major in Copenhagen as the EU4 seed. No one was thinking that they were going to make much of a splash, but you know what? That's what I love about teams with Itachi. Itachi's so humble. He doesn't really care about the flash and flare as much as he just cares about winning no matter what. Playing that team game and getting those results, especially when you had Juicy coming in, who Juicy was coming over from Moist, who really didn't have much success at all.
No, Juicy was really, I don't want to say scapegoat, but I don't really have many other words for what was kind of happening. You know, people were expecting an awful lot, and he wasn't quite able to live up to those expectations. Finds a new team, finds new success,
yes.
And then you have got Exotic, who was, I feel like his success was downplayed by a lot of the community when he was over on KC. Oh, he's being carried by Vatira. Of course, he's going to go and win on that. No, he's not.
That was the same story. I mean, this is such an interesting matchup as well, because you have those players who are facing off against their former teammates. Seiko, you know, like Seiko and Monkey Moon, what a world championship together. Exotic and Itachi, they won a major together. And now they've been fractured. All those teams fractured for the sole purpose of beating Vitality. And now that goal has been accomplished. They've beaten Vitality. But now the goal is to win Worlds once more. Can Monkey Moon do it? Can Seiko do it? Both of them titans in their own right, really battling for that title of best player in this modern open era.
So get it over to us. Hashtag BDS or hashtag M8 for your progressive fan vote. And I suppose we should lock in as well who we have got.
Oh, goodness.
I'm not a shock on this one. I've gone BDS.
Oh, man. You know, as crazy as it is, I have also gone BDS. And I think it's crazy because they haven't beat them this year on land. We've seen Gentlemates and BDS match up before, and Gentlemates have come out on top.
Yes. has kind of always been the thing for BDS, where it came across to me as like there was a mental block there. You'd see them play phenomenal Rocket League, and then one thing goes wrong, and it just all fell apart. Now that they've got a couple more wins onto their belt, especially at live events, has that got them across the line to go and get those wins? Or is the team that just seems to be mentally rock solid in Gentlemates just gonna pick up another win over their EU rivals? Let's find out.
Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. We're about to get into this one, the last match here before the crowd arrives tomorrow.
And we cannot wait to see you. Let's get to it. One of these teams is about to be qualified for top 8. One of these teams will have to play again tomorrow with their tournament lives on the line.
A spot in the playoff sounds much better. I think for Team BDS, there'll be a lot of pressure on Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon, he's had ups and downs lately. Even these past 2 seasons, really. Monkey Moon really looking to regain his spot up at the top as an unquestioned great in terms of ability down on the field. There's no doubting his results. The result here against Gentlemate Alpine would be a big one. Now, early pressure from Seiko, that one's easily turned aside.
Yeah, Monkey Moon, grand finalist at last season's World Championship, grand finalist over in Boston. He doesn't like either of those. He wants winner. Will not settle for anything else. Gonna go for the backboard. Seiko with a little bit of a reminder of what Monkey Moon left behind.
Yeah, it's the rival in the making. Seiko, former teammate now, staring down against him in this round. The playoff berth on the line, huge play from Seiko. Seiko, yeah, I mean, he really came, oh, that's an early answer as well, and look who it is.
Well, Seiko had to try and remind him. Monkey Moon has just told him, I didn't forget. Top corner, that is the most Monkey Moon of shots you will ever get.
Results. Monkey Moon getting them shortly after that goal by Seiko. You wonder if that's the kind of series it's going to be. Shootout between Seiko and Monkey Moon.
Oh, I would take that.
I would too. But the reality is all these players have that ability to take a series into their own hands. Raleigh trying to do so. That's good. Corner defense by Itachi.
Monkey Moon with the challenge. Out to Juicy. Plays it around Monkey Moon. Looks to try and now take this down the line. Has he got a bump available? Exotic's having to try and chase away. And now Exotic's turn. Trying to open up the angle, fake pass, Juicy! And Seiko realized he had to go.
I mean, that's a chair leaner. You know, Seiko's leaning as far back as he can to try to deny it. Now we see the double tap from Exotic.
And he should have hit it.
Its target.
He absolutely should have hit it. At this level, up goes Exotic! Well, he's not going to miss that one.
Rarely do you get another opportunity so shortly after missing a shot. You can see Juicy didn't make contact. Seiko low boost. Juicy nothing really. Ball leaks out to Exotic, and he will not miss that opportunity.
Well, that was very BDS. Your opponents have been stuck in their own final third for half a minute, and they've got about 16 boost all between them. Can they do it yet again? That drops nicely, but Exotic can't get there in time. And Itachi, what a great catch. Seiko now looking for Drali, but Drali, well positioned, didn't settle back, just went towards the danger.
And sniffed out that situation right away. Knew that that was going to be a bump play that was going to come up if he didn't immediately challenge. So quick to recognize that. Well done by Drali.
Those of you at home, always keep an eye. It's very easy just to keep an eye on the ball all the time. Those demo plays are becoming more and more prevalent. Today especially, everyone just seems to have woken up with violence in their hearts.
And it seemed like you summoned the demos. Fake from Exotic. Drali's bounce shot is saved off the post. Monkey Moon, heavy first touch.
BDS.
It across the line.
Look incredible at the moment. They've only got the 1-goal lead. That is the downside to this at the moment.
And we saw how that played out with Vitality. They ended up having to win in overtime in game 1. But you leave that 1-goal deficit, you leave the door open for a team, and Gentlemates is a team that we know can clutch up.
Here's Juicy. Reset gained. Exotic Wings backboard. And he was well positioned to deal with that one. Now he's going to have his own attempt at this. Going to try and go the whole way. Oh, look for the block shot. And those can catch you out. Seiko did very well to spot that one. Juicy almost blocked that foot. So Exotic off the bump. Drawley got contact.
Surgical from Team BDS. Drawley and Monkey Moon are both out of boost. Exotic is third man, but he does not hesitate to move up and take that shot. Someone else who's a little nervier might look at that situation and be like, my teammates are up with no boost. If I go and I miss, then it is going to our net on the other end. But
it's the sort of play you go for, you have to know you're scoring. Anything else, you are done.
Exotic made it happen. Monkey Moon opened up the score sheet, but Exotic put in these last two. Fantastic start for Exotic in this series.
Monkey Moon out to challenge Seiko. Juicy looks for the infield, and now it's a race, and it's a race that attaches one pretty handily. Now we drop it down. Itachi can't get in front of Exotic. There's still low boost here, but it might not matter. Drawley now back in. Sidewall, double tap. Who's up next? It's Monkey Moon. Shut down at the source of the shot. But with 45 seconds, BDS well in control.
I mean, they're just taking 50 after 50 in this corner, and eventually Monkey Moon wins it and pushes it across the net. You can see Itachi trying to preserve as much boost as possible. Juicy will pop it up to Seiko, but Seiko tries to take too much time. Juicy will pound it upfield, but Team BDS has been in control of this ball for a majority of this game.
Itachi wants to try and get it past all the players he can, but BDS will happily fake challenge everything. Drawley now up against Seiko, who wins that race, but they need to score at least a second on the clock. And right now, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Team BDS looking to beat the team that has had their number all season. Well, you could definitely have a worse start than that.
You have to be pleased. If you're a BDS fan or watch from home rooting for BDS for one reason or another, you will be pleased with that game, especially because it started out in Gentlemate's favor. It was a great shot from Seiko. He comes out, sets the tone, but what happens immediately after? Monkey Moon, the captain of Team BDS, answers right back.
And it's always good to see. The way to always tell if BDS are playing well is the power on their hits. The fact that we can see right now 16 shots, because every single time Gentlemates dropped the ball to the ground and it wasn't somewhat challenged, BDS were like, I'm just going to put this on your net. It's all good for you every time. We will work after that and be fine.
And not only the power, the placement, as well as you see on the Mobile One high-performance replay, the shot before that, Exotic blasting it underneath the bar. And then that last play, he was the third man back with both his teammates committing. They had no boost. He goes all in on that play. But what I took from BDS in that game was confidence. Confidence when they fell behind after that double tap from Seiko to bring it back. And then the confidence from Exotic to make those finishes.
And it's confidence that has been the story of BDS's season. The moment it drops, it can all go away. And that's not the scary thing, is we've seen them start series like this and not end it that way. It'll be up to them to either, one, just keep that going and not worry about it, or two, if anything does go wrong, just put it behind them.
Yeah, that winning mindset can be ethereal. It's just so hard to grasp. And once you have it, so hard to keep. But that is what makes world champions. And Team BDS, they won the Esports World Cup right now. They're beating Gentlemates, but oh man, Seiko, he shut me up.
I mean, that is just so well struck. Under pressure from Drawley as well. Seiko's certainly not lacking for goal-scoring opportunities. They've just got to keep this going now. Gentlemates, one of the most difficult teams to try and wrestle a lead away from.
And now we're in the exact same situation we were in game one. We see the early goal from Seiko, and now the answer from Monkey Moon.
Well, Deja Vu hitting hard over at the Forbidden Temple. Monkey Moon, what on earth is that? Just go straight for it. And again, BDS are playing in front of the ball. Easy to do when you're playing defense, trying to launch a pass over. Harder to justify when you're in the midfield and say, go towards their back third, look for bumps, look for demos, look for a redirect.
And I think that's what next level scorers do. They just have that sixth sense of where to be, and the ball seems to find them. And that's the case for Monkey Moon, also sweeping the back line. Looked for a moment like Gentlemates were gonna get that go-ahead goal, but nice play on defense from Monkey Moon, keeps it level.
Play back to the corner. Monkey Moon still low boost, doesn't really care. Rally up. Good catch, but he's going to need some help. And it has arrived in the form of Exotic. An Exotic that is also very low boost, so somewhat of a recurring story here for Team BDS. Launch pass. Some teams are, oh my goodness, reset, and oh, Juicy couldn't get it! Needed the help! It's an own goal!
It's an own goal, but what are you supposed to do? Exotic off the ceiling into a reset. We see that more and more. And then Itachi tried to get a light touch out, but couldn't find that angle. It's pure panic at that point when the ball is sitting on the goal line, because you have no idea. Most of the time, you're on ball cam. You have no idea where the rest of the attackers are coming from. So you immediately say, I have to hit this ball off the goal line as soon as possible. Sometimes it can result in a mistake like that.
Team BDS bouncing back from a losing scoreline so quickly, twice in a row. And that is also very unlike Gentlemates. They're so good at just forcing your opponents to try and take that little risk extra. And Team BDS happy to take that risk, and they've been scoring from it each time. Charlie now off the wall, 57 boost to his name. Happy to use it, and gonna just test Itachi on his positioning. Ceiling, oh, Exotic couldn't quite get it, and now that's left the goal open. That was unnecessary.
And that is a gift. Team BDS giving one over. Exotic straight off the ceiling. Maybe he was calming a pass, and that can be a good pass, but the problem was Drawley was nowhere near the play. You either have to take that as a solo play as Exotic or get that ball hit over to where Drawley actually is. So a misstep from Team BDS, and lets Gentlemates Alpine back in it.
Exotic now off the ceiling, looking to try and make amends. Shot from Drawley, not quite at the pace that we're used to seeing. Monkey Moon from the ceiling, leaves it. It's looking awkward. Exotic backboard redemption!
What a game and series Exotic is having. After that slight misstep, takes advantage of this when you see a team bump from Juicy on Itachi as well, but Exotic, he was locked in from the very beginning. Perfect setup. And so now we see another wonderful goal from Exotic. Get the flip reset that caused panic on the goal line, and now that double tap.
And maybe for the first time, I'm seeing Gentlemates in defense. They're getting each other's way. It's clogged up on the rotation. They've got to figure that out.
The composure doesn't seem to be there for Gentlemates on defense, which is what you expect from them. Usually they're so good, they keep the games low scoring. The positioning is there. They don't overcommit or double commit too much, but in this game, they've been running into each other. We saw double commits as well on kickoffs, which caused goals to be scored on them. So this is just a struggle for Gentlemates defensively.
There's one that they are running out of time to figure out. Seiko off the backboard. Oh, what a good bump on Monkey Moon. He's got no chance.
The shining light for Gentlemates. Itachi, what a dish that was as well. Hits Seiko on the numbers, which allows him to go to the backboard. Surgical on the finishes. Surgical on the finish as well.
Monkey Moon, again, trying to respond. It's been him and Seiko that seem to be getting all of the goals. Drawley, ceiling, couldn't quite find it again, so up goes Juicy. Try to get over the top of Exotic, but Exotic's having absolutely none of it. Again, Juicy on the half rotation. He's doing great at just causing some panic.
Yeah, you saw him get that bump on Monkey Moon, which prevented Monkey Moon from starting that counter attack. Monkey Moon trying to repay the favor, did snag the corner boost. Exotic trying to do some heavy lifting, has been the main star for Team BDS on offense this series thus far. Exotic again trying to work this out to the middle.
off the wall. 19 boost, what can you do? Infield pass. Very well scouted by Juicy, who is coming into his own here in the second half of this game.
Trying to take that space, but Seiko shut it down nicely. This is a rebound out shot opportunity. Itachi goes for a double tap. Tried to get back to it, maybe to pass it out to Juicy. Didn't make the most of that ball. Now BDS try to march it down.
Exotic chooses not to go, instead pre-jumps the attempted clear from Juicy. Monkey Moon dives on in, has to win the challenge, does well enough. Seiko can play it from there. Well, certainly can't if he's going to be challenged that early. There has been a recurring theme here from BDS. They don't want to give Gentleman's any time to play. Good fake out, but they didn't know what to do with it next. So we just have to see the ball down to the ground.
Uh-oh.
Although there's one more chance. Long clear. Will they keep this alive?
Nope.
No, they won't. We have overtime.
Happy to take it to overtime. Team BDS, Gentlemates, this has been a close one. Exotic has been the standout player, but Drawley looks to make a pass over to Monkey Moon. That shot off target.
That one has been automatic up until now, but what a shot! Hat-trick hero, Exotic!
Exotic taking matters into his own hands. And you know what they say, if you want a job done right, you gotta do it yourself. And that is what Exotic did in this game.
That first touch was immaculate because you see it on Itachi on the goal line. He's got both options he's got to cover because Monkey Moon is right there for the infield. Those are the best touches you get where every option is still available and the defense has just got to guess.
Wow. What a game. And I mean, Seiko, he was making some good plays as well, as we'll cover them all on the Mobile One high performance replay. You saw this one, the Monkey Moon 50 right down. Monkey Moon stays in the play, gets that redirect to finish the job. And then Exotic off the ceiling flip reset, causes panic. That was after a team bump, throwing the back line for Gentlemates into chaos. And then Seiko never giving up. Beautiful pass from Itachi to set up that double tap. But in the end, Exotic was just too good.
Exotic was all over them in this match. And now Gentlemates require 3 in a row if they want to just qualify and be quite nicely slotted into that top 8. Team BDS, though, have had an awful lot to say about that. All previous results put in the rearview mirror. They're looking forward to that top 8.
It seems like maybe Team BDS will reach their final form at the right time, and we've seen them do that before. Even, a bit of a surprise even making it to the finals last year. And then if you remember, hold on, the first year where they won it in this arena, Team BDS lost in the spring split, going out dead last.
They did not lose. It was nothing short of a disaster.
And they brought it back at the right time. So it just seems like a trademark of Monkey Moon teams being able to catch that hot streak at the right time.
It's going to drop down quite nicely for Exotic, who might almost be hoping that 3 goals from himself is not all that's necessary to take the win, but I'm sure he'll provide if required. Oh, Itachi, he's not needed on the bump, and Exotic's in so much trouble. Just sliving his way away from bumps and demos and everything else in between, and he got the ball.
See Drawley fearless on that low boost challenge. Monkey Moon picking up a full tank. Lots of options. Decides to go for the air dribble 50. Seiko heavy first touch, but makes it work. And you can see Drawley went all the way to the corner to get that boost and made the right play. Huge clear out from him. He might even be able to get a shot on target, does so. But it is denied, however. Puts Team BDS on the attack.
That being said, however, I think it was Itachi that just dove in on that challenge in the corner. He can't afford to do that. If you're going for his first man, some sort of impact on the play has to be had. You can't just remove yourself, especially over there where it takes so long to rotate back.
You got to at least get a piece of the ball.
Piece of the ball, piece of the player. I think a lot of people do the latter these days.
Yeah, that is true. Sometimes that is more effective, especially if you can calm that out. Let your teammate with boost make the play, and now we see a play opportunity developing, and Juicy will punch this one in for the first goal of Game 3.
A lot of this, well, all of this came from Itachi's second touch. He just managed to trap the ball against the backboard. Seiko, knowing that Juice is behind him, we don't have to finish the job here. We just have to convince BDS that we're about to try to. And then it was as simple as putting it on net. Bad news, though. We've been in this position twice before.
See, no way, no way. Oh, Monkey Moon to the backboard. He's thinking we might see another immediate goal. Still might be the top shelf shot and
no way.
The bar it out. Drawley couldn't connect.
How on earth? Oh, they've actually got it outside the field. Exotic. How did he know anything about it? Well, both teams playing with fire. Infield pass, Exotic. What a pre-jump that is. Trying to find the reset, but the touch was a little bit too heavy. These teams trying to up the pace. A lot more long balls here rather than just trying to go for the outplay. Now Seiko looks to try and change it. Goes low, gets the challenge. Infield to Itachi. Still too many blue cars in the way.
You can see Monkey Moon, though, had to make that challenge on low boost. Gentlemates winning the boost battle right now. And you can see the awkward positioning in net by Monkey Moon. It was a light shot, but enough to beat him.
That's the same thing again from the corner. And they've got to make contact on the challenge. Gentlemates 2, BDS 0. 2 minutes 18 on the clock. BDS have bounced back, but not from this deficit.
It does seem a little different this time, Shogun. Games 1 and 2, when Gentlemates Alpine got out to an early start. We saw those responses right away from Team BDS, but so far, Gentlemates have had this game in a vice grip.
Drawley for Exotic, and I'm sure an Exotic they wish had more boost, but still did well with it. Monkey Moon back up. Gentlemates have had a much better grip on the boost throughout this. Oh, there's another backboard whiff.
That would have been a tough one to read, and when it hits the arc of the ceiling like that, so difficult, neither to the defender or the attacker there making the right read. But still, all the pressure in favor of Gentlemates.
To the corner, Juicy, very low boost, doesn't matter. Just get rid of it, see if you can chase. Oh, Andrade, he's unchallenged. Couldn't get it in top corner. Follow-up shot. Itachi stops. Juicy will be there. He had help, but they've sent too many players. Got away with it again. BDS don't want to drop this position. They've somewhat been forced to. Exotic, no reset. Leaves it for Drawley. Again, Itachi keeps it out.
Gentlemates are posted up on the goal line, stopping shot after shot. Can't tell that's a Fennec or a brick wall out there. A little pull shot back to Drawley. But TBDS have to be disheartened.
Oh, huge clear there from Juicy, needed it. 45 seconds on the clock. Did BDS just see their best opportunity whistle away?
Certainly seems like it. Time in game 3 ticking away. Everything that Team BDS has brought has been blocked by Gentlemates.
That's gonna be, oh, Juicy can follow this off the backboard. Just prioritize getting that recovery. 20 seconds left now. Itachi to try and put this one away. Ends up hitting this crossbar. Drawley now. Has he got anything else? No, Juicy there just in time. Monkey Moon infield to Exotic.
On target.
That one's wide, and that one will call it.
And that play really representing the entire game for Team BDS, just off target. Couldn't make the play. It was a nice pass. Exotic was so good last game, but couldn't find the mark this time around. Gentlemates doing a wonderful job of boost starving Team BDS. I don't know if we'll see it on the Mobile One high performance replay, but that first goal, they kept Team BDS down to such little boost. Or if you see here, Drawley low boost, Exotic no boost, Monkey Moon trying to boost in. He went all the way to the corner because he had nothing. And then the stops, look at that. The recoveries. Seemed like nothing Team BDS was doing was working.
That's what we discussed in the last game about how Gentlemates seemed to just be getting each other's way when it came to defending on their goal line. And the reason why it was brought up is because that's what Gentlemates usually look like on their goal line. Frustrating to play against.
The composure returned. Before we were seeing team bumps, low boost for Gentlemates, but they turned that around. It seemed like they worked through those communication missteps and everyone was playing, you know, if one player was covering low, the other was covering high up on the side of the goal, making stops when they needed them. And so this was a big response here for Gentlemates. as they try to march ahead on the daunting journey of a reverse sweep.
Well, one big step out of the way. Win this, and we add another chapter to Champions Field legacy. Nice little lost kickoff there from BDS, looking to try and start off strong. Across the face of goal, and nobody quite able to get enough boost to get there in time. Now here comes Juicy. Gentlemates have taken the first goal in every single game up to this point. Might be about to change. Juicy has got to get a good hit because he had blue cars loitering.
Itachi getting a good stop. Also, Seiko moves in to assist. Monkey Moon trying to slow things down. Air dribble, flip reset, over one. There's the shot from Drawley going for a double. Actually goes for the pass off the backboard. It leaks through. You can see everyone getting a little bit mixed up in the rotation.
Crucial demo. Gentlemates happy with the situation and the way that played out. Good bump as well. Exotic struggling to get control of his car yet again. Monkey Moon's the last one back. Has to try and place for some time. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. Seiko would have been in position nonetheless. Monkey Moon does have options to his left. Takes the challenge instead. Bounce awkwardly, and who wants to go for it? Exotic was expecting a challenge, I think, from Seiko, and well, Seiko was happy just to see the weaker touch.
Wow, Monkey Moon collecting that ball with no boost is insane. You have to be perfect to catch that ball on the back wall.
He's still on nothing.
You can see so many boost issues for Team BDS, but finally working their way out. Drawley holds his flip, and now Monkey Moon with the cleanup. But Drawley did so much work on this play.
Look at Exotic, he removes Juicy, who is supposed to be the challenge. BDS hold the game in pause, decide what the play is gonna be, press play, score the goal, 1-0.
And that is how you utilize everyone on a play. One, clear the path, one, generate the scoring opportunity, one to clean it up.
And that's typically what is needed nowadays. The days of 1v3 are, well, usually long gone. And if you do manage it, well, we typically see you on the top plays the next day.
Yeah, like LJ.
Like LJ. There's a reason why those sort of goals are held in such high regard. Oh, that might have caught Drawley out. It has!
It did! Wow, Drawley, and this is, the boost struggles have been so prevalent. And you see that side flip there, Drawley thinking that he had time to go over for boost, and must have been thinking that someone was going to get a 50 there as well.
Now, something somewhere went horribly wrong. Gonna go for the side kickoff. Hoping maybe that was going to pinch elsewhere, but BDS will still, again, be happy the way this played out. BDS seem to have a little bit more in the tank when it comes to thinking of kickoff plays that they want to go for. Hasn't resulted in anything else other than possession. Oh, what a pitch! And Itachi, he couldn't do enough, but you can't blame him. That was a rocket!
And this is the risk you take, trying to dribble it along the sidewall here. You're setting yourself up for that pinch. It was tough to see. That one looked like it was going to be going post in. Forcing the defense to try to make a play on it, but those pinches, those can be brutal, and that one was.
It always just feels so bad as well, because you've seen those for years. You've always had those ones going against you. It never works any other way.
It feels like
and it still
anyway.
catches you out.
That's the danger sometimes of not flipping into a challenge. You risk that.
Drawley, no boost, so he's going to call in the teammate. BDS, I love this sweep across the face of goal they do each time. Just from boost to boost. And if you're in the way of that, then your car is not going to be for all that much longer. Pinch will certainly help out Gentlemates here. What also would help them is a goal-scoring chance after the fact. Monkey Moon, not all that much of a fan of that idea.
Good backboard defense from Seiko. And support from Juicy. But you wonder when that panic will start to set in for Gentlemates. They need to win this game. If they don't, Team BDS will be the team that's guaranteeing their spot in the playoffs. They'll still have more work to do in the tiebreaker round, but they'll at least have some sense of comfort.
Monkey Moon very early, actually into the fake challenge. That's over the top of one. Exotic not too far away from finding the Psycho, but now they're in all so much trouble. Wow. Monkey Moon repays the favor for the frustration felt in the last game.
The defense we're seeing out of Monkey Moon is jaw-dropping. He made that stop on his own back wall low boost. That time it was a 50. the 50-50 on the goal line on a very difficult ball to read. World-class defense.
You want to talk about legendary players. World Championship Monkey Moon might very well be one of them. Oh my goodness, that is so much power! Monkey Moon still somehow got to it.
It was a little shaky there. That's one where you jump earlier, you're like, oh, I maybe should have taken more time on this one.
Oh, there's Strawley! And it's in!
Wow. Juicy tried to clear this out. You can see Seiko jump, but Exotic was so fast to cut that play out. Exotic read Gentlemates like a book. He was there 3 days earlier than that attacking player.
But Juicy just couldn't quite pick up the ball. Slowed everything up, allowed BDS to get everyone back in defense. 42 seconds on the clock. This will certainly help out if they can find some positioning, but Drali's catch just ruined all of Gentlemate's plans.
This is where Gentlemates need to find some magic. But that play again, Monkey Moon has their number.
World Championship Monkey Moon is about to evolve into World Championship Playoffs Monkey Moon. First place, second place in his last 2 World Championships. How he would like to add another one to his titles, to his accolades. It doesn't look like today Gentlemates will be able to deny him.
And it seems like this is going to capture even more hearts and minds of people out there who maybe were doubting Team BDS to take down major champions like this. And to finally get that win over Gentlemates on land. Team BDS secure their spot in the playoffs.
And they do it in style. They do it the BDS way.
And it was, to me, the BDS way is a team game, is having people be willing to get into the trenches to just tear those goals out of your opponent's hands and to make them happen on your... It was, to me, what encapsulates it was the play where Exotic is going up, getting the bump. Drawley has the ball in the air, gets the flip reset, waits to use it to the last second, generates that scoring opportunity where Monkey Moon comes in as the hammer and gets the job done. Everyone played a part in this, and you can even think back to the Exotic game, stepping up in game 2. It was an all-around team effort, and this is what we wanted to see out of Team BDS, is bringing that team play, bringing that confidence in one another to land, and they have done it here in Fort Worth.
The best way I've always found to describe BDS's play is just the walls are closing in around you. Usually when you see a team long clear, you know, the other team can be quite happy. Okay, you've long cleared. We'll take this back to our own corner. We'll pick up 100 boost and we'll try and go again. BDS go, no. Midfield is ours. We will have everything. And we are going to slowly and surely get closer and closer to your goal until the goal explosion is seen. BDS have done it. They are top 8 yet again.
Oh, yeah, especially that play where you saw Monkey Moon not rotate out, just hangs out in front of the goal line. That pinch as well, that was crazy. Team BDS, they certainly earned this victory.
And now, to talk about their victory, Leaf is on deck, and he's got Exotic for company.
And what better company than winners? And that's exactly what BDS and Exotic are. Exotic, congratulations on making it to Saturday. It's nice to be able to have the Friday off, right?
Alors déjà félicitations Exotype d'être qualifié pour les playoffs. Vous rejouez pas jusqu'à samedi. Est-ce que ça te fait du bien? Est-ce que ça te fait plaisir?
Déjà merci et oui, un petit jour de pause là, ça va faire plaisir, pouvoir se reposer un peu, s'entraîner encore pour revenir encore plus fort samedi.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you very much. It feels great to have a one-day break, of course, and we're gonna, train harder to be back on Saturday.
Well, the way you guys are looking, it should be fine. Now, I want to ask about this matchup specifically. It's Gentlemates. They kind of had your number the last few times. How good does it feel to finally get that revenge on them?
Alors, si on revient sur le match que vous venez de jouer, c'est vrai que ces derniers temps, c'est plutôt Gentlemen qui vous battait. Est-ce que ça fait du bien de finalement prendre revanche sur l'équipe francophone?
Bah oui, ça fait du bien parce que surtout à Londres, on s'est fait un peu défoncer par eux. Et en plus, on sait qu'on peut largement les battre si on joue notre jeu. Donc là, pour une fois, on a joué notre jeu, on les a battus. Donc ouais, là, on est super contents.
Yeah, you know, it feels really great, especially after London, because they kind of, you know, destroyed us in a way. So yeah, it feels really great to be able, because we know we are able to beat them. So it feels great to finally beat them, like, on land.
Well, I got to ask then, because they did grab a game and it may look like maybe they could come back. Did you start to get flashbacks? Did you guys get worried at all, or were you confident?
Alors c'est vrai que vous avez quand même perdu une game pendant ce BO. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé dans vos têtes? Est-ce que vous avez commencé à peut-être prendre peur de peut-être avoir le retour de Londres ou d'autres matchs passés ou pas spécialement?
Pas spécialement. Au vu des 2 premières games, on menait 2-0 dans le BO, même si on a perdu la 3e. Au vu des games, comment elles se passaient, on savait qu'on était largement au-dessus aujourd'hui. Donc non, juste on se remotive, on sait qu'on allait finir avant. On va éviter le reverse sweep.
Yeah, so the thing is that because we won the 2 first games, we know we had the upper hand. So
Right.
even though we lost on the 3rd one, we were still pretty confident. We know we will be able just to beat them and just playing our own game, just to make sure not to get reverse swept, of course. But yeah, that's pretty much it. We knew we had the upper hand.
Well, the next time you guys are playing is in front of an audience now, which is going to be either exciting or terrifying. Which side of the fence do you land on here when it comes to playing in front of the audience?
Alors c'est vrai que maintenant le prochain match, ce sera devant du public. Est-ce que vous êtes plutôt excité ou peut-être un peu peur d'avoir finalement le public en face de vous?
Non, je pense qu'on est tous excités. Et moi encore plus, parce qu'il y a 2 ans dans cette arène, j'ai pas pu être sur scène à cause du Covid. Donc là, j'ai juste hâte d'être samedi.
Alors, so you know, really excited, especially because you know, 3 years ago I couldn't get on stage because of COVID.
Right.
So I'm really excited to be able to play in front of the crowd here.
That's awesome. Hey, well, you did it. You got to Saturday. Congratulations on that win. But that's it for our Swiss Abyss. That's it before the audience. We're done here, and I see a bunch of nerds looking at me, so I guess I'll come over and talk to you guys.
We're very nerdy.
What do you guys think about all this? I mean, I thought the Swiss Abyss was pretty cool, but now we got to get some friends, the audience involved.
I'm actually curious because you've sat out here mostly.
I've been alone by myself.
Yeah. What have you picked up on? What's it like being here while the player, like in the same room as the players competing with, especially in the silence here? It's very different than when it's like out on the stage and the booming noise. You know?
Yeah, I mean, you probably hear some of the yells through maybe the caster mics here and there, but I actually cannot tell you enough how loud it is in here, to the point hearing the different language casts going on as well. Every once in a while, just a go in the background, as well as the players yelling at each other, things I sometimes can't repeat, but it is way louder than you think when you're right beside them.
That's crazy. That's awesome stuff. Well, hey, you've been doing
I'll
a
leave you
killer
guys
job.
alone. You guys got
Absolutely.
smart stuff to do. I'm not
go
to be involved with that.
He's been working all day.
All right, y'all. Series over. We'll be back tomorrow. GG's. Thanks, everyone, for stopping by. Have yourself a good one. Yes, on YouTube.
Through to bracket stages of sorts, folks. Tiebreaker matches coming up tomorrow, Gibbs. Tomorrow is Elimination Friday. Every match sending somebody home.
Yes, we'll have 11 teams competing for only 3 spots. So it's going to be crazy. We have 8 matches every single time. It's win or go home.
Well, we'll see how that continues on. With round 4, okay, we have the 4 results, the 3 results that we saw. We still have 3 results left to be determined because we don't even know who's going to be playing in those matches just yet, because we got to play through those 0 and 2s down there at the bottom. Those will be, I'm guessing, the first thing we play tomorrow.
First 2 matches for tomorrow. But again, like if you are in 0-2, you have to win 3 best-of-5s in front of the crowd on one day to make it to the bracket for the weekend.
Okay. Well, we saw the rest of the conclusion of those other matches there. Those other teams have a lot of time, Stumpy, to figure out how to compete. And if they make it through that, they get to compete in these 1 and 2 matches down here at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, your work is still yet to continue. As we've said, you need to win a couple of series. You can't have any more trip-ups to, especially look at team
favorite, dude.
Didn't
mean to do that. Bro, what the fuck? Stuff Central with the raid. I appreciate it, Stuff. If Mrs.